Beneath a gloomy sky, the scene unfolded like a never-ending nightmare. Mountains of bleached, cold skulls were piled high, as if telling the story of the lives that had vanished. A lifeless hand clutched a blood-soaked weapon, lying carelessly on the pile of remains, its legs hanging limp, devoid of any life. In the distance, a knight-like figure, his body stained with red, sat leaning against a pile of bones, his eyes empty, showing no signs of life. Beside him was a woman in a brilliant red dress, now splattered with blood, her hand tightly gripping the sword that had struck down countless foes, a whisper echoing in her mind. If it weren't for the others, the scene would shift. Another person appeared, their body also covered in blood, the bandages on their hand torn to shreds, the sword beside its owner broken in two. Breaths faded, hopes scattered to the wind, all leading to a place where fate was sealed. The scene shifts to Diamino. In a cold, dark space, his eyes were sharp, filled with an unshakable determination. He told himself, his voice low but firm, "After 99 attempts, I've finally made it here. This time, I'll see the end with my own eyes." The 20th trial, the final battle, awaited him. Before him stood a legion of golems in gleaming armor, the metal flashing in the darkness. Diamino frowned, murmuring, "So, the guardians of the 20th trial are golems, huh?" He glanced past them, his eyes fixed only on the door behind them. The door that led to the secret they were protecting. The metal giants stood imposing, weapons at the ready, like living walls blocking any intruder. Diamino reached out, and mana surged around him, materializing into a jet-black scythe that gleamed with a deadly light. "They're not going to let me pass easily," he thought, hoisting the weapon onto his shoulder and taking step after step toward the golems. Their eyes glowed brightly, as if they had activated combat mode. With a roar, they charged, swinging their weapons and shattering a nearby stone pillar in an attempt to block Diamino's path. But he was too fast. With terrifying composure, Diamino circled behind the golems, his voice as cold as ice. "Death mark." A glowing red skull appeared behind a golem. Mana exploded as he flash-stepped, swinging his scythe straight at the golem's neck. A crack appeared, but it still stood firm. Diamino smirked, confident that if he cast Death Mark on an enemy, his next attack would be a perfect hit. The skull above the golem glowed brightly, increasing the damage by 100%. A loud crack echoed as the golem's head flew from its body, its metal frame shattering. Diamino leaped up, ready to face the rest. The golems charged, swinging their weapons wildly. Diamino wielded his death scythe, his eyes radiating a chilling killing intent. Nightfall. A series of thuds rang out as each golem fell. Darkness enveloped the area, but Diamino could still see his enemies clearly. In the dark, they can't see a thing, he thought, exploiting the opening to take down two golems at once with a single, decisive slash. But then, a colossal figure appeared, its pressure weighing down on the space. "Damn it!" Diamino cursed inwardly, his body tensing at the new threat. A surprise attack came rushing in, as flames and shards of ice shot relentlessly toward him. Diamino fell back, dodging the fire and ice magic with his sharp reflexes. "So fast," he exclaimed, his heart pounding, but his eyes were sharp, his killing intent flaring. In a flash, Diamino vanished, splitting into a series of after-images that surrounded the golem. It drew its bow and fired a volley of flaming arrows, destroying every illusion. But Diamino's real body remained unharmed. He chuckled softly. "Hitting me won't be that easy." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Diamino froze, realizing the danger. A magic circle, a tower of ice erupted, trapping him in a thick layer of ice before he could dodge. Diamino lamented, "I couldn't dodge it." The giant golem stepped forward, raising its blade for the finishing blow. But in that very moment, Diamino's eyes blazed as Moon of Destruction erupted. A deafening explosion rang out. The block of ice shattered, and the slash tore through the golem, splitting its metal body in two. The necklace floating beside him began to glow. The item had saved his life. Diamino let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. If I'd faced that head-on, even I would have taken heavy damage. The last golem swung its sword, creating another magic circle as the icy ground cracked. Diamino planted his feet, activating Blood Moon with the speed of light, and dashed forward, slashing through the enemy. One by one, the golems fell. The battle was over. Diamino landed on the ground, breathing lightly. Finally, I've dealt with all of them. He stepped through the gate, his heart filled with anticipation. Now, it's time to see what those guardians were protecting. Beyond the gate was a dark space, eerily silent. Diamino looked up, wondering, what is this place? He felt like he was standing in an ancient temple. Do I have to go through that door, or will something appear? Following his intuition, he stepped toward the gate, thinking to himself, Only one way to find out. Suddenly, a magic circle lit up brightly beneath his feet. Diamino looked up, his heart pounding. Can I finally end this game? The system displayed a notification. Entrance to the final boss room. Entry conditions have been met. But right after, a line of text made his heart stop. To open the final boss room, a minimum of 5 players are required. Diamino was stunned. What? The system continued, confirming that 1 player had reached the final boss room. Model. Conditions not met. Player will be eliminated in 5 seconds. A blinding light trapped Diêu Min as he screamed in panic. What do you mean? The system counted down. 5. Diêu Min slashed wildly, but it was useless. 4. He watched helplessly as his body began to fade. No way. Is this how it all ends? 3. His hands trembled, then disintegrated. 2. Diêu Min gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. 1. After Diêu Min vanished, the system announced, "You have died. You have met the conditions to activate the ancient language. Time reversal. You will return to the point before round 1. But then, a cold line of text appeared. Number of time reversals used. 100 out of 100. You have exhausted all your attempts. The ancient language will now disappear." The scene shifted. A vibrant festival, filled with light. The MC's voice rang out. It's finally time. Everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, count down with us. The crowd roared, the atmosphere electric. 5. A blue flame flashed. Diêu Min appeared, his hair covering one eye. His gaze was weary, but sharp as ice. He muttered to himself, "Damn it." Looking down at his body, he couldn't believe it. I'm back. Right before I was dragged into this damn game, his hands trembled as he clenched them into fists, his heart filled with rage. Even though I made it to the final round, the countdown continued. 3. Diêu Min wished to himself, if only I could make time stop. Just then, the system displayed number of time reversals, 100 out of 1. A loud bang echoed. He steeled his resolve. Whatever. This is my last try anyway. I times will times end this game. He adjusted his hoodie, his eyes scanning the crowd. To do that, I need 4 more people to reach the final round with me. Pulling off his hood, Diêu Min searched for suitable faces to form a team. Not far away, a group of young people were laughing. A boy with a shaved eyebrow, Dong Min, stood bored in the crowd. So, we're finally adults. Someone cheered. We don't have to pretend to be innocent anymore, right? Another laughed in response, while one sighed. What should I do after graduation? Maybe I'll try doing food delivery? The other 2 pointed and laughed. Hey, that girl looks just like Se-ein. You mean the actress, Se-ein? Dong Min, the boy with the shaved eyebrow, smirked. Haven't I told you? I'm gonna be a gangster. His friends were stunned. Are you crazy? One wrong move and you could die. Dong Min scoffed. Who gives a shit? You only live once, right? I'm gonna live how I want. His friends shook their heads, thinking, that psycho bastard. I'm cutting ties with him after graduation. One of them asked, so after graduation, what are you gonna do about your gopher? Dong Min smirked, remembering a certain figure. Ah, you mean that poor gloomy bastard? Just because I'm graduating doesn't mean I'm gonna let him off the hook. His friends laughed along. Damn, that sucks for him. He probably thinks it's all over after graduation. Dong Min grinned sinisterly. He doesn't get to decide that. I'm gonna mess with him as much as I possibly can. Suddenly, one of his friends looked over in another direction, surprised. Huh? Wait, isn't that your gopher? Dong Min followed his gaze and saw Diêu Min standing in the sea of people, his eyes sharp and cold. The announcer's voice boomed. It's finally time. Everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, count down with us. Dong Min smirked. Yeah, that's my gopher. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3. A blue flame flickered around Diêu Min. He adjusted his hood, his sharp, blue eyes staring directly at Dong Min. Sensing something was off, Dong Min frowned. Huh? That bastard. The sound of Happy New Year rang out, but Dong Min was annoyed. Is he crazy? Why is he staring at me like that? His friends tried to calm him down. Dong Min, it's New Year's Eve. Just let it go. Yeah, you'll have plenty of time to bully him later. Dong Min scowled. You bastard. I'll let you off the hook today. The friends put their arms around each other, laughing. I'm finally an adult. Happy New Year. Yeah, hope you have a great year. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the cheerful atmosphere. Humans are so amusing, celebrating a new year, completely oblivious to the danger they're in. Dong Min frowned and snapped. What did you just say? His friend denied it. I didn't say anything. Another looked confused. What? I thought I heard something. The voice spoke again, clearer this time. An angel with pure white wings, glowing with light, floated in the sky. She smirked mockingly. It feels like I'm watching a cage full of monkeys. The crowd looked up, stunned. Holy shit, is that an angel? Is this part of the TV station's New Year's event? She's so beautiful. Diêu Min watched in silence, his heart heavy. She's here. Even after 99 times, this is still just as unpleasant. The angel covered her mouth and giggled. He says it seems all of you filthy humans have fallen for my beauty, but don't get any funny ideas. I have no intention of associating with insects like you. The crowd was stunned by her arrogant words. One man couldn't take it and pointed, shouting, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you cosplaying as an angel or something?" "What do you mean, insects? What the hell did you just say, you bitch?" Diêu Min bowed his head, thinking, how humiliating. The angel smiled sweetly, but her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Suddenly, the head of the man who just shouted exploded, splattering red everywhere. The crowd screamed in terror. Screams echoed as people scattered in chaos. Dong Min trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Damn it, what the hell is that thing? The white angel, her face filled with murderous intent, growled, "How dare a lowly human speak to a superior being like me with that kind of attitude? You humans have no right to question me, unless you want your brains to explode like that last guy." The crowd panicked, and whispers rippled through the air. Whispers. What was that sound? The angel stood high above them, arrogant. "I'm sure you're all very confused by the current situation, you pathetic humans. How could you possibly understand what's happening? I'll explain it in a simple, easy-to-understand way, so listen carefully." Diêu Min sighed and muttered, "I have to listen to this explanation all over again." The angel excitedly announced, "Now, we will begin a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of every month, the souls of humans will be brought into a new dimension to participate in the game." The crowd listened intently. The angel continued, "Humans only need to do one thing, complete the mission. If you complete it, you will be returned to reality with a reward." Dong Min stood still, confused. Someone whispered, "What is she talking about?" Another replied, "I think she's saying she'll let us live if we complete some missions." The angel smirked. "You can think that, but not everyone will survive just by completing the mission." The crowd was stunned. Only half of the participants would be spared. Everyone's eyes widened in panic. "No way. How can that be?" The angel laughed loudly. "Don't worry too much. I won't be taking all of you." Someone shouted, "What do you mean by that?" But he was immediately shushed by someone else. "Shut up, you idiot." Diêu Min bowed his head, his heart heavy. The angel declared, "Only those between the ages of 15 and 29 will have to participate." Those outside the age range cheered. "That means I'm safe. I'm going to live." Dong Min's friend growled, grabbing a man by the collar. "Are you that happy to be alive? How dare you mock us?" The other man panicked. "What?" Dong Min yelled. "Stay put. Didn't you see that guy's head explode just now?" The angel smiled thoughtfully. "Let's see. The total number of participants will be 1,829,290. Now that I'm done explaining, let's start the game." She waved her hand, and a blinding light engulfed the space. Diêu Min stood in the middle of the light, calmly opening his eyes. In front of him was a reflection of himself in a mirror. The angel's voice rang out. "Before I transfer your souls, you need to create a customizable body." Diêu Min placed his hand on the barrier, and the illusion on the other side mimicked him. The angel warned, "You only have one chance, so choose carefully." Diêu Min stood silently, his sharp eyes watching the figure in front of him slowly fade away. He thought to himself, I'll just do what I always do." He made his decision, his voice low but firm. "My nickname will be Black Hook." The illusion vanished completely, leaving behind a lush, green meadow, empty as if a new world had just been created. Flames erupted from Diêu Min's new body as he stepped into that space. His face was sharper, more mature, and above his head, the name Black Hook appeared. He thought to himself, "This will be my 100th regression. This time, I will succeed." He tried moving his hand, getting a feel for the new body. "I've used the same appearance for the 12th time now, so it feels like my real body." Around him, other people began to appear in this world one by one. Some were amazed, others were confused. "What is this place? A plane?" One person exclaimed, their voice full of shock. "Huh? My body really changed." Another person said excitedly, "I tried using a celebrity's face. How do I look? Damn, it actually worked." Diêu Min watched them in silence, smirking inwardly. Everyone's trying their best to look good this time, too, but if you had a brain and actually thought about it, you wouldn't do that. He looked at the cheerful girl in front of him, thinking of the cruel truth. This world belongs to those with the strongest survival skills. If you're too attractive, you just become an easier target. To die here is to die in the real world. Suddenly, he glanced to the side. Him, there he is, Dong Min. Dongmin appeared with a powerful, muscular body that made everyone around him stare in awe. Jumin sneered. He chose a muscular body again this time. Just then, the angel appeared out of nowhere, her white wings sparkling. Her arrogant voice rang out. Looking at you all, I bet you really like your new appearances, don't you? I just love seeing the looks of fear on your faces. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Let's see. In total, there are 1,829,290 people. That's the total number of people in Seoul. The crowd looked up in disbelief. 1.8 million doesn't look like this many people, someone exclaimed. The angel clutched her head and burst out laughing. You truly are pathetic, lowly humans. Then she snapped, her voice turning ice cold. Did you really think this is the only space? Humans will be divided among different planes, with different angels, to proceed with the rounds. Focus on yourselves. She waved her hand and announced, before we truly begin, I'll give you a simple explanation. Think of the phrase, status window, in your head. A yellow model appeared before Diêu Min's eyes, visible only to him. He immediately thought, status window. Information popped up on the screen. Name, Diêu Min. Nickname, Black Dog, Trainee. Level, 1. Class, none. Title, none. Stats, strength +3, intelligence +3. Agility +3, luck +3. Stat points, 0. Normal skills, none. Special skills, none. Ancient language, none. Additional skills, unlocked at levels 10, 20, 40, 60, and 99. Diêu Min looked at it and couldn't help but sigh. The angel continued, her voice filled with mockery. Now, have you all looked at your status windows? If you've ever played a game before, you'll understand just how pathetic you are. Diêu Min was stunned, but the angel didn't stop. Become stronger. If you survive to the end and conquer the 20th floor, not only will you be set free, but you'll also be granted one wish. Her words sent a ripple through the crowd. A wish? For real? No way. The angel smirked, a cunning glint in her eyes. However, you have to be the first one to get it. She continued her instructions. Finally, say inventory, and take a look inside. I've prepared a little gift for you. Diêu Min immediately thought, inventory. A random ancient language stone materialized before him. He reached out and touched the radiant red stone. Use. The stone shattered, and a red light burst from his palm. Diêu Min let out a gasp of surprise. The angel laughed loudly. Judging by those expressions, you're not too happy. Whatever the result, you have to accept it, because that's your luck. Now that the ancient language imprinting is done, shall we begin? She snapped her fingers, and a mission notification board appeared in front of everyone. First floor mission. Each person must defeat 100 goblins. Safety zone participants, 90. Eliminated. Over 900,146,450. Sector S45 participants, 10,286. Eliminated. 0 out of 5,143. Suddenly, giant green goblins appeared, holding gleaming weapons. The crowd saw them from a distance. Are those goblins? Someone exclaimed, their voice a mix of awe and excitement. This feels just like a game. Are we really in a virtual world, kidnapped for an experiment? The angel sneered. It's too early to get excited. I haven't released all the goblins yet. A flood of goblins appeared, and the crowd recoiled in fear. Wait, why are there so many of them? With a gleefully bloodthirsty expression, the angel announced, each of you will face 50,000 goblins. Now, fight to the death. The goblins, with their ferocious faces, sharp teeth, and glowing red eyes, roared and charged toward the players. The crowd panicked. They're running towards us. Don't come any closer. Screams echoed everywhere. But while everyone else was fleeing, a murderous glint flashed in Diêu Min's eyes. He leaped, spun, and delivered a powerful kick straight to a goblin's head. Whether in a group or an organization, the first impression is always the most important, he thought, his gaze ice cold. The kick sent the goblin flying, its head hitting the ground hard as its weapon clattered to the side. Diêu Min bent down to pick it up, thinking to himself, to keep these annoying flies from bothering me, I need to show them my power. And most importantly, he looked up at the sky, his eyes locking onto the angel. I need to get her time's attention. The angel let out an amused cough. Diêu Min tightened his grip on the weapon, facing the horde of aggressive goblins charging at him. With just a few fluid movements, he weaved through them, landing 2 fatal strikes on each goblin's back. The crowd stared in awe. Did you see that? Who is that guy? Is he some kind of special forces soldier? Ah, Black Dog. That's a cool nickname, they murmured. Aren't goblins usually the weakest monsters in games? Seeing Black Dog take them down so easily, we can probably do it too, right? If we fight seriously, it shouldn't be that hard. But before he could finish his sentence, A goblin lunged, tackling the speaker to the ground and driving a dagger through his body. Blood splattered everywhere, stunning the crowd. One person screamed, his face pale, "Help me!" The scene descended into chaos. People ran for their lives, screaming, "Get out of the way! More are coming!" Diêu Min calmly continued to eliminate the goblins one by one. Their blood sprayed onto his arm, but he paid it no mind. After this, no one will mistake this for just a game anymore, he thought, observing the panicked crowd. Now, there was only one thought in their minds: survival. A girl witnessed the slaughter. Her face turned white, her survival instincts kicking into overdrive. Everyone was fleeing, but one girl ran into a yellow barrier shield. She pounded on it, screaming, "What is this thing?" Diêu Min watched quietly, thinking to himself, I also chose to run, the first time. It wasn't until the second time that I realized running was useless in this vast, open field. A trembling man held his weapon, facing a goblin. It was also trembling, but then it suddenly became calm and knocked the man aside, and counterattacked. A cry for help rang out, "Save me!" The angel burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This battle between humanity and goblins is so entertaining. What's the matter?" She giggled, covering her mouth. "Even though they're only the size of children, if you don't fight back, they can take you down with their bare hands, let alone with daggers." She paused, her amused gaze fixed on Diêu Min, who was fighting valiantly. Just what in the world times that human? She checked Black Dog's quest progress. Goblins defeated, 70 out of 100. Nonsense. But when she checked the system information, she grew frustrated. Damn it. Besides the mission progress, all the players' information was hidden, she exclaimed excitedly. Oh, whatever. Guiding these pathetic humans is beneath my dignity, but it seems there are a few interesting ones. I suppose I'll stick around and enjoy the show a little longer. Yao Min swung his weapon, slicing a goblin in half. The system announced, "You have defeated a goblin. Experience plus 4%. Gold plus 10. You have leveled up." Mission progress. Goblins defeated, 75 out of 100. Required actions, 25 out of 100. Yao Min nimbly dodged the attacks, dashing past 4 goblins. Each one took a critical hit, their blood splattering onto his hands. But he spun his dagger confidently. The remaining goblin backed away, terrified by his aura, but there was no escape. Yao Min put all his strength into a powerful thrust, sending blood splashing across his face. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he stared down the goblins, challenging them. Who's next? Blood dripped from his dagger onto the ground. The goblins retreated, horrified at the sight of their fallen comrades. Yao Min wiped the blood from his face and sighed. Looks like I can take a little breather. The status window popped up, showing a few changes. Level 4. Stat points. 6. He thought to himself, Level 4, in the blink of an eye. I get 2 extra stat points every time I level up. He decided to put all his points into agility. Besides increasing evasion rate, agility also boosts attack and movement speed. In the early stages, this is the most important stat. He swung his weapon and threw it hard, hitting a distant goblin in the face and stunning it. Yao Min challenged them coldly. Come on, get over here. The goblins were furious, but still hesitated. He sighed. You're scared, aren't you? He leaped forward, rushing straight at the goblin he'd hit, picked up his weapon, and growled. Then I'll come to you. The goblins went berserk, but before they could react, a powerful slash from Yao Min cut 4 of them in half at once. The system notifications flooded in. Experience plus 4%. Gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Mission. Goblin Hunt. 100 out of 100. Round 1, mission complete. A golden circle of light surrounded Yao Min as he stood proudly in the safe zone, he thought. So, that's round 1 finished. After taking down these goblins, I've definitely caught the angel's attention. The system announced, Congratulations, you are the first to complete the round 1 mission in this region. Congratulations, you are the first to complete the round 1 mission across all regions. The leaderboard appeared, rank 1 in the region and on the entire server in 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Yao Min thought, I got first place. The higher the rank, the better the reward. The top 3 ranks get the best rewards. The system continued. Congratulations on being the first to complete the round 1 mission in this region. You will receive a weapon of your choice as a region-exclusive reward. And for all regions, congratulations on being the first to complete the round 1 mission across all regions. You will receive a treasure chest. Yao Min thought to himself, the rewards I'm getting must be the best out of everyone. He chose his weapon from the regional reward. The system announced, you may choose one of the following weapons, a longsword, a short sword, or a spear. Yao Min hesitated, then made his decision. It's not much, but I'm lucky to get this so early, the system reported. Short sword has been acquired. Classification, rare weapon, attack 15, effect, agility plus 115, durability 150 out of 150, requirement, rookie or higher, description. The best dagger a rookie can use. Yao Min tossed the weapon he'd taken from the goblin onto the ground. He thought, time to get rid of this piece of trash. He closed the weapon info panel and told himself, for now, I'll hold on to the treasure chest from the special reward. He opened his status window, calm and composed, while everyone around him struggled desperately against the goblins. He stared at it thoughtfully. Come to think of it, that title I got earlier, the Final Traveler, this is something I've never seen in my 99 regressions. He pulled out the ancient rune fragment, placed it in his hand, and said, use. The stone shattered, emitting a brilliant red light. The system announced, congratulations, you have obtained the time reversal rune. The rune will now automatically be engraved onto the player's body. Yao Min clenched his fist, his gaze intense. The system continued. A trace of the rune is already present in the player's soul. Due to its special properties, the engraving has failed. Yao Min thought, that's the obvious result. If it were engraved again, I could regress an infinite number of times. The system announced, based on the rune's trace in your soul, you are recognized as a time traveler with 100 journeys. Yao Min was startled as a voice rang out, you have received the title, the Final Traveler. He was stunned. What? The status panel appeared. Title, the Final Traveler. Unlock condition. Obtain 100 time reversal runes. Effect, upon death, maintain a soul state at that location for 1 minute. If you wish, you will be reborn and recover all your health. This ability can be used once. The title disappears after revival. Yao Min thought to himself, revival is an exclusive skill for priests, and even that skill only restores 30% of maximum health. So this title lets me revive with full health. He grinned in delight. Looks like I just got myself an insane title. A thrilled smile spread across Yao Min's face as he thought about what he now held in his hands. A valuable trump card. He glanced over the system window, his eyes lighting up as he read the information. With this in his arsenal, things were about to get a whole lot easier, he thought to himself. On the system window, the words clearly displayed the title, Final Time Traveler, with options for public or private status. If he chose private mode, the title wouldn't show under his name, but its effects would still apply. Diêu Min stretched, a sense of relief spreading through his body. He guessed the others must have completed their tasks by now too. Wondering how Dongmin was doing, he turned to the side, his eyes meeting the sight of Dongmin locked in a fierce battle with a horde of monsters. A thrill of excitement rose within him. Diêu Min thought to himself, oh, there he is. A satisfied smile formed on his lips, but it was cut short as brilliant pillars of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the sky, interrupting his thoughts. High above, an angel was hovering, its cold eyes observing the chaotic scene below. Its voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm. No wonder it's all getting so tedious. It looked down upon the humans struggling in their fight. Its tone dropped, filled with contempt. You pitiful humans, you'll just be whittled down to fight a desperate battle against the remaining fiends. My apologies, this is my fault. The angel spread its wings, and a powerful surge of energy stirred the air. Let's go back. A normal girl heard those words and panicked, her trembling gaze falling on the person she held in her arms. He was slowly fading away, his body turning into dust-like particles of light. She screamed in despair, "Don't disappear!" The people around them were just as confused, shouting in unison, "What's happening?" From high above, the angel smiled devilishly, its sinister voice echoing, "I've given you all 50 more lives. Surely that's more than enough for you to slaughter each other, right?" Instantly, the ground trembled as bloodthirsty monsters appeared. They charged forward in ever-increasing numbers. The humans panicked, their screams ringing out, "Damn it!" Fresh blood began to flow. Humans and monsters clashed in a battle for survival. The system coldly announced, quest requirement completed, 1,021 out of 5,143. On the brink of life and death, people began using each other as shields, but they were far from weak. Their strength was on par with the monsters, creating an evenly matched, brutal fight. The system continued its announcements. Quest requirement completed, 2,120 out of 5,143. Meanwhile, Diêu Min sat inside a pillar of light, his eyes closed, resting. He felt the tranquility amidst the storm raging outside. Another player, his hands covered in blood, touched the pillar of light. He watched in agony as his comrades were swallowed by a sea of blood, fighting relentlessly against the monsters. The system announced, with mechanical regularity, quest requirement completed, 3,532 out of 5,143. The angel clasped its hands together, watching the fierce battle below with amusement. Diêu Min looked up, his sharp gaze meeting the angel's, but he said nothing. The pillars of light in the sky grew more and more numerous. Suddenly, the system's final announcement rang out. Quest requirement completed. 5,143 out of 5,143. The fiends suddenly vanished, leaving everyone with bewildered expressions. The fiends are gone. Where did they go? The angel glanced at its system window with a faint smile. Only half completed the mission. Now that my work is done, it turned to the survivors, its voice cold. The rest of you will have to die. After all, those are the rules of the game. The crowd panicked, cries of despair erupting. What? Die? Wait, Angel, I only needed to kill one more, please. Those inside the pillars of light watched in terror as their comrades outside began to fade away, and they trembled with fear. The angel spoke, its tone half inquisitive, half mocking. Why the long faces? Shouldn't you be happy you're still alive? Don't worry, you've survived. You can go back now. It gave a slight smile, but its eyes held a chilling look. Congratulations on passing the first stage. I hope you'll try harder next time. Now, shall we announce the rankings before you leave? The system displayed the results of the first round. All regions, Hak Cow, level 5, 10 minutes and 21 seconds. The Fools, level 5, 16 minutes and 15 seconds. Heavenly Demon, level 5, 17 minutes and 7 seconds. Current region S45, Hak Cow, level 5, 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Life is a Movie, level 5, 23 minutes and 55 seconds. Black Dragon in Hand, level 5, 24 minutes and 43 seconds. The system registered Hak Cow as first place in both all regions and the current region. Ranking reward. Lowest grade rare weapon ticket, granted. Special optional reward, granted. Mission completion reward, 1,000 gold, pending. Diêu Min read the system notification. A private message popped up. You have received 1,000 gold for completing the mission. Congratulations. You can use gold to purchase items in the shop. The equipment purchase feature will be unlocked at level 10. Diêu Min noticed the surprised looks from those around him. He turned his head and gave a confident smile, thinking, I guess everyone knows I'm number one now. The angel then spoke up, its voice a mix of admiration and suspicion. To think the number one player in all regions is in my territory. How unbelievable. You're Hak Cow, aren't you? Answer me. Diêu Min replied, Oh angel, you can just look at my status window to find out. The angel was flustered but maintained its composure. Ah, well, of course I can. An angel like me can do anything. Saw that information. I was just testing you, but inwardly, it bit its lip and cursed. That damn brat. Yumin flashed a fake smile, thinking to himself, Don't make me laugh. He spoke up, his voice calm yet challenging. Angel, may I make a request? The angel was surprised. A request? Yumin said bluntly. Yes, it seems the reward for first place is a bit lacking. Hearing this, Dongmin and the others were stunned, their eyes widening as they stared at Yumin. The angel frowned, its voice laced with anger. What? What did you just say? Yumin crossed his arms, completely unafraid. I was hoping you could offer something a little more decent. The atmosphere froze solid. The angel gritted its teeth, a wicked smile spreading across its face. A mere mortal dares to make demands of me? It thought to itself, I took notice of him because he was proactive, but after killing a few goblins, he dares to look down on me? It raised its hand, its voice dangerous. I'll make your head explode. It recalled what happened earlier and hissed internally. Damn it, I already used my one-time use killing ability. You arrogant human, you think I can't kill you? But then the angel paused, a smile slowly forming. Yes, I know just what to grant him. Its tone changed as it spoke. You want a better reward? It landed 1 foot on the ground, its gaze sharp as ice. I usually reject such requests immediately, but as it stood before Yumin, its voice lowered. I've had a change of heart. Let's talk privately. The rest of you, wait here for a moment. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Is it really going to grant his wish? I can't believe you can actually bargain with an angel. Should I give it a try? I want a different reward too. It's probably just because he's in first place. Sending us away like this. Just how valuable must the reward be? I'm so jealous. But Yumin wasn't happy at all. He glanced at Dongmin with a slightly confused look. Dongmin looked back, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Yumin turned and followed the angel into the forest. It turned back, its voice sharp. Why aren't you coming closer? Are you going to make me keep looking back at you? Walk beside me. Yumin replied, yes. The angel gritted its teeth, fuming internally. Stupid humans. They only obey when ordered. Such a disobedient and greedy species. It turned its head forward, frustration boiling up. Why should I have to change the reward the system gave him? Even if I could, he wouldn't be the only exception. The angel's expression slowly turned vicious. It glanced at Diêu Min, walking behind it, and thought, he should have just taken what he was given. I'll show him the consequences of greed. The angel continued walking, calculating in its head, I'll kill him the moment we pass that rock. It mused, of course, there's a high chance of trouble if I kill a player out of a personal grudge without using a one-time ability. What if the players complain about unfairness? What if they rebel? If that happens, the higher-ups will hold me responsible for breaking the game's rules. The angel approached the rock, lost in thought. I need a place where no one is around. A smug smile appeared on its lips. You stupid bastard. If you just keep your mouth shut, no one will ever know what happened. It turned around, its voice cheerful, but full of hidden meaning. You wanted a reward, right? Tell me, what is it you want? But before it could finish, a fist from Diêu Min flew out. The angel was punched square in the face, with no time to dodge. The unexpected blow sent it staggering backward, its eyes filled with a mixture of shock and rage. As it fell, the angel was still dazed, its eyes wide with disbelief at the incredible sight. Diêu Min's punch had twisted its face, the force so strong it sent the angel tumbling to the ground with a cry of pain. It lay flat on the ground, while Diêu Min just stood there, as calm as if nothing had happened. Pure golden blood dripped from the angel's nose, splattering onto the ground. It was bewildered, its voice trembling with rage. What is this? Did that wretched human just hit me? It whipped its head around, eyes blazing with fire. You damn human. But as it looked around, the angel realized with a jolt of panic that Diêu Min had vanished. The space was dead silent, except for the sound of its own heart pounding. He's gone, it thought. But before it could compose itself, Diêu Min had silently closed in from behind. With lightning speed, he grabbed hold of the angel's wing. It flinched, feeling the immense power in his grip, and screamed in panic. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. But Diêu Min's face was cold as ice, showing no hesitation. He pulled with immense force, ripping one of the angel's wings clean off. Golden blood gushed from its back as a scream of agony tore through the air. The angel, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, momentarily lost consciousness, its body trembling. Diêu Min coldly held the blood-soaked wing, his voice even but sharp. Don't be such a crybaby. Without stopping, he planted his foot on the angel's back, pinning it down. With one decisive move, Diêu Min tore off the remaining wing. Now you can't run away anymore, he mocked, a cruel glint in his eyes. The angel, in absolute agony, screamed, It hurts. Of course it hurts. But in Diêu Min's mind, everything was already crystal clear. He said nonchalantly, if I had waited another 5 minutes, you would have been the one asking that obvious question, all while wearing that disgusting, pretentious smile. The angel's voice trembled with anger and fear as it screamed, Are you insane? Human, what are you even talking about? Diêu Min remained completely unfazed, grabbing the wing he'd just torn off to reveal a dagger hidden among the feathers. You were planning to kill me with this, weren't you? He shot the angel a chilling glare, leaving it speechless. The angel tried to deny it, stammering, What do you mean, kill you? I never intended to do that. But Diêu Min just gave a cold smirk and stepped closer. It's useless to lie. I can see it all just by looking at your face. The angel was bewildered, pure confusion, showing in its eyes. How could a mere human know my name? Diêu Min pulled a dagger from his inventory, the metal glinting in the dim light. The angel panicked, shouting, What are you doing? Why are you suddenly pulling out a weapon? Diêu Min looked at the dagger as if inspecting a weapon before an execution. You're in no position to kill anyone anymore, he said, his tone absolute. Exposed, the angel was at a loss for words, but still tried to make a threat. It desperately tried to save its own skin. Do you think you can get away with this? My companions will definitely not let this slide. Diêu Min scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. Companions? Don't make me laugh. You angels are nothing but a bunch of selfish pricks. They couldn't care less about you. Even if you die, they won't bat an eye. The angel stammered, unable to form a single word. Diêu Min didn't want to waste any more time and said coldly, Well, that's enough. Let me send you on your way. The terrified angel backed away. Wait, you gain nothing from this. But Diêu Min simply replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Oh, but I do. You just wouldn't understand. The angel, in a final effort, switched to negotiation. If you kill me, you'll regret it. You won't be able to return, Diêu Min stated coldly. The system will automatically send me back after everything is taken care of. The angel was stunned, thinking to itself, how does he know about that too? its noble facade completely shattered. Its voice trembled. "I'll give you any information you want. Just give me a chance." But Yao Min said, "No need. If I wanted information, I would have just tortured it out of you." He looked the angel straight in the eye, his voice dropping low. "In this game, you're nothing but a pawn playing the role of a guide." The angel was too shocked to process his words. A pawn? Before it could finish, Yao Min's cold blade pierced through its chest. The angel felt the blade slice through its heart. Its body trembled before collapsing to the ground with a thud, its eyes empty. Yao Min stood impassively, watching the light fade from the angel's corpse. Immediately, a system notification rang out. "You have defeated an angel. Confirmed as the first player to defeat an angel. You have been awarded the title First Angel Slayer. You have been awarded Angel's Blood for your first angel kill." Yao Min held the reward, thinking to himself, "As expected, I'm the first." The system continued. "You have been awarded the Ancient Rune of Slaughter, reward for the first angel kill." A golden aura from the reward enveloped his body. The ancient rune automatically carved itself onto Yao Min, and he could feel new power flowing through every fiber of his being. He remembered from his past life how this reward was only given to the first person to kill an angel. The system displayed, title, First Angel Slayer, condition, be the first to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting divine beings, all stats are doubled. Ancient Rune, Slaughter. Effect, each time you kill a target, all stats increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. Yao Min smirked. If those angels knew I'd obtained this rune, they'd probably be shaking in their boots. He looked at the vial of angel's blood in his hand and read the system information. Angel's blood, a unique grade consumable item. Effect, can change class to Death God. Usage restricted to level 10 and above. Description, a reward item for the first player to kill an angel. Only this person has the right to change their class to the natural enemy of angels. Yao Min thought to himself, starting from level 10, every player can get a class. There are 30 classes in total, and changing classes is usually easy with special items, but the Death God is an exception. It's a special class reserved only for those who meet the harsh conditions. The Death God symbol appeared along with the vial of angel's blood. It radiated a powerful aura, far surpassing any ordinary class. He analyzed the stat bonuses, the ancient rune, and the skill system. Everything was nearly perfect. Yao Min looked at his inventory, realizing he hadn't even finished the first round, but had already returned. In that case, I'll make full use of the first place reward, the system announced. You may choose one of the following rewards. Triple experience effect, maintained for round 2. Information about round 2. Yao Min calculated his options. The most important thing was to reach level 10 quickly to change his class. He made his choice. System confirms you have chosen the triple experience effect. Current area S45. 5,143 survivors. Your soul will now be transferred back to your body in the current dimension. May 1st, 2023. Round 2 is starting. Congratulations on surviving. The scene shifts back to the real world. Dong Min jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat. The sun was up. It was no longer the middle of the night. He looked around and saw everyone else slowly waking up, their faces filled with confusion. Happy New Year, a voice echoed, but it only sent a chill down Dong Min's spine. What's going on? He looked at his phone. 5:20 a.m. Time here passed exactly as it did in the dream. Dong Min's 2 friends also came to, clutching their heads and groaning in pain. Ugh, my head. My whole body is aching. Dong Min asked, Are you guys awake? One of them replied, his voice trembling. Dong Min, did I just pass out? He nodded. Yeah, and not just you. Everyone here did. The other 2 panicked. Huh? Did we just fall asleep for a bit? I just had the weirdest dream. Yeah, me too. Dong Min looked at them, his voice low. I had a dream too, but I don't think it was a dream. He scanned the crowd around them. People were screaming in confusion. Are we back? Back from that hellhole? I'm alive. I'm alive. But a goblin, Dong Min concluded. It wasn't a dream. The other 2 were bewildered. So, it was all real? The goblins from round 1? All of it? Are we going to be dragged back there again next month? Damn it. He suddenly noticed one person in their group was still unconscious. One of his friends shook him. Hey, Kim Tae-sik, wake up. But Tae-sik lay still, his face pale, his eyes and nose bruised purple like a corpse. The friend who shook him checked for a pulse, trembling. Holy shit, he's not breathing. I can't feel a pulse. Dong Min was stunned. Tae-sik is dead? The other friend muttered in a panic. No way. Did he die because he didn't survive the game? The other one was in disbelief. That can't be. But as they looked around, they saw dozens of people lying motionless on the ground. The horrific sight left all 3 of them speechless. Dongmin tried to stay calm, but his hands were shaking uncontrollably. One friend was so panicked he felt sick, while the other muttered, "This is insane. Only half survived. Is the next round going to be like this too?" Dongmin's expression was a mixture of fear and a strange spark of excitement. "This is fucking crazy." Dongmin broke into a maniacal smile, his eyes flashing with excitement and a hint of satisfaction. "Doesn't this mean that no matter what starting line we were born on, everyone has to live on equal footing now? Now there's no need to cry about how unfair life is anymore." He turned to his two panicked friends, his voice dripping with mockery. "You're oversimplifying things to a ridiculous degree. Calm down, you idiots. All we have to do now is survive, so why are you freaking out?" One of the friends, his face pale, shook his head in disbelief at what he was hearing. "It's so unfair. To die, without even a chance to try." Dongmin was unfazed, continuing in a challenging tone. "It's not just us. Everyone else has been dragged into this situation too. What's there to complain about being unfair?" Hearing this, the other two still couldn't accept his way of thinking. One of them spoke up, his voice trembling but full of rage. "Damn you. You've just spent your whole life as a thug until now, so of course you don't feel like you have anything to lose if you die here. I'm different. I still have so much I want to do." Seeing that Dongmin didn't care about his rebuttal, the friend asked angrily, "What are you looking for?" Dongmin frowned, replying irritably, "I can't find that son of a bitch anywhere." "Who? Your errand boy," he muttered to himself, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "Where is that damn brat? I'm pretty sure I saw him in that direction before I passed out. Don't tell me he couldn't even get past the first round and died in some corner." Dongmin thought smugly. That must be it, right? How could a weak little punk like him possibly survive? Suddenly, his gaze landed on a figure in the distance. A person wearing shoulder armor was standing in the middle of the deserted street, looking mysterious. Unable to contain his curiosity, Dongmin thought to himself, "What's with that guy? And where the hell did he get all that armor and equipment?" He felt a wave of suspicion rise, as if he had just realized something important. He called out in his mind, "Status window." Instantly, a bright screen appeared before his eyes. Dongmin was stunned, his heart pounding. A status window actually appeared. His two friends beside him also seemed to notice something unusual. One of them stammered, A status bar? No way, things like that can't possibly happen." But as soon as the words left his mouth, their own status windows appeared. The other one exclaimed, his voice full of astonishment, "It's real." The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with a strange mix of confusion and wonder. "What the hell? Why are you staring into space?" one of them asked. The other replied, still in shock, "Aren't you doing the same thing? I guess it only shows up for each person individually." The three of them suddenly realized the miracle. "Doesn't this mean we can use this stuff in the real world too? What the hell? So we can use stat points and items as well." Dongmin said nothing more. He bent down and picked up a rock. He squeezed his hand, and the rock shattered, exploding into tiny pieces. Looking at the dust left in his hand, Dongmin was stunned. His expression slowly twisted into a scheming smile. His eyes sparkled with ambition. "This is just perfect, isn't it?" Moving on to today's news. A horrifying incident has occurred in the square in front of the central district. Over 10,000 citizens suddenly lost consciousness, plunging the entire area into chaos. A mysterious woman dressed as an angel appeared right in front of the bell tower. She said something to the crowd below, and not long after, a mysterious explosion occurred. A citizen pointed at her, shouted something, and was immediately killed. The woman spread her arms, causing over 10,000 people to collapse, unconscious. According to police reports, the majority of the victims are between the ages of 15 and 29. This phenomenon is not just happening in this country, but on a global scale. On social media, many were skeptical. What the hell? Are the reporters on drugs or something? Why are they suddenly broadcasting this nonsense? Over 1.8 billion souls kidnapped. I seriously can't believe how big fake news has gotten. Back to Yuman. He quietly read the news and comments on social media, his eyes deep in thought. It's already started. And this is just the beginning. The news anchor continued. Around dawn today, about half of the unconscious people regained consciousness, while the other half remain in a vegetative state. At the scene of the incident, they were confirmed to be clinically dead. A celebrity, identified as A, was found deceased in the square. Over 11% of the world's population has perished in this crisis. Yuman was lost in thought, as news of the deaths continued to pour in. The real problem isn't just the number of casualties. He slung his backpack on, looking into the distance. The survivors are called players, and the most terrifying part is that the abilities they acquired have been brought into the real world. Yuman calculated silently. No player has truly high stats yet, so the impact isn't major for now. But as their levels increase, they will become powerful entities. Not even modern weapons or an entire army will be able to suppress them. Uncontrollable humans will emerge. He clenched his fists, a glint of determination in his eyes. I have no intention of letting the world fall into chaos. If I do nothing, the world will be destroyed before we even reach the 20th round. There is only one solution. Yumin resolved to control all the players with his own overwhelming power. This time, I'll use a different method than in my past regressions. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. To open the gate to the SS rank boss room, you need at least 5 players. Yumin gave a faint smile. I already have a few potential candidates in mind, and a way to recruit them, but now is not the time. He returned to his apartment in the dim light of dawn. Stepping into the dark apartment, Yumin recognized the familiar scene. This kid's eating cup noodles for dinner again. Then he cracked open the bedroom door and saw his younger brother, Yugun, still sound asleep. Yumin chuckled to himself. How can he sleep so soundly when his big brother isn't even home yet? Yugun, Yumin's younger brother, would be a 3rd year in high school next year. Their family was nothing special, just an ordinary family until their parents passed away in a traffic accident. Everything changed overnight. Yumin became Yugun's sole guardian. Seeing the bandaged wound on his brother's hand, Yumin felt a sharp pang in his heart. The light in the room flicked on, startling Yugun awake. He looked around, dazed. Brother Yumin? Yumin stood by the bed, his voice low but firm. Time to get up. Gun, it's morning. Yugun looked at the clock and frowned. What? It's only 6 a.m., brother. Yumin yanked the blanket off his brother, his voice urgent. We don't have time to sleep anymore. Yugun was confused. What's going on? Yumin answered curtly. I'll explain later. Get changed first, then we're leaving. Yugun was still yawning and grumbling. Where are we going? Brother, if you're going to say we're watching the sunrise, I'd rather sleep in. Yumin replied seriously. Listen to me, Gun. This isn't the time to relax or sleep. The world has already fallen into chaos. Yugun was puzzled. Didn't you say we were going to see the New Year's celebration? What happened? Yumin just said, just come with me. I'll tell you on the way. Before the sun was fully up, the 2 brothers had already left the apartment. Yugun noticed something different about his brother, a rare seriousness. He thought to himself, what could have happened to make him this serious? Finally, Yumin spoke. Gun, you don't know what the global situation is right now, do you? Yugun was flustered. Why are you saying that? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep? Yumin just replied, check the top search results. Yugun anxiously opened his phone, his eyes widening as he read the news. What is this supposed to mean? An angel suddenly appeared and kidnapped people to another world? Yumin corrected him, his voice calm. To be precise, their souls were taken. Yugun was bewildered, looking at his brother with worry. No way. You too? Yumin nodded, still composed. That's right, I only managed to come back alive after hunting 100 monsters called goblins. Yugun was horrified. What? Is that for real? Are you hurt anywhere? Yumin gave a small smile and patted his brother's shoulder. Don't worry about me. But Yugun was worried. With a trembling voice, he asked, how can you expect me not to worry? He remembered his parents' funeral, and the painful memories came flooding back. He's the only family I have left. Gun looked at Min's strong, steady back, knowing that no matter how powerful his brother seemed, he was still only human. Killing 100 monsters. That's not something an ordinary person can do. Min cut off his brother's train of thought. I know what you're thinking. In there, they have a system with stats, just like in a game. My physical skills aren't that important, so you don't need to worry. But Gun was still unconvinced. If that's the case, then what's the hesitation? But Min confidently interrupted him. If you could see me in the future, you wouldn't be thinking like this anymore. Gun frowned. What are you talking about? Min didn't explain further. If you want to know, just follow me. Gun was stubborn. I don't want to. Until you tell me where we're going, I'm not taking another step. Please, just tell me. Min looked at the wound on his brother's hand, and an unsettling feeling rose within him. Suddenly, he said a name that made Gun freeze, and the air grew heavy. Min declared with conviction, we're going to Bang Tae-gyu's turf, the territory of that thug who's been bullying you. He looked directly at Gun, getting straight to the point. Bang Tae-gyu is threatening you, isn't he? Gun flinched, as if his heart had been squeezed. How? How did you know? Min was calm, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Why would you think I didn't know? Gun lowered his head, overcome with guilt. He's already been through so much, and I still hid this from him. Min quietly drifted into his memories. I'm sorry, Gun. In his past life, he had known nothing about what his little brother had endured. It was only a few hours after he returned from the first round that the painful truth was revealed. The memory came rushing back, as clear as if it were yesterday. Min was sleeping when the ringing of his phone jolted him awake. Hello. On the other end was the cold voice of a stranger. Hello. Is this the number for the guardian of a student named Gun? Before he could answer, the voice continued. You need to come to Hospital 20 immediately. Stunned, Min threw on a jacket and rushed out of the house. By the time he arrived, it was too late. Gun couldn't be saved. He clenched his fists, rage and regret burning inside him. He was blinded because Bang Tae-gyu beat him. All because I was too stupid and weak. I'm sorry, Gun. Min silently blamed himself. But things are different now. No one is ever going to bully you again. No one. The scene shifts to an abandoned warehouse. Strange sounds echoed from within. A person was kicked hard, groaning in pain on the floor. The blonde guy who had just delivered the blow roared in anger. You wanna die? Didn't I tell each of you to bring me 200,000 won? The person on the ground was weak, but the blonde guy didn't stop. Oh, so you're going to ignore me now? He viciously beat him again and again. His cronies stood by, laughing and whispering, that's Bang Tae-gyu for you, ruthless even to his own underlings. Another one chimed in, yeah, even the upperclassmen from other schools don't dare to mess with him. There's no way in hell I'd ever go against him. After the beating, Bang Tae-gyu walked over to his cronies, annoyed. Damn it, I was planning to buy a bike today, but these useless bastards ruined my business. Suddenly, an idea struck him, a sly glint in his eyes. Hey, you guys know anywhere I can get some money? Hearing this, one of them panicked, afraid he'd become the next target. Huh? A place to get money? Bang Tae-gyu ordered. Yeah. Think fast. The cronies racked their brains to avoid being targeted, until one of them timidly spoke up. There's that one errand boy you have. Bang Tae-gyu frowned, not remembering. He must have had so many errand boys he couldn't keep track. The guy continued. The tall one, with short hair. Why don't you call him? A flicker of recognition crossed Bang Tae-gyu's face. Ah, Gun, that kid? I was planning to call him today anyway, beat him up to celebrate the new year. The other cronies quickly agreed. Yeah, get money from him. Sounds like a plan. Bang Tae-gyu boasted. That kid's basically homeless. The other guy was surprised. What? He continued. He can't cough up any money even if I kill him. His family has nothing left. The cronies felt a brief moment of pity, but Bang Tae-gyu was unfazed. That kid has no other relatives. He just lives with his older brother. Before he could finish, he looked into the distance, and his expression suddenly changed. His confused cronies turned to look. Huh? What's up? Tae-gyu? What is it? At that moment, the two brothers, Min and Gun, had arrived. Gun was timid, fear evident in his eyes, while Min stood firm and confident, like a fortress wall. Bang Tae-gyu sneered. Well, if it isn't Gun. Damn, you scared me for a second. He puffed out his chest and yelled, Speak of the devil. Hey, you're not the devil, you're just a dog. Gun trembled, clinging tightly to his brother. Bang Tae-gyu noticed Min and frowned. What? Who's that guy? His face is pissing me off. He turned to Gun. Hey, you mutt. Who's that with you? Did you bring another errand boy because you were lonely? Gun was so scared he couldn't speak. Min, on the other hand, flashed a demonic smile, his voice low but powerful. I'm Gun's older brother. Bang Tae-gyu was stunned for a moment, then put on a tough act, cracking his knuckles loudly. This kid's brother. Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? And now you're defying me? You're dead today, and so is your brother. He signaled to his cronies, and two of them stepped forward. Unbelievable. Pigs must be flying. Now some errand boy dares to stand up to Tae-gyu. One of the guys got right in Dio-gun's face. Hey, you bastard. You want to run? Before he could do anything, Diêu Min landed a devastating punch, caving his face in. The guy collapsed to the floor. The other one charged forward aggressively, ready to throw a punch. You son of a bitch. He put on a good show, but Diêu Min easily dodged it. He threw a single punch that dislocated the guy's jaw, sending him flying into a pile of barrels. The crash echoed through the warehouse as two more guys charged in at once. You bastard, die. But in the blink of an eye, Diêu Min took them both down with two punches straight to the face. Bang Tae-gyu stood watching, scoffing, but a hint of worry started to show in his eyes. Trash, he muttered to himself. But he still tried to act confident. Looks like he learned to box somewhere, but you want to fight me with just a few skills like that? He stood before Diêu Min, a full head taller than him, his voice dripping with arrogance. Oh, Gun's big brother, you think you're so tough just because you know a few moves, huh? Haven't you learned that physique is crucial in boxing? Diêu Min didn't bother responding, just gave a contemptuous smirk. Haven't you seen the news? Bang Tae-gyu was taken aback. What news? Seeing that he was being disrespected, Bang Tae-gyu furiously lunged forward, swinging his fist. What news, you son of a bitch? But Diêu Min dodged effortlessly, his movements as fast as lightning. Bang Tae-gyu continued with a flurry of attacks. He screamed as he punched, slippery as an eel, "You bastard." But after a while, he started to get tired, his vision blurring. His breathing grew heavy. Something's wrong. Why can't I hit him? He wondered, his heart pounding. Suddenly, Diêu Min's fist began to glow. He said coldly, "If you had seen the news." A devastating punch landed squarely on Bang Tae-gyu's face. "You would have never dared to fight a player like me." He only staggered for a moment, still on his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. As soon as he came to his senses, Bang Tae-gyu roared and charged straight at Diêu Min. "You bastard." Suddenly, right before his fist could land, Diêu Min's figure vanished. "Where did you run off to?" He turned around, but before he could get a clear look, a left hook from Diêu Min caved in both of his cheeks. Bang Tae-gyu was blinded by rage as blood gushed from his nose, along with a dislodged tooth. He screamed, his voice trembling with pain and fury. You dare hit me? I'll kill you." He charged in again. "Die." But Diêu Min, with lightning-fast movements, easily dodged. He used his left hand to grab the guy's arm. He held him tight, while his right hand relentlessly delivered hammer-like blows to his face. The two other goons stood by. They stared wide-eyed as Bang Tae-gyu was brutally beaten, unable to believe the scene before them. By now, Bang Tae-gyu was absolutely furious. He thought to himself, "This bastard just keeps aiming for my face." Seeing Diêu Min's relaxed expression only made him even more insane. "Just one punch, please." But not only could he not land a hit, Diêu Min closed the distance on him. A precise kick to the throat sent the large Bang Tae-gyu flying several meters, collapsing to the ground, clutching his neck and groaning. Diêu Min walked over, his eyes ice cold. "Does it hurt, you bastard?" A thrill surged through him. "No matter how many times I'm reborn, I'll never forget this feeling." He remembered the sight of Gun going blind in his past life, the pain and regret tearing his heart apart. "I won't let that hell repeat itself." Bang Tae-gyu, who was so arrogant just moments ago, was now cowering on the ground, his eyes filled with panic. Don't come any closer. Stop." Diêu Min gently took his hand, a murderous smile spreading across his face. "This is why you don't touch my little brother." A loud cracked times echoed through the air. Bang Tae-gyu screamed in agony as all of his fingers were broken. Diêu Min then grabbed his other hand. Bang Tae-gyu was frantic. "Please, I'm begging you. It hurts so much." His blood-curdling screams echoed. It was loud enough for anyone outside to hear clearly. His terrified cronies fled in a panic. "Let's get the hell out of here." Gun watched Bang Tae-gyu scream in pain and had to turn away, unable to look. Diêu Min stood tall, his voice cold. "Bang Tae-gyu, if you ever dare to touch my brother again, you know what will happen, right?" Bang Tae-gyu had lost all will to fight. He mumbled, I know. I won't do it again." Diêu Min gave a vicious smile. "That's right, but I still have to teach you a lesson. A proper one, just in case you relapse," he said, squeezing his hand once more. Bang Tae-gyu screamed. His agonizing cries echoed throughout the warehouse. On the way home, Diêu Gun was bewildered, his eyes still wide with shock. "Bro, how did you do that? When did you learn to fight?" Diêu Min replied, "Didn't you notice? Players can use their skills in the real world too." Diêu Gun was puzzled. "How?" As they walked, Diêu Min took an item from his inventory. A dagger materialized out of thin air. Diêu Gun's eyes widened in admiration. A knife just appeared out of thin air. Diêu Min smiled. "Cool, right? You can also summon weapons you've received just like this." Diêu Gun recalled the fight. "So, is that how you were moving so fast earlier? That guy couldn't land a single punch on you." Diêu Min nodded. "That's right. My agility stat is 11. Diêu Gun was curious. "Stat? You mean like a stat in a game?" Diêu Min replied, "Yeah. A normal person has about 3 points. A professional athlete might have up to 10 points in agility." The two brothers talked as they walked. Diêu Gun asked again, "What happens if you level up? How do you know all this?" Diêu Min hesitated for a moment, a painful memory flashing in his eyes. "I have to lie. I can't reveal that I'm a regressor. In my 11th regression, Yu-gun was kidnapped by another player because I told him the truth. Even though I saved him, I don't want my little brother to suffer any more humiliation." He looked at his younger brother, his eyes filled with determination. "I have to prepare to protect him in the battles to come." Suddenly, he changed the subject. "Want to get something to eat? Gun, you're hungry, aren't you?" Gun's eyes immediately lit up. "Yeah." The two brothers walked into a convenience store. Yu-gun saw his older brother walk over to the ATM and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "The instant noodles are over here." Yu-min replied quickly, "Yeah, just a sec." He inserted his bank card into the machine and looked at the screen. 133,201. "This is all the money I've saved up." He withdrew 100,000 won. Yugun was surprised. Why are you taking out so much money? Yumin smiled. I need to buy a few things. He turned to the pre-made food section. From now on, this is what we're eating. Yugun was confused. This stuff? Everything here is over 5,000 won. Yumin waved his hand like a big shot. It's fine. You can have whatever you want. Seeing his brother still worried about the money, he smiled. It's the new year. Are you really planning on just eating ramen? Yugun was still hesitant. I know, but this is too expensive. Yumin wasn't bothered. It's okay. Hurry up and pick something. Yugun did a complete 180, his eyes sparkling. Then let's get this. The chili dipped beef, please. He looked like he was drooling. I want to eat this too. It looks delicious, doesn't it? But Yumin wasn't stopping at convenience store food. He suggested excitedly, let's go to a restaurant once in a while. For some real Hanwoo beef. Yugun felt shy. Why would we do that? You're already doing too much for me, Yumin thought to himself. Just wait a few days. I'll feed you so much meat, you'll get sick of it. Yugun placed a piece of canned meat on his rice, put it in his mouth, and exclaimed with delight, this is so good. Yumin, sitting next to him, felt happy too. Really? Eat up. Seeing his brother stand up, Yugun asked, where are you going? Yumin just replied, wait a second. He went to find something. A moment later, Yumin slapped a pen down on the table. Yugun stared in astonishment at the pile of lottery tickets his brother had bought. Wait, did you take out all that money just to gamble it all away? Yumin said confidently. Exactly. Yugun asked. Hold on, how many tickets did you buy? Yumin answered casually, 20. Yugun got angry. What? Why would you spend 100,000 won on lottery tickets? You know we're not going to win. Yumin was calm. Just you watch. Yugun was confused. What? What are you doing? Why do you keep picking the same numbers over and over? Yumin replied confidently. You ask why? Because these are the winning numbers. The two brothers sat nervously in front of the screen, waiting for the results of the 1049th lottery drawing. The announcer's voice rang out. We will now begin today's drawing. Yugun panicked, his voice trembling. We're screwed. We just wasted 100,000 won. The results slowly began to be revealed. Yugun was full of regret, almost in despair. We could have bought so much better food with that money. Yumin, in contrast, remained perfectly calm. His gaze didn't waver for a second. Can you please stop biting your nails? The numbers appeared, and the tension in Gun's face gradually eased. His expression shifted from shock to utter disbelief. The first lucky number is 3. The second lucky number is 18. The third lucky number is 9. The fourth lucky number is 38. The fifth lucky number is 21. And the bonus number is 5. The announcer summarized one more time. The winning numbers for the 1049th lottery are 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and the bonus number is 5. Yugun couldn't believe his eyes, his voice cracking. This is insane. We won first prize. He shot up from his seat, tears of joy streaming down his face. Pinch me. Seeing his brother so emotional, Yumin felt a little awkward, but he maintained his calm composure. Do it yourself. Yugun was still in disbelief, as if afraid this was all just a dream. This is real, right? It's not a dream? Yumin teased. Would you rather it be a dream? Yugun shook his head frantically. No, of course not. Yumin reassured him in a calm, deep voice. Don't worry, it's not a dream. But Yugun asked again, as if needing one more confirmation. It's not a dream, right? Yumin chuckled softly. I told you it wasn't. Overjoyed, Yugun jumped to his feet and screamed. We won the lottery. Yumin lowered his voice to remind him. The neighbors will hear you. He asked gently. Are you that happy? Yugun was ecstatic, his eyes shining. Of course. Aren't you happy? Yumin just nodded. But inside, he thought to himself, of course I am. But I've been through this feeling too many times. He remembered his past life. The first time he won the lottery, he had also screamed with joy. But after so many regressions, it had just become routine. Yumin knew that with over 900 million people dead, the world economy was in a recession. The items traded between players would become more valuable than ever, and you needed money to acquire any of them. I have to make money quickly after every regression, Yugun said curiously. I can't believe we actually won the lottery. I wonder how much it's worth. Yumin gave a vague answer. Who knows? But in his heart, he knew it was an amount large enough to shake the entire world. The scene changes to a Nonghyup bank. Yumin walked in, his eyes full of confidence, without a hint of worry. I've won the lottery countless times. There's nothing to be nervous about anymore. He went to the reception desk. I'm here to claim a winning ticket. The receptionist smiled. Oh, is that so? Congratulations, sir. But in his head, he was skeptical. He won the lottery? He looks like a student. He asked, "Could you tell me where you bought the ticket?" Yu Min answered curtly. "Suseo, 24, Yui Branch." The receptionist was startled, thinking to himself, "What?" He recalled a conversation with his colleague. "Did you hear? There were 115 winning tickets this time." "What? 115? That many?" "Yeah, it's insane. But the craziest part is that all 100 tickets came from the same place. Don't tell me one person bought them all. Whatever. If anyone says they bought a ticket from the Yui branch, call the chairman immediately. They're a VIP. Diêu Min interrupted his train of thought. "Excuse me." The receptionist hurried. "I'm sorry, but could you please wait just a moment?" Diêu Min nodded. "All right." A moment later, an elegant-looking man in his 40s approached. "Thank you for waiting. I am Gonzun Go, the chairman of Nongyup Bank." Diêu Min also introduced himself briefly. The chairman smiled. "So you're the lottery winner. Congratulations." Diêu Min replied, "Thank you." The chairman suggested, "Why don't we go somewhere a bit more private? Please, follow me." He led him to the lottery business office. The receptionist saw the chairman and quickly stood up to greet him. She wondered to herself, "Who's that next to the chairman? Is that his son?" The chairman introduced him. "He is a VIP guest here to claim his prize. Please make sure he is as comfortable as possible." The receptionist was taken aback. "A VIP? He's the one who won with 100 tickets," the chairman said politely. "Now, feel free to look around." Diêu Min replied, "Yes, thank you, sir." The receptionist calmed herself down. "I have to stay calm." She began to serve him. "Welcome, sir. Please have a seat here. Would you like anything to drink? We have coffee, tea, and juice." Diêu Min cut her off. "I'm fine. More importantly, I'd like to claim my prize." The receptionist was a bit flustered but remained professional. "Ah, I see. First, I'll need to verify the winning tickets, sir." Diêu Min handed over a thick stack of lottery tickets. The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. He bought them all, with the same number. Did he see the future, or something? After a moment of checking, she announced, "I've completed the verification. All of them are valid first prize winners." Diêu Min asked directly, "So, how much will I receive?" She broke into a sweat as she calculated. "Yes, sir. The prize money is approximately 22.5 billion gold, but the taxes are quite heavy. After taxes, it will be around 15 billion. Everything happened quickly. After receiving his prize, Diêu Min had already planned his strategy. First, I'll find a new place to live, and tonight, I'll open a trading account. Bitcoin is going to increase by 500% next month, so I'll invest in that. Arriving at the new apartment, Diêu Min asked Gun, "What do you think of the new place? Do you like it?" Diêu Gun was thrilled. "Of course, it's amazing, big brother. I've never seen a house this big and beautiful. I have to take a picture." Diêu Min continued, "This is the best place we could move into right away. The security is good too." Diêu Gun asked, puzzled, "But big brother, why are you paying rent? With that much money, we should just buy it." Diêu Min stunned his younger brother. "I don't have much money left. I've already invested over 14 billion in Bitcoin." Diêu Gun's eyes widened. "You what?" Diêu Min said nonchalantly, "I know what you're going to say, but I didn't do anything brainless. I can always make more money from the lottery. I already dreamed of 4 more numbers." The gullible Gun looked at him with admiration. "Big brother, I've only heard rumors about people who dream of winning numbers. You remember them all, right? Don't forget them." Diêu Min chuckled lightly. "I won't forget. Don't worry." He thought to himself, "There's no way I'd forget, not after doing this countless times." He changed the subject. "Let's go get dinner. Get ready to go out." Diêu Gun asked curiously, "Where are we going out to eat, big brother?" Diêu Min replied, "Didn't I tell you? We're moving today." The scene shifts to Dong Min, punching a wall, looking at his fist with excitement. "I knew it was the right call to put all my stats into strength." He kept punching, thinking, "I still have the ancient rune of strength, which can double my power. I really lucked out with that random rune." Looking at the cracks in the wall, Dong Min gloated. "I bet even Taurus would be jealous of this punch." He grinned like a psychopathic killer. "That's enough testing. Why not try it out in a real fight?" In the neighborhood, the sound of furious banging on a door shattered the morning silence. Dong Min stood in front of an apartment, repeatedly slamming his fist against the door. He roared angrily, "Diêu Min!" He paused for a moment, clenching his fist until the knuckles cracked, and muttered, "That bastard can't be dead yet." "But he's not picking up his phone." Dong Min scowled, his eyes blazing with fury, his face a mask of murderous intent. "Diêu Min, you arrogant bastard, you think I'm just going to let you go?" He ground his teeth, remembering Diêu Min's contemptuous gaze. "After you looked at me like that, I'm going to kill you." He continued to pound on the door with one hand as if to break it down, while his other hand gripped the handle, trying to force it open. "Even though we're both players, a loser is still a loser. I have to teach you a lesson. As he banged on the door, he wondered, that bastard is obviously hiding inside, so why won't he come out? Suddenly, Dongmin froze. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes. He deliberately said aloud, I guess the bastard isn't home. Oh well, no choice but to leave. He pressed his ear against the door and whispered tauntingly, Diêu Min, just try breathing. I'll smash this door to pieces. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, student. A bald-headed man with a stern look approached him. What are you doing in front of someone else's door? Dongmin retorted arrogantly. What's it to you? Are you the landlord or something? The man calmly adjusted his glasses. I am the landlord. Dongmin was stunned. Huh? The man asked again. And what are you doing? Are you here to see a friend? Dongmin stammered, trying to cover it up. Excuse me, sir. Could you open the door for me? I can't get in touch with my friend. The landlord sighed. Oh dear, it looks like your friend left you behind. Dongmin was stunned. The man explained that the room was now empty. The student who used to live there had moved out. Dongmin couldn't stay calm and bombarded him with questions. What? Since when? Where did he go? The landlord replied, He just moved out today. I don't know where to. Dongmin clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. That bastard. He ran off without a single word. Elsewhere, Yugun stood before a luxurious skyscraper, his eyes wide as he gazed at the magnificent architecture. He marveled, Whoa, it's my first time in a place like this. Everything was overwhelming. When he walked in, he was surprised to even see a revolving door. Watching Yu Min check in with a key card, Gun was even more astonished, his jaw dropping. They even have access cards. As the security guard confirmed Min's identity, he thought in admiration, there's even a security guard. He turned to his brother excitedly. Hyung, this place is amazing. Yu Min led him to the 43rd floor, his voice low. Let's go. Yu-gun quickly replied, Okay. The space was vast, with modern furniture glittering under the lights. Yu-gun asked curiously, Just how big is this place? Yu Min replied, About 330 square meters. Yu-gun's jaw dropped. 330, he wondered. It's just the two of us. Isn't this a bit too big? Yu Min smirked confidently. We have a lot of money now. A place this big should be the bare minimum. Yu-gun asked again. How much was the contract? Yu Min calculated. The deposit is 500 million, and the monthly rent is 22 million. Hearing that, Yu-gun's head spun. 22 million for rent? Fast? Every month? He remembered how, just a few days ago, he was worried if spending 5,001 at a convenience store was too wasteful. He started to get anxious. Hyung, I think this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better to move to a cheaper house? Yu Min calmly looked around the apartment and nodded. Look here. He turned to him, his voice firm. Gun, we need to spend at least this much. The more expensive it is, the better the security, he explained, his eyes serious. On the first day of every month, all players fall into a deep sleep. That's when we're most vulnerable to natural disasters like fires or earthquakes, or even assassins hired by other players. We have to be in the safest place possible. An image of Yu Min appeared, his expression cold and emotionless. No matter how skilled you are in that other world, it's all over if you die in the real world. Min asked Gun, Don't you like this house? Yu-gun replied, The house is amazing, but why do you ask? Yu Min didn't answer, just smiled. Good, I'm glad you like it. Yu-gun was surprised, not understanding his brother's intention. He turned away, his face tinged with sadness and worry. I'm sorry. Yu Min looked at him, a questioning expression on his face. What's wrong? Yu-gun blamed himself, his voice heavy with guilt. Next month, you'll be dragged into another world to fight again. But I'm just sitting here, enjoying everything, as if nothing's wrong. I'm so useless. I'm sorry. Yu Min patted his younger brother's shoulder reassuringly. Why are you being so gloomy? Don't you think I'll win the next round? Yu-gun hesitated. Well, Yu Min quickly brushed it off. Don't think about it anymore. Let's go get something to eat. I heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor is really good. Yu-gun nodded. Okay. Suddenly, Yu Min's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and smirked when he saw Dong Min was calling. He knows I've moved. Just ignore him. Yu Min put the phone in his pocket, thinking to himself that he didn't plan on seeing him in the real world anymore. But who knows? They might meet in the other world. A day after moving in, Yu Min woke up, yawned, and walked out of his room to see Yu-gun already dressed and holding a bag, ready to go out. He asked, Gun, where are you going? Yu-gun looked at him, surprised. Oh, you're awake? I ordered some rice cakes, so I was about to go pick them up. Yu Min was puzzled. Rice cakes? He pondered. Rice cakes. I don't think this ever happened before. Regressing to the past doesn't guarantee everything will be the same, but this is the first time he's gone out to buy rice cakes, isn't it? He asked, "Why did you buy rice cakes?" Yu-gun explained, his voice full of excitement. "Since we just moved in, we have to give some to our neighbors." "That's the polite thing to do, right?" Yu-min nodded, thinking to himself, becoming a good neighbor isn't so bad. "That's a great idea. That's my little brother for you," he suggested. "Shouldn't we go greet them together? Let me get changed. Wait a minute." Suddenly, the doorbell rang through the intercom, and Gun's enthusiastic voice came through. "Hello, we just moved in next door. We came to say hello." A woman opened the door, smiling. "Oh, hello." She looked at the two brothers and commented, "You two look so much alike. Are you brothers?" Yu-gun was friendly. "Yes, we are." He offered the rice cakes. "We brought some rice cakes for you. They're best when they're still warm," the woman said affectionately. "Oh my, thank you so much. I'll enjoy them." Yu-min bowed politely. "Thank you, ma'am. We'll see you around." They continued on to the other apartments. Yu-min introduced them. "We just moved into Unit 4302 yesterday." Yu-gun presented the rice cakes with a bright smile. "Here are some rice cakes." Yu-min greeted them. "It's nice to meet you. We look forward to being your neighbors." When they gave the rice cakes to one family, the neighbor smiled. "We'll enjoy these. Thank you." A mother prompted her son. "Say thank you." The little boy bowed politely to Yu-min. "Thank you, Hyung." The two brothers continued their greetings. By the last house, Yu-gun was exhausted, but still encouraging. "Hyung, just one more house to go. Let's finish up." Yu-min was cheerful. "Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's head home after this." On their way to the last house, Diêu Min said, "Hey Gun, did you know? There's a penthouse on this floor. They bought out the entire 44th and 45th floors." Diêu Gun was in awe. "So they're super rich, right?" Diêu Min sounded unsure. "I don't know for sure, but they must be someone wealthy or famous." They rang the doorbell, but after a moment, there was no answer. Diêu Gun wondered, "Huh? Maybe they're not home?" He rang the bell again, but still nothing. He turned to Diêu Min. "Looks like no one's home." As he spoke, something caught both of their eyes. Diêu Gun turned his head, his eyes wide with shock. Before them stood a beautiful girl with blonde hair. Dressed in designer clothes, she stepped out of the elevator. It was the actress, S.Ain. The girl looked towards the two brothers, with a surprised expression. Diêu Gun couldn't help but blurt out, "She's so beautiful. Like an angel." Suddenly, an arm blocked their path. Sang-chun stepped forward, questioning them sternly. "Who are you people? Fans?" Diêu Gun was flustered, unsure how to respond, but Diêu Min answered calmly. "Huh? We live on the floor below." Diêu Gun stepped forward and offered the rice cakes, stunning Sang-chun. "You live downstairs? I thought you were someone else." Diêu Gun quickly offered, "Please, try some of our rice cakes." Sang-chun coldly refused. "She doesn't need them. Besides, she doesn't eat things like that." The two brothers felt awkward. Sang-chun swiped a key card and invited the girl inside. "Please, go in." She replied with an "oh" and walked in, not forgetting to glance back at the two brothers. Diêu Min was annoyed by Sang-chun's attitude. "Who does that guy think he is, being so rude?" he told Diêu Gun. "Don't pay any attention to that jerk." Diêu Gun, who had been staring blankly, was startled. "Huh? It's okay." His eyes lit up with excitement. "Did you see her? She's gorgeous." Diêu Min was confused. "What?" Diêu Gun was shocked by his brother's question. "What do you mean, what? You just saw her too." Diêu Min still didn't get it. Diêu Gun grabbed his shoulders and yelled, "It's S.Ain, S.Ain." Diêu Min looked lost. Who's S.Ain? Meanwhile, on social media, the news was spreading like wildfire. The actor Kun Kook had died from heart paralysis. Fans wept at the shocking news. Kim Gon, Chow, and many other major actors were gone forever. A survey showed that only 58% of celebrities had survived. Another article reported that actor Kwang Min-yo was suffering from panic and anxiety disorders. This caused the filming of Urban Crime to be halted. In her living room, S.Ain read the news and sighed. What is happening to the world? Her face was tense with fear and anxiety. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Hong X. "Ain, did you see the news? Kun Kook is gone." She typed a reply. "Yeah." They texted back and forth, arranging to go to the actor's funeral. "Are you going to the wake tomorrow?" "Of course. He took care of us so much." "Then let's go together." "Okay." Ain put her phone down, her heart pounding. She couldn't believe that someone even more successful than her had died in the very first round. She was terrified. If she hadn't gotten a good rune, her name would have been in the headlines too. She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. "I've grown so much stronger. I really thought there'd be an article about me. I can't believe it." she thought back. Without the company's sponsorship, could I have ever gotten this strong? Even this penthouse was bought by the company. Sang-chun walked over and asked, "What are you thinking about? Ain, are you hiding something?" "It's nothing." He sat down calmly. "It's all right. You can tell me anything." Ain let her guard down and confessed, "I was just wondering why the world has become like this. How am I supposed to survive the next round?" Sang-chun spoke gently. "Don't worry, I'm here. What do you have to be afraid of?" He turned his face away and reminded her, "You're worrying too much. Just trust me and get some rest." Ain smiled. "Of course, who else can I trust?" She reflected that when the company assigned him as her assistant and bodyguard, she had been very wary, feeling like they just wanted to keep an eye on her. She remembered fighting alongside Sang-chun. If it weren't for him, she would have died in the first round. Sang-chun comforted her. "I will protect you at all costs, so don't worry." Ain felt more at ease. Thank you so much." She changed the subject. "They brought me rice cakes. They must have just moved in. They looked pretty good too." Sang-chun was serious. "If you eat that, you'll gain weight again." Ain defended them. "They went through the trouble of coming to greet us. They must be sad." Sang-chun dismissed it. "Just ignore it. It was just a greeting." He thought to himself suspiciously, "They just want to use her. If she agrees once, they'll bother her forever." Ain recalled what the two brothers looked like. They didn't seem like bad people. She guessed, "Our neighbors are over 15 years old. They must have killed 100 goblins to survive, right?" Sang-chun answered dismissively. "Yeah, probably." Ain marveled. How interesting, that people who've been through such a dangerous situation can act like nothing happened. Sang-chun said smugly, "You think killing 100 goblins is hard for them? Only idiots would lose to those things." Ain didn't like his attitude, thinking to herself, "That's only because your skills from the other world are so outstanding." She remembered the brave young man from the first round. Compared to him, Sang-chun wasn't nearly as skilled. Black Dog. He almost made me feel sorry for the goblins. She was curious about Black Dog's true identity. He must have a job in the real world too. I wonder what he does. She calculated that she could survive the second round if she teamed up with someone skilled. She hugged her arms, remembering the first round. Surviving was just luck. Will I be able to survive the next time? Tuesday, November 31st. Morning at the two brothers' house. The sound of a vacuum cleaner echoed. Dio Gun was vacuuming when he heard a noise and looked towards the door. Diêu Min walked in. "Hey, you're back." Dio Gun was overjoyed. "You're home." He stopped the vacuum and asked, "Did you make any money?" Diêu Min replied while tapping on his phone. "Yeah, I didn't make that much this time. Probably around 15 billion won. Last time, it was 17 billion. Dio Gun was stunned. "Are you kidding me? Didn't the bank say anything? This is the fourth time you've won." Diêu Min was nonchalant, recalling his time at the bank. The bank employee was astonished. "You're back again?" he asked. "What's your secret?" Diêu Min answered as he always did. "I told you last time. I had a prophetic dream." The man was impressed, with a hint of jealousy. "That's incredible. I wish I had prophetic dreams too." Dio Gun, speechless at his brother's story, changed the subject. "Tsk, whatever. Are you planning to dump all that money into Bitcoin again?" Diêu Min said confidently. "Yep. It's already grown to 150 billion won." Dio Gun was worried. "Bro, shouldn't we cash out now? I'm scared we're going to lose everything." Diêu Min refused. "Not yet." He reassured him, "Don't worry so much. I'll handle everything." He suggested they go get something to eat. The two brothers went to a Western restaurant for dinner. Night fell, and they returned home after shopping. On the night of Tuesday, November 31st, at 5:55 p.m., Diêu Min was in his bedroom, ready to fall into a deep sleep. Dio Gun sat beside him, watching over him and holding his brother's hand, his eyes filled with fear. "Bro, you have to survive and come back, okay?" Diêu Min soothed him. "You saw me crush that Tae-gil guy, right?" But Dio Gun still wasn't at ease. Diêu Min affectionately patted his brother's head. "Don't worry, just go to sleep. When you open your eyes, I'll wake up with you." Following a golden stream of light, Diêu Min entered another world, appearing in a combat suit. Around him, other players materialized in a forest, under a gloomy sky. They panicked. "We're back again? This soon?" A woman held her head in fear. "We're here again." Another person looked around. "Where are we? This doesn't look like round one." Another woman turned her head in shock. "Huh? That guy." All eyes turned to Diêu Min, known as the Black Dog, the number one player from the previous round. They whispered, "He's the one who massacred the goblins, right? Number one, the Black Dog?" Diêu Min started walking. He noticed everyone's fearful gazes, the way they didn't dare to come near. It seemed they recognized him. He looked at the crowd. "Looks like everyone's gathered. When is it going to appear?" His red eyes turned sharp as an angel appeared. A sparkling halo surrounded it. Everyone was shocked. Right. What happened? The angel announced. The angel in charge of round 1 has met with an accident and will no longer be appearing. The people were surprised. An accident? The angel calmed them. Do not panic. Humans. The angel gave a sinister smile. I will be your devoted guide from now on. It looked down and declared, since you are all here, shall we announce the mission for round 2? As it spoke, a system window appeared in front of every player. Everyone read the announcement intently. The screen displayed, Round 2, Main Mission. Select a regional representative within 3 hours. Entire region. Participants, 900,514,645. Completed, 900,514,645. Current region, ESK 45. Participants, 5,143. Completed, 5,143. Someone exclaimed in shock. What the hell is, select a regional representative? Another person put a hand on their hip, rubbing their chin. I guess they'll ask us to fight some monsters. Before he could finish, the person next to him pointed at the board in a panic. Wait, look at the completed section. The other person was stunned. Does this mean everyone can survive this time? The angel's lips curled into a smile, its eyes sparkling with amusement. You all look so confused. Allow me to explain. It pointed a finger, its voice melodic. You see, this trial has nothing to do with fighting. You just need to choose a representative, and you're done. The angel crossed its arms and continued. The regional representative has the authority to command others. If they tell someone to give up, that person must give up. If they order someone to die, that person will lose their life. It laughed with delight. Isn't such power wonderful? The crowd below fell silent in thought. A tattooed man frowned, his expression filled with contempt. The angel looked down and reminded them, in 3 hours, you will all receive a ballot. On the ballot, simply write the name of the person you want to elect as the regional representative. Someone raised their hand, skeptical. Is that all? Are there no other rules? The angel smirked. That's right. Just vote, and the mission is complete. Then you can go home. Think of it as a short break. The crowd erupted in an uproar. We just have to vote and we're done? We're saved. I don't have to fight anymore. This is way too easy compared to the last round. Diêu Min stood at the back, his expression thoughtful, not joining in the celebration. The angel was enveloped in a shimmering light. Before leaving, it spoke. Well then, for the next 3 hours, you all can discuss who will become the regional representative. Time remaining, 2 hours and 59 minutes. A girl smiled. So, we really just have to do that to survive? Piece of cake. And if you become the representative, you even get to hold power. Dong Min crossed his arms, gritting his teeth and cursing, damn it, all that preparation to fight was for nothing. The person next to him heard this and ran over to suck up. Dong Min, forget it. What's wrong with surviving by a vote? Dong Min was annoyed. He poured all his stats into strength but never got a chance to show it off. That's what I find so frustrating. Yao Min watched Dong Min's back from a distance. He thought to himself, if he's focusing on strength like that, does that mean the rune of strength will appear this time, too? He turned his head, his gaze sharp and cold. Huang Dongmin's rune and this entire situation were exactly as he remembered. Yao Min looked at the crowd, who were passionately debating who to choose as their representative, for 3 hours, but that didn't matter. He turned and entered the forest, sword in hand, his eyes as cold as ice. When there's a main quest, it means there will also be sub-quests. The sub-quest and hidden quest for the second round are to level up and obtain a class. Yao Min tightened his grip on his sword, thinking he had to reach level 10 as fast as possible. From behind, a hobgoblin approached. It held a bone club, its eyes filled with malice. Yao Min grinned provocatively. Come on. The hobgoblin growled and charged forward. Without hesitation, Yao Min dashed past it, his sword drawing a perfect arc, as blood splattered everywhere. The system announced, Hobgoblin defeated. Current kill count, 1 out of 100. Triple experience buff has been used. Experience increased by 9%. Gold increased by 15%. All stats increased by 1% due to the effect of the Butcher's rune. Yao Min continued to think. Going deep into the forest to hunt was the right decision. He gripped his blood-stained sword, predicting that, where there was one hobgoblin, there was a whole pack. Just as he predicted, countless hobgoblins emerged from the bushes, holding sharp swords with ferocious eyes. Yao Min smirked in satisfaction. Good. Yao Min's face was now covered in hobgoblin blood. He violently threw one aside as his sword pierced through another. The system chimed. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count, 50 out of 100. All stats increased by 50% due to the effect of the Butcher's rune. You have leveled up. Remaining discussion time. 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 24 seconds. Yao Min wiped the blood from his face, surprised. Only 30 minutes had passed. He called up his status window. The screen displayed, name, Yao Min, nickname, Black Dog, rank, novice, level, 9, class, none. Titles, Hidden Time Traveler, Hidden First to Kill an Angel, Stats, Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Agility 18, Luck 4, Stat Points 8. Yao Min looked at the panel and thought, level 9 already. He chose to upgrade Agility. In the early game, it was always best to choose Agility. If he had imprinted the Rune of Strength like Hoang Dong Min, increasing strength would be more effective, but putting everything into strength made it hard to survive. Agility increased to 24. No matter how strong you were, if you couldn't dodge a fatal blow, you were done for. The status window updated. Name, Yao Min. Nickname, Black Dog. Rank, novice. Level, 9. Class, none. Titles, Hidden Time Traveler. Hidden First to Kill an Angel. Stats, Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Agility 30, Luck 4. Stat Points, 0. Skills, Common Rune adds Agility, increasing attack speed. Movement and evasion rate. Luck increases critical hit rate, item drops, and gold. Yao Min glanced over it, thinking, no stat is useless. Remembering the scene of holding a spear, he swung it powerfully, his eyes sharp, especially against a Grim Reaper who used both physical and magical damage. Increasing stats evenly was the ideal way. He felt a gaze on him, and as he turned his head, a flash of killing intent appeared. Someone was watching him. He'd been so focused on hunting that he hadn't noticed. Yao Min pointed his bloody sword towards the hidden person and roared, I don't know who you are, but show yourself. If you don't state your intentions, you'll lose your life. The forest was dead silent. A person stepped out, the sound of crunching dry leaves breaking the silence. It was Ain. She raised her hands hesitantly. It's me. Yao Min wondered to himself. The actress Say Ain is following me? She spoke up. I'm sorry for following you. A man stepped out from behind her. Please forgive us. He gestured with a conciliatory tone. We have no ill intentions. I hope you won't be angry. Yao Min recognized An Sang Chun. He glared, thinking, isn't he Ma John Locke's right-hand man? In a mysterious blue space, Yao Min's train of thought was revealed. Ma John Locke, the eldest son of the country's largest corporation, nicknamed the Heavenly Demon, appeared with an aura of absolute authority. A giant black snake coiled in the darkness, signaling danger. Yao Min calculated that getting Ma John Locke on his side would be a great help, but his real goal was to recruit the priest associated with him in round 20. He looked at An Sang Chun and Say Ain. He wondered why An Sang Chun was with Say Ain. He recalled a rumor that Ma John Locke was sponsoring a celebrity. It must be her. Yao Min spoke. How long have you two been following me? Say Ain replied, her voice anxious. From the beginning, when you set off into the forest. I saw you and followed. I'm sorry if I bothered you. Yao Min was annoyed. Why were you following me? Say Ain was flustered. It wasn't for any bad reason. We just wanted to propose something. Yao Min frowned. A proposal? Say Ain clasped her hands and gave a forced smile. Yes, you ranked first in round 1, right? So, seeing Yao Min was about to lose his patience, she quickly continued. I was wondering if we could cooperate. Yao Min sneered. Cooperate? Isn't that a word you only use when both sides need each other? Say Ain crossed her arms and hesitated. That's right, Yao Min said coldly. But what do I need from you? I can fight just fine on my own. Don't waste my time. Go back. He turned to leave. I have no intention of teaming up with you two. Say Ain and Sang Chun silently watched Yao Min's retreating figure. Sang Chun was furious. What the hell is wrong with that bastard? How big can his ego be? Suddenly, Say Ain collapsed. Sang Chun panicked. Miss Ain, she gasped for breath and looked up. He's not number 1, for no reason. The pressure coming from him was intense. Sang Chun was confused. What pressure? It's only natural you'd be scared when he's glaring at you with a sword, as usual. Say Ain said dejectedly. I wanted to team up with the number 1 player, but this isn't how I expected it to go. Sang Trung nodded. I told you, a guy like him is too arrogant. He doesn't need allies. Say Ain agreed. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Looking at the goblins lying scattered around, Sang Trung said, let's not waste our time following someone like that. Say Ain stood up, dusting herself off. But I didn't know these kinds of monsters were in the forest. Should we spend the rest of our time hunting then? Sang Trung nodded. Not a bad idea, Say Ain said cheerfully. Let's go, my bodyguard. Deep in the quiet forest, a lone goblin was on the move. It looked around cautiously. Diêu Min lunged from behind, reaching out as he thought, I'm busy enough as it is. Why would I team up with anyone? He stabbed straight through the goblin. My top priority is leveling up, and going solo is the fastest way to gain experience. The monster collapsed to the ground. The system announced, you have defeated a goblin. Current kill count, 60 out of 100. All stats increased by 60% due to the effect of ancient language of the Slayer. From the bushes, 5 strange creatures emerged, holding weapons. Diêu Min's interest was piqued. 5 gnolls at once? Looks like I'm in luck. They charged forward, preparing to strike. Diêu Min tightened his grip on his sword. The blade flashed, and one by one, the 5 gnolls fell. The system chimed. You have defeated a gnoll. Current kill count, 65 out of 100. All stats increased by 60% due to the effect of ancient language of the Slayer. You have leveled up. You have reached level. Dansta, Diêu Min looked up, his gaze sharp. He had met the conditions for class advancement. Notifications flooded his message board. You have leveled up. You have reached level 10. You are now eligible for class advancement. You can now use the shop function. After all his hard work, Diêu Min was finally rewarded. He could at last advance his class. He looked at the rules on the message board. Round 2, side quest. Advance your class before the voting period. Obtain a class advancement item and receive a job. If successful, receive a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Diêu Min thought, anyone seeing a side quest for the first time is going to be confused. And just as he expected, the other players were in a panic. A class advancement item? Isn't just leveling up enough? Where do we get it? It doesn't even tell us what our class is. The notifications continued to pop up. Everyone knew getting a class was a good thing, but no one had a clue how to get the advancement item. The system displayed, class advancement items can only be obtained by completing special conditions. Warriors must raise their strength stat to at least 10 and kill 30 monsters within the time limit. Berserkers must hunt and spill blood. Assassins must successfully assassinate monsters multiple times. Each person must complete activities related to their potential class to receive the advancement item. Diêu Min recalled his past life. Back then, when I first fought those goblins, I got injured and had to hide behind a tree. Because I constantly hunted monsters while hiding in the forest, I ended up with the hunter class. But now, looking at the strange glowing item in his hand, he confirmed his choice. After learning about the Reaper class, I immediately chose this mysterious floating item. He commanded, use. The system displayed, you have used a class advancement item. Your class cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Do you wish to advance to the Reaper class? He touched it without hesitation. The strange item flared, enveloping Diêu Min in a brilliant red light. The system announced, you have advanced to the Reaper class. The notifications continued. Class advancement reward. Ancient language of the Reaper. Daytime effect. Weapon attack power is doubled. Nighttime effect. Attack speed is increased by 50%. When resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. The ancient language has been automatically imprinted onto the player's body. The system displayed the next advancement reward, Reaper's Scythe. Diêu Min was ecstatic. I've got the ancient language and the weapon. The notifications kept coming. You have received a 50% discount coupon for daily items for completing the side quest. Rank has increased from beginner to apprentice. He looked at his message board, at the status window. Name, Diêu Min. Nickname, Black Ball. Rank, Apprentice. Level 10. Class, Reaper. Titles, Hidden Time Traveler, First to Kill a Hidden Angel. Stats, Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Agility 31, Luck 4. Stat points, 6. The ancient language skill gave a bonus to agility. The system explained, players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster, level 99. Master, 60. Expert, 40. Adept, 20. Apprentice, 10. Beginner, 1. Increasing your rank provides bonuses and new skills. The system updated. You have learned the class skill, Mark of Death. Effect. Creates a mark, allowing the caster to see the target's remaining health. The target takes 100% additional damage when attacked. Only affects a single target, but can be enhanced with higher level items. Reaper's Scythe. Type. Rare weapon. Attack. 25. Effect. +1 attack for each swing, stacking up to a maximum of +5. Durability, 200 out of 225. Requirement, apprentice or higher. Description, a giant scythe said to be wielded by the Reaper himself, difficult for a beginner to handle. Diêu Min stood proudly amidst the piles of dead monsters, thinking, if you don't advance your class, you'll be a beginner forever. Advancing quickly is the best way to go. The system announced, you are the first player to advance your class. Reward, random gold pouch. Diêu Min mused, being the first to advance my class. That was expected. The system continued, you have learned the neutral skill, track, effect, detects the location of a desired target, but their face and nickname must match. Cost, 20 gold. Diêu Min grinned, looking at his skill panel. 20 gold. I have to try this, right? He activated track. The system displayed, face, Huang Dong Min. Name, match confirmed. Tracking target's location. Huang Dong Min has been located 190 meters away. Following the tracking arrow, Yumin checked the distance, 190 meters. So, he went into the forest too? He mused, resting his chin on his hand. The distance had closed from 2 kilometers to just 190 meters. Should I sneak up on them? Elsewhere, Ain and Sangchun were fleeing through the forest. Gasping for air, Ain finally collapsed, clutching her knees and panting heavily. I can't run anymore. Sangchun urged her on. We have to keep going. If they catch us. He anxiously helped her up. You have to push through the pain. Ain trembled. I'm sorry. The arrow wound stings so badly. Sangchun explained through gritted teeth. It's just a theory, but even if you get hurt in here, your real body will be fine. If you survive, you get to go home. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Ain struggled to her feet. Okay, I'll try. Suddenly, a voice rang out. And where do you think you're running to with an injury like that? Ain and Sangchun spun around in terror. It was Dongmin, leading his cronies with a contemptuous smirk. Guess that didn't hurt enough, huh? Sangchun cursed under his breath. Damn it. He shot a glare at Ain. This damn girl is slowing us down. Now, we're both caught. Sangchun reluctantly drew his dagger. Guess there's no choice but to fight. Dongmin whistled mockingly. Oh ho? He tilted his head arrogantly. You really want to take us on, old man? He gestured to his 3 goons. One had a bow drawn, 2 held daggers, and they all grinned smugly. Open your damn eyes. You think you can take all of us? Sangchun shouted. Why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? Dongmin thought for a second before laughing arrogantly. Oh, asterisk, you times didn't do anything. Sangchun stammered. Then why attack us out of nowhere? Dongmin replied. It's just, I want something. He paused dramatically. What? Sangchun demanded. Dongmin pointed a finger at the stunned Ain. The girl you're with. He smirked. We're both guys here. I've got no business with you. One of his goons piped up. Is that chick really Ain? Another one looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you blind? You can tell it's Ain just by looking at her face. The third one chimed in. Or it could be someone just copying her looks. Hearing their disgusting comments, the color drained from Ain's face. Dongmin then made an offer. If you leave Ain here, I'll let you walk away. What do you say? Sangchun's mind raced. Asterisk. If their target is just Ain. Asterisk. Asterisk. You should have just said so from the start. I would have ditched her ages ago. Asterisk. He glanced at Ain, annoyed. Asterisk. I'm not planning on dying for this chick. Asterisk. Asterisk. But, if I fail to protect Ain, Director Ma Onglak will be furious. Asterisk. Sangchun braced for a fight. Dongmin looked surprised for a second, then laughed scornfully. Huh? What's this? You're actually gonna fight? Sangchun tried to intimidate them. Do you realize what you're doing is a crime? Dongmin couldn't believe his ears. A crime? They all burst out laughing like a bunch of punks. Dongmin's voice dripped with sarcasm. Go ahead, try and do something. But what proof will you have? For all you know, this isn't even my real face. Sangchun fumed internally. Asterisk. He's right, damn it. Words aren't going to make them back down. I have to fight. Asterisk. Just then, his eyes darted to a nearby tree in surprise. Dongmin turned to follow his gaze. Perched on a high branch was Yumin, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. He dropped down and asked, What's going on here? Dongmin, trying to act tough, shot back. Hey pal, why don't you mind your own business? Yumin's reply was ice cold. I asked a question. I expect an answer. What's going on? Sangchun immediately explained. Those bastards are after Ain. They ambushed us. If you help us, I'll be forever in your debt. A murderous aura flared around Yumin as he stared at Dongmin. Is what he said true? Dongmin played dumb. And so what if it is? He sneered, trying to sound intimidating. This has nothing to do with you. A red aura flared to life around Yumin. Sangchun was shocked. Asterisk. What does he mean? Asterisk. Yumin stated coldly. I happen to know these two. Dongmin started to panic. What the hell do you think you're doing? The red aura pulsed around Yumin, radiating an overwhelming pressure. I'm not going to let you hurt them. Dongmin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Meanwhile, Ain and Sungchun looked on with relief, as if their savior had just appeared. Yumin, thank you. Yumin clicked his tongue. Asterisk, Tisk, this actually works out in my favor. Asterisk. He glanced over at Sangchun, his mind already calculating. Asterisk, if I help them, I'll make a good impression on Ma Onglak. Having a corporation of that size owe me a favor means the rewards will be huge. Asterisk. Asterisk. The payback will be enormous. Asterisk, Yumin glared at Dongmin and his crew. Asterisk. Besides, I can't stand scumbags like them anyway. Asterisk. They started backing away in fear, yelling, Yumin, what the hell do you think you're doing? You bastard, back off. I'll kill you if you get any closer. But his face remained like a sheet of ice, completely ignoring their empty threats. He taunted them, his voice dripping with condescension. What's the matter? You don't want to fight me anymore? Dongmin shot him a furious glare. Asterisk. Damn it, what is he talking about? Asterisk. Dongmin thought. Asterisk. This guy tore through a horde of goblins in a flash. He's the #1 ranker. Asterisk. Asterisk. If I were him, would I want to fight a monster like that? Hell no. Asterisk. Suddenly, he flinched. Yumin spoke plainly to the group. If you don't want to fight, just say it. Dongmin asked cautiously. If I tell you the truth, will you let us go? Yumin crossed his arms, a smug look on his face. I might consider it. If you get on your knees and beg me to spare you. Dongmin froze, finally understanding Yumin's true intention. So, you're telling me to humiliate myself? He glanced at his cronies, his pride on the line. Asterisk. With my friends watching. And right in front of Ain? Asterisk. Dongmin let out a bitter laugh as he glared at Yumin. Asterisk. I really don't want to fight this guy if I can help it. Asterisk. But you've really pissed me off now. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait a minute. The last time I went to Yeomin's house, wasn't I strong enough to shatter a wall with my bare hands? If I'm lucky, I might even be able to take him down in one punch. Dongmin smirked contemptuously. He clenched his fist in front of his chest, arrogantly threatening Yeomin. You've crossed the line, you bastard. He rolled his shoulders and challenged Yeomin. What do you want me to do? Kneel and beg? Are you asking to die? Dongmin gleefully imagined landing a punch right on Yeomin's face. Yeah, I'll just get close like this and punch him straight in the face. Even he won't survive that. A normal person can't take a punch that can break a wall, right? Yeomin used his power to make the scythe disappear. Dongmin asked in surprise, You, what are you doing? You're tossing your weapon aside? He said, taunting Dongmin. If you fight me bare-handed while I have a weapon, it'd be a little unfair, wouldn't it? Winning that easily would be boring. Hearing this, Dongmin felt his ego take a direct hit. He seethed, You're one ridiculous bastard. Yeomin immediately charged forward, stunning Dongmin. Like a bolt of lightning, Yeomin rushed to attack, and in that instant, Dongmin also threw a punch toward him. You stupid son of a bitch, you threw your weapon away and left your head wide open like that? He aimed his fist at Yeomin's head. Die. But in a flash, Yeomin was gone. He had dodged the punch with lightning speed. He kneed Dongmin right in the stomach, causing him immense pain. The blow was so devastating, it sent Dongmin flying 100 meters away. Dongmin writhed on his knees on the ground, groaning, Ugh, you bastard. He looked up at Yeomin. Yeomin said contemptuously, Stop with the cursing. He kicked Dongmin again as he spoke. It's disgusting to listen to. Dongmin could only cry out, Ugh. Terrified, he scrambled backward. Arr. Yeomin grabbed Dongmin by the collar and lifted him up. He relentlessly punched Dongmin in the face without a shred of mercy. The pain was excruciating for Dongmin. This isn't a punch. Ugh. It feels like I'm getting smashed in the face with a hammer. He looked at Yeomin as if he were looking at a cold-blooded demon. Is this bastard as strong as me? He doesn't have the ancient power like I do. He couldn't believe it. How is he so strong? With his blood-red eyes, Yeomin looked cold, but also incredibly badass. Dongmin's friends quickly raised their bows, wanting to shoot Yeomin. Shoot that bastard. An arrow flew straight towards him. Seeing this, Seoin screamed, Yeomin, dodge! He immediately leaned to his left. After missing, Dongmin's friend cursed again. You son of a bitch, die. In a split second, Yeomin turned and rushed toward him. It was as if he had Sonic the Hedgehog's super speed. He closed the distance in a flash. He looked down on the friend and provoked him. You must have just gotten lucky hunting monsters to get that bow, huh? The guy's face went pale as he looked at Yeomin. Ugh. Excited, Yeomin used his ancient power to summon his scythe and swung it at the friend. Unlucky for you, he swung the glowing red scythe. You ran into me. He slashed the friend's arm. The guy collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, "My arm!" The others, though terrified, still tried to raise their weapons and act tough toward Yeomin. "You bastard! You think you can mess with us and just walk away?" The bald friend recklessly charged at Yeomin. "Die, you son of a bitch!" Yeomin smirked and said to him, "You think so?" He chanted the spell, Annihilation, and a red symbol appeared on the friend's back. Yeomin gripped his scythe, gathering his ancient power. He raised the scythe. Yeomin stood firm, swinging the scythe with immense force. Before the guy could even attack, his legs took the full force of Yeomin's slash. With his legs severed, he let out a horrifying scream, causing his teammates to panic. The remaining guy's face was ashen, his legs trembling. Before he could even process what happened, Yeomin rushed him like a whirlwind. He appeared right beside him, his voice cold and taunting, daring to attack me with a weapon. "You must have some guts." "Huh?" The man panicked, screaming in pain as his arm was chopped off. Yeomin turned to look at his fallen enemies and thought to himself, Annihilation truly lives up to its name. Double damage, and it tears through armor in a single hit. Watching them writhe in pain before him was so satisfying. Too easy, but he grew pensive. It can't end like this. Yeomin gripped his death scythe, his eyes sharp and cold. "I have to carve fear so deep into them that they'll never dare to come near me again." The one whose legs were cut off groaned, trembling as he tried to hold on. The long-haired one, his face pale, begged in desperation. "Please, stop. I'm going to die. Spare me." Yeomin swung his scythe, sending the man into a state of absolute terror. He said coldly, "Hardly. You just coughed up a little blood. You're not dying yet." After that was done, Yeomin let out a sigh of relief. But then he realized something. He turned his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Dongmin, who was trying to hide. Hiding is useless. The scythe was raised high. Yeomin declared there would be no exceptions. The slash was like the wind, severing Dongmin's right arm. He screamed his lungs out. Yeomin's face was like ice. "Stop crying, like a baby." He didn't stop there, chopping off the remaining arm. "This is nothing." Yeomin thought back to the despicable faces of those who used to bully him. Compared to the pain they caused me, this is nothing at all. Is this even worth it? Se-ein and Sang-chun stood by, worried by Jumin's cruelty. Sang-chun was horrified as he cut off both of his opponent's hands, without mercy. Even though they'd lost the will to fight, some might call it cruel, but I actually like that cold-headedness, he said in a stern voice. "That's Hakkao." He turned to Dongmin and yelled, "You dare defy the guildmaster?" Jumin suddenly turned back. In a calm voice, he asked, "Are you two all right?" Sang-chun came to his senses. "Yes, thanks to you." Jumin pointed towards the group of enemies. "You don't need to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're all crippled. It's best we go and vote." Se-ein bowed her head, her voice trembling. "Thank you so much for helping us." Sang-chun also said, "Thank you." Hakkao. Se-ein was still hesitant. Aren't they going to die soon? She was surprised by Jumin's indifferent attitude. So what if they do? They're not even as good as animals. Jumin glanced at Se-ein's disbelieving expression, thinking to himself, asterisk, she's too soft. Why care about the lives of these scumbags? Asterisk, asterisk, acting like she's some kind of saint. Probably has to maintain her celebrity image. Asterisk. His thoughts were cut off by Sang-chun's voice. Mr. Hakkao. He raised his hand a bit timidly. "May I ask you something?" "I hope you don't mind," Jumin replied. "What is it?" Sang-chun wondered. "Why did you spare them? In this world, killing them wouldn't be a big deal." Hearing this, Dongmin's eyes went blank, filled with absolute terror. Jumin calmly said, "The reason?" Internally, he praised the man, asterisk, truly the Demon King's right-hand man, asterisk. Looking at their terrified faces, as if they were facing death itself, he answered, "It's simple. There's no benefit to killing them." Sang-chun was skeptical. "No benefit?" "Yeah." Jumin glanced at the enemies, while Sang-chun worried. Leaving them like this could cause trouble later. Anyway, seeing them lying on the ground in fear, Jumin was indifferent. "Trouble?" he scoffed. "What can they possibly do?" Then he got serious. Besides, reducing the population isn't good. If the number of successful participants decreases, the number of shelters for those who clear the stage also decreases. Sang-chun suddenly understood and nodded. Ah, he thought, he's right. Asterisk. If the number of successful people decreases, the shelters will also become fewer. He even calculated these aspects. His understanding of the game is on a whole different level. Truly impressive. Asterisk. Sang-chun sighed and followed Jumin's lead. I understand. We'll stop paying attention to this trash. Jumin turned around. Well then, I'm leaving. Sang Chun quickly stopped him. Wait, Mr. Hakko, he said hastily. If you give me your account number, I'll send you a reward in the real world later. Jumin paid him no mind and turned his back. Don't bother. Se-ein and Sang Chun watched him go. As Jumin's figure faded into the distance, Sang Chun marveled to himself. Asterisk, helping someone without asking for a reward. Asterisk, his face was full of surprise. Asterisk, I'll report this to the guildmaster immediately. Asterisk, Dongmin's painful groans drew Sang Chun's attention. Although he wanted to kill them, he held back, thinking as Hakao said, asterisk, there's no benefit in killing them. Asterisk, Dongmin bit his lip, unwilling to accept his fate. Sang Chun spat at him. You bastards, he called out. Let's go, Se-ein. She replied. Got it. Elsewhere, the sounds of arguments rang out. Please, give me all your votes. Vote for me. If I become the area representative, I'll do a good job. Many people had gathered, and one person was vying for the position. Not him, I'm confident I can do better. The two argued aggressively, about to fight. The smaller guy grabbed the other's shirt. Huh? You? This fat pig. The fat guy got angry. What did you say? What did you just call me? Someone tried to mediate. Don't fight. Even if we team up, we're still weak. What's the point of fighting? Another person agreed. That's right. Yet another guy jumped in to compete. You're too easily provoked. You don't deserve to be the representative. Let me do it. Another one cut in, raising his hand. Wait. He pointed to himself confidently. My father is a member of the National Assembly. Doesn't that make me more suitable? The crowd pointed and murmured suspiciously. Huh? Your father is a member of the National Assembly? How can we believe that? A voice cut through the noise. Everyone turned their heads. The mint chocolate boy spoke up. There are only 2 hours left to vote. Don't waste time. Someone wondered, so how do we decide who to vote for? Another person asked, what's your idea? He said confidently. There's a very good way. The crowd buzzed. Really? Who is it? A voice interjected with a reminder. Quiet down. The boy gave a strange smile. His eyes lit up, his mouth twisted into a sinister grin. Asterisk. This bunch fell for my persuasion rune again. Asterisk. The mint chocolate boy still clearly remembered holding the sparkling, jade green magic stone. His first thought was, asterisk. What is this? Asterisk had immediately popped into his head. According to the information, the stone was a persuasion rune. Its effect increased the ability to persuade the person you're talking to, but it didn't apply to targets of a higher level than the caster. Standing in the middle of a vast, empty land, surrounded by people and demons, the mint chocolate boy wondered to himself, asterisk, how can a persuasion rune work on monsters you can't even talk to? Asterisk. Even so, he reassured himself that he had already figured out a proper way to use it. Suddenly, an unexpected noise from behind made him turn his head quickly. Before his eyes was a tense scene. The humans had the upper hand, continuously slashing at several goblins with their knives, pinning one down to stop it from moving. But when his gaze fell upon a girl surrounded by 3 demons, he nervously said to everyone, everyone, that woman over there is in danger. Leave those goblins and go help her. Under the control of the persuasion rune, the young men who were in the middle of fighting immediately obeyed, changing direction to go save her. Huh? Okay, coming. Let's help her first. Seeing them run off in a panic, the boy, Mint Choco, dropped his flustered act and stood up straight. He deviously thought he could repeat this method to steal the nearly dead goblins, easily killing 100 of them. He smirked, thinking if he was lucky, he could easily become the regional representative. How clever. After everyone had dealt with the goblins, Mint Choco stepped forward like a leader to guide them. We should choose the candidates first. We should narrow the choices down to about 5 people to make voting easier. Because this proposal was reasonable and his persuasive ancient tongue was convincing, no one objected. Not a bad idea, it's logical. We won't get anywhere if we just keep telling people to vote for ourselves, the boy continued. So, let's narrow down the choices first. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point to that person. A fat guy eagerly raised his hand. Who? The boy continued. You can't nominate yourself, or else everything will be the same as before. The fat guy reluctantly clicked his tongue, and lowered his hand. The people around him agreed. He's right. There's no other way. Mint Choco covered his mouth, hiding a smirk. It's so easy to persuade these lowlifes. Ha ha. In the end, nominating someone proved to be quite difficult. But who to nominate now? I don't know anyone here. I don't want anyone but myself to be the representative. The boy's eyes curved into a smile. Just as expected, only those who stand out will be nominated. Just as predicted, someone spoke up. I want to nominate the boy, Mint Choco, as the representative, he explained. The representative should be rational and have leadership skills. Although thrilled, the boy feigned modesty. Me? The other person nodded and turned to his comrades. He's still handling the situation well for now, right? His comrades nodded. The boy thought to himself, haha, another fool. He placed a hand on his chest and smiled. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Is there anyone? Before he could finish, someone cut him off. I want to nominate Black Dragon. The boy fell silent, not angry, just smiling. Makes sense. How could the person who ranked first in the previous round not be nominated? A few people started speaking up one after another. Then I nominate the person who ranked second in the previous round. Life is a documentary. I nominate the third ranker, Black Dragon. The boy asked, so we have 4 candidates, 1 more person. Is there anyone else? No one answered. He clapped his hands. Then let's settle on these 4. Before we vote, can each person give a speech? With this confidence, persuading these pathetic losers is a piece of cake. He volunteered. I'll go first. The moment he opened his mouth, if I become the regional representative, I will. He was interrupted. Cut the crap. The boy turned his head in surprise. The one who disrupted him was the second ranker, Life is a Documentary, whose real name was Sheesh, a brutish man with a face full of scars. He cleaned his ear and ground his teeth. I don't want to hear any more of your bullshit. The boy frowned. What are you doing? The man jutted out his chin. Hey, you're Mint Choco, huh? He raised an eyebrow and bared his teeth. You think this world is so simple that everyone will just do what you say after you spew a few words? The boy's eyes widened in horror. Did he figure out my skill? No way. He must just be guessing. Sheesh was furious. Who the hell do you think you are to decide the regional representative? Despite being cursed at, the boy remained calm. You're crossing the line. Your words reflect your face and personality. Do you really need to be so insulting? He encouraged himself. That should work. But Sheesh didn't let up. This son of a bitch. He gritted his teeth. You dare to lecture me? You tired of living? Realizing his persuasive ancient tongue was ineffective against Sheesh, the boy stumbled back a few steps in shock. The skill doesn't work on him. Don't tell me. It can't be. Sheesh didn't attack right away, but just yelled at the crowd of young people, hey, forget the candidates, vote for me, or I'll kill you all. Got it? Faced with such a terrifying threat, no one dared to make a peep. The boy sighed. You're truly a lost cause. Though afraid, he continued, do you think people will listen to you when you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and back down. Sheesh lowered his head in silence. Then as quick as a flash, he grabbed his knife and swung it at the boy. Blood splattered everywhere. The boy froze, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his trembling hand touching the deep wound in his throat. The killer's triumphant voice rang out. I told you, you mess with me. You deserve to die. Reaching his limit, the boy's eyes rolled back, and with a thud, his body collapsed. Blood soaked his clothes and stained his face. Sheesh stood arrogantly. If you don't vote for me, you better start digging your own graves. A life was extinguished in seconds. Many screamed in fear. He's dead. That person killed Mint Choco? He's insane. Sheesh pointed his dripping knife, his voice cold. So what? Anyone got a problem? Step up. One person bravely pointed at his face and shouted, you psycho. Are you out of your mind? Sheesh bared his teeth. If you won't step up, I'll come to you. And he did just that. He was like a berserker, his speed and strength far surpassing others, cutting down person after person, ignoring their desperate screams. Sheesh gripped the hilt of his dark red, blood-soaked knife, savoring the metallic smell of blood. He thought, this is great. No police, no reports, no cameras. This freedom. After killing nearly a dozen people, Sheesh calmly threatened them with his knife. If you don't vote for me, you'll be next in the next round. Many turned pale, too scared to speak. Sheesh was satisfied, baring his teeth. They're scared of being killed, so they'll vote for me. If that happens, I'll become the regional representative. He thought of the famous Min Black Dragon and resolved to kill that annoying bastard first. Once he's dead, I'll be number 1. Meanwhile, in another place, the sharp sound of slashing echoed continuously, along with a system notification. Goblin defeated. Kill count, 265 out of 100. All stats increased by 100%, thanks to the ancient tongue of the butcher, and a triple experience buff was applied. Then came the notification. You have leveled up. Current level, level 16. Yao Min paused. Did I just reach level 16? Looking at the bodies scattered throughout the forest, his handiwork, Yao Min understood. The higher the level, the slower the leveling speed. Despite killing over 200 monsters for 2 hours, he only leveled up 6 times. It was quite tiring. but he figured hunting monsters was easier since he possessed the ancient language of death and the butcher, doubling his damage and stats. Yao Min held the staff he used for incineration magic. It's time to leave. A blinding pillar of golden light shone down around Yao Min. The system's voice rang out. Voting time has ended, summoning all players in the region to the starting point. Following the system's command, the players in the area were summoned to the starting point. When they set foot on the empty clearing, they were stunned to see so many unfamiliar faces. They were all wearing the exact same outfits, and a sense of confusion made them glance at one another, whispering, "What's going on?" But what horrified them all the most was the sight of Rongxi standing tall amidst a pile of blood-soaked corpses. His cold gaze radiated the aura of a ruler. One player couldn't contain his fear and blurted out, "Those are the bodies of other players." What the hell happened here? Yao Min's voice faltered as he turned to the person beside him. "Don't tell me, that guy killed all of them." Only Yao Min, with his sharp intuition, immediately realized what had just happened. He quietly observed Rongxi, who stood there with an arrogant, self-satisfied look. Although his sleazy eyes and condescending smile annoyed Yao Min, he calmly recalled information about his opponent. Rongxi, the notorious gang leader, the second strongest warrior in the region. His personality was just as the rumors said, so trashy it gave you goosebumps. Yao Min sighed in frustration, muttering, "I'd better defuse this bomb before it goes off." But before he could act, Rongxi took the initiative and walked over, flashing a fake smile. "Hey Black Dog, where do you think you're going? I've been waiting for you for a long time." His friendly demeanor made Yao Min suspicious. He frowned, getting straight to the point. "What do you want?" Rongxi laughed loudly, replying confidently, "Nothing much. I just want to ask you one question." He paused, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Come work under me," Yao Min asked coldly. "Work under you?" Rongxi nodded, menacingly spinning a cleaver in his hand. "Yeah, I'll spare your life if you do." But his only reply was a scoff from Yao Min. With a relaxed posture, hands in his pockets, he said bluntly, "So, you want to start this fight right now?" Then he smirked, ordering in a challenging tone, "Get on your knees. Get on your knees and beg me. If you do that, I'll spare you." Yao Min's audacity stunned Rongxi. He gripped the handle of his cleaver, roaring, "My God, look at this psycho bastard. It seems you still don't grasp the situation, do you?" But before he could finish, Yao Min cut him off. "Is it that hard to understand what I'm saying?" He opened his palm and used magic to create a sharp scythe. The metal gleamed in the light. With a proud voice, he asked, "Would you rather die here?" Although he knew Yao Min was strong, Rongxi hadn't anticipated this. Sweat beaded on his grimy face, revealing his panic. "What is that? Where did he get that weapon? Damn it, I messed with the wrong person." Yao Min narrowed his eyes, mocking him. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue?" Rongxi gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. After a few seconds of thought, he growled, "Hey, I'm Rongxi, the leader of the Rongxi gang. You think I'm going to kneel before someone like you?" Unable to bear the public humiliation, he furiously challenged, "Grab that weapon of yours and get over here, you bastard." Yao Min just smirked, remaining perfectly calm. He knew that if he showed off his power now, things would get complicated. A plan had already formed in his mind. Use Rongxi, turn him into a representative to manipulate in the next round. Yao Min's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, as if anticipating an imminent event. And just as he expected, less than a minute later, the angel appeared, its voice echoing, "Are you all gathered, you humans?" While everyone was in awe of the angel's appearance, Yao Min simply said to Rongxi, "You're lucky." He waved his hand dismissively, his tone like a lecture. "Next time, before you challenge someone, make sure you check who they are, unless you want to meet your maker early." Watching Yao Min's tall, slender back disappear into the distance, Rongxi could only grit his teeth, thinking resentfully, "Damn it, I almost had a heart attack. I'll let you go this time. Just you wait. I'll make you pay 100 times over." The angel spoke with a mysterious smile. "Have you chosen your representative yet?" Seeing no one answer, it continued, "I see. It seems you weren't just idly chatting for the past 3 hours. Of course, I couldn't care less if you pieces of trash die." It raised its index finger with a smile and asked, "Shall we begin the voting session?" Immediately, a notification window appeared in front of every player. "The official representative voting session has begun. You have only one vote. The person with the most votes will become the representative." The rules emphasized that anyone who failed to vote within 5 minutes would be eliminated and would disappear. As the clock began to count down, all eyes turned to Rongxi. He crossed his arms, thinking smugly, "Just as I thought, they're all looking at me." But when he looked up, he was startled to saw a girl who wasn't voting for him. He pointed a finger and roared, Hey, you, the chubby steamed bun over there. The girl was flustered. Me? Deng Zich yelled. You want to die? Why aren't you looking at me? The girl quickly explained. Sir, I already voted for you. Yao Ming, standing not far away, muttered in annoyance. He's acting like a complete lunatic. Deng Zich continued his threats. If you don't look at me, you can all consider yourselves dead. When the countdown hit 0, a chime rang out, signaling the end of the voting session. The angel laughed loudly. Time's up. Luckily, you foolish humans managed to finish voting just in time. He clapped his hands, and a giant screen appeared, displaying the results. Life is a documentary, 2,412 votes. Black Scythe, 2,077 votes. The Black Dragon in my right hand, 249 votes. Chubby Steamed Bun, 6 votes. Cute Little Birdie, 5 votes. Deng Zich was stunned. Number 1. But only 2,412 votes? And Black Scythe is in second place? He thought hatefully. These bastards. I told them to only vote for me, yet they dared to vote for Black Scythe. The angel flew up and announced, we have the results. Life is a documentary, is the regional representative. He granted the command authority to Deng Sheesh, accompanied by a system notification. You have become the regional representative. You will be granted the command authority. Deng Sheesh smirked smugly to himself. Heh, heh. I'll make you regret not killing me, Black Scythe. But his joy was short-lived. The system continued. Command authority. You can give orders and control players. They cannot resist. Limit. 10 uses. Orders can only be given to one person at a time. Skill. Not applicable to Class A players. Deng Zich was in utter shock. What? Only 10 uses, and it doesn't work on Class A players? He realized with panic that people like Yao Ming could completely ignore him. The angel, with a sinister smile, spoke up. You all thought the voting part was over, didn't you? Not a chance. This round also had a hidden mission. Ascend to Class A before the vote, and find the Class Up item to receive a 50% discount voucher. Ain's group was dumbfounded. Huh? A Class Up item to reach Class A. The angel laughed heartily. The mission window appeared at level 10. But none of you noticed, did you? A weary player replied. There were no monsters. How were we supposed to level up? The angel frowned. What do you mean? Seeing the player fall silent, he clicked his tongue. Don't be so gloomy. Only 50,000 people can ascend to Class A in this round, and someone in this region has already done it. A buzz went through the crowd. Who is it? The angel snapped his fingers, and the screen displayed the side mission results. Black Scythe the Reaper, level 16, time, 39 minutes and 42 seconds. Heavenly Demon the Shadow Knight, level 10, time, 2 hours, 36 minutes and 15 seconds. Idiot the Mage, level 10, time, 2 hours, 37 minutes and 17 seconds. In region ESK 45, there was only one name, Black Scythe the Reaper. All eyes turned to Yao Ming, the tall, slender young man with perfect hair, his hands tucked in his pockets, calmly gazing into the distance, unfazed by the attention. The crowd was astonished. He was the first one to class up. A Reaper. Yao Ming's brilliance was a heavy blow to Deng Shich's pride, leaving him speechless, seething with resentment. The lively atmosphere of the competition area was still filled with the sound of hushed whispers. As soon as they learned Yao Ming was a Reaper, the crowd buzzed with excitement, whispering amongst themselves. A Reaper? What kind of class is that? It sounds incredibly powerful, doesn't it? Ah, so that's why he carries that massive scythe around everywhere, huh? Their voices were filled with a mix of curiosity and excitement, as if they had just uncovered a fascinating mystery. Deng Zich, standing a short distance away, felt all the attention being stolen by Yao Ming. He gritted his teeth, thinking furiously, damn it, I was just about to use my command authority to make Black Scythe fight back against him, but who would have thought he'd change his class at this exact moment? The anger inside him smoldered like a hidden fire, unable to erupt in front of the buzzing crowd. Just then, the angel, with a radiant smile, raised his hand and pointed towards the gleaming announcement board. His voice rang out, full of excitement. In round 2, rankings have been rewarded in the order of side mission completion. He nodded, his eyes scanning the board before continuing. So the player who changed classes in our region is player Black Scythe. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the angel's expression turned to one of shock, mixed with a bit of amusement. He asked, "You didn't just take first place in this region, but you're also leading the rankings across all regions?" He looked down at Yao Ming with an appreciative gaze. Impressive, Black Scythe. Your Reaper class is very unique, and your nickname even fits it perfectly. Tell me, how did you come up with that nickname? He pried further, full of curiosity. Did you know beforehand that you would receive the Reaper class? Yao Ming looked up, his voice cool but confident. I had no idea I'd get a class that suited my nickname so well. When the angel asked again, his voice filled with interest. So, perhaps becoming a Reaper was destiny? Yao Ming simply gave a slight nod and replied, that's right. The private conversation between the two caused a stir in the surrounding atmosphere, with a few players furtively exchanging bewildered glances. Noticing the angel's genuine curiosity, Yao Ming smiled faintly and thought to himself, even the angels don't know how to obtain the Reaper class. They only know that it exists, a special class. This feeling isn't boring at all, like you worried it would be. The angel seemed to get caught up in the moment, covering his mouth as he laughed heartily. Is this destiny? How interesting, he continued to ask, his voice full of excitement. To think there's someone in this region who's changed their class. Does that mean you're the only one who won't be affected by the command authority? The angel's question immediately caught the crowd's attention. A few young men nearby started murmuring, he won't be affected by the command authority? What does that mean? The angel explained, with a mischievous smile. Since we're on the topic, I might as well explain. The command authority doesn't apply to humans who have a class. Therefore, the region's representative can't order Black Hook to do his bidding. That's how it is, he revealed. His voice was full of amusement. Besides, you only get 10 chances to use the command authority. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and burst out laughing. You can only use it 10 times? Aha, so that's how it is. This was a secret that only Sheesh knew, and he planned to keep it hidden. Who would have thought the angel would drop a bombshell like that, making him grind his teeth in hatred? Damn it, that bastard angel. How could you tell them that? But the angel paid no mind to Shish's hostility, remaining calm with a radiant smile. Well then, we must reward Black Hook, the one who obtained a class the earliest, right? With that, he snapped his fingers, and the system immediately sent out a congratulatory message. Congratulations, you have completed the mission as the first-ranked player in the current region. Congratulations, you have completed the mission as the first-ranked player in all regions. The reward screen appeared. You have received the reward for ranking first in the current region. Select a low-grade rare armor. You have received the reward for ranking first in all regions. Select a special reward. Yao Min quickly clicked on the reward. The system displayed. Please select one of the following rare armors. The reward list showed 3 items: metal armor of a medieval warrior, leather armor of a professional hunter, and a mage's breathable robe. Without hesitation, Yao Min raised his hand and selected the leather armor of a professional hunter. He thought to himself, the first choice is too heavy, and the third one offers almost no defense. With the decision made swiftly, the system moved on to the next reward. The system continued. Please select one of the following special rewards. This time, the 3 choices were a triple experience effect applicable only to round 3, 3,000 gold, and information about round 3. Yao Min frowned, considering his options. Round 3 will be swarming with monsters. Experience is the key factor. With that in mind, he chose the triple experience effect. A brilliant golden aura surrounded Jin, making the angel nod and speak up. All right, the rewards have now been distributed. He continued, his voice filled with excitement. Everyone may now return. The next round, round 3, is going to be very interesting. Before the teleportation light made everyone disappear, the angel slyly affirmed, I guarantee it. The summary for round 2's results appeared. All regions, 8,735,255 survivors. Current region ESKS 45, 4,988 survivors. Souls will soon be transferred to their bodies in the existing dimension. The mechanical voice repeated, marking the end. In the real world, Dongmin woke up as if from a terrifying nightmare. His arm was still outstretched in midair. Panting, he looked down at his intact hand. Dongmin let out a sigh of relief. Just as I thought. As long as I don't die, my body will be perfectly fine when I return. He told himself in a determined voice, I will never mess with Black Hook again. Never. Damn it, I don't want to get involved with a heartless bastard like him. Meanwhile, in a cozy living room, Ain sat on the sofa, her eyes filled with sadness. Sang Chun stood before her and said gently, You've been through a lot. Ain lowered her head, her voice low. What did I even do? You were the one who shouldered everything. Then she looked up, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you for protecting me. Sang Chun was a bit flustered. He adjusted his jacket and cleared his throat. I'm your manager and bodyguard. It's only natural that I do that. Ain hesitated before asking, and, I also want to thank Black Hook again. Is there any way to do that? Sang Chun pondered for a moment. We don't know what he really looks like, so it's hard to find him. It seems Black Hook doesn't want to reveal his identity either. Ain was surprised. He doesn't want to? Sang-chun nodded. Remember how I asked him for his account number to compensate him? But he refused immediately. Black Hook probably knows that his real identity can be traced through his account number. Disappointed, Ain turned her head away. Seeing this, Sang-chun suggested, if you want to thank him, why don't you find him in the next round and give him an item? Ain nodded, her eyes lighting up. That's a great idea. I have to think of a way to properly repay him. Sang-chun smiled. Well then, you should get some rest today. I'll see you tomorrow. Ain waved. Yes, goodbye. Just as he stepped into the elevator, Sang-chun received a call and answered it. Chairman Ma. The person on the other end, Ma Gi-ong-lok, replied, Department Head on Sang-chun. Noticing how late it was, Sang-chun asked, Aren't you asleep yet? Ma Gi-ong-lok chuckled softly. I just got home and was having a little whiskey. Sang-chun remembered something and reported it immediately. Ah, I saw the results summary. Congratulations on your class change to Dark Knight, sir. Nightfall. Magi-lok let out a hearty laugh. What's there to congratulate? Did something happen on your end? Stepping into the underground parking garage, Sang-chun replied, My hunting party only reached level 8. They were injured and can no longer hunt. Magi-lok asked with concern. Injured? Sang-chun continued. Actually, I was about to report this incident. Is now a good time for you, sir? Magi-lok commanded. Come to the hotel. I'll hear it in person. Sang-chun replied respectfully. Yes, sir. I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Sang-chun opened his car door, completely unaware that he was being watched. Diêu Min, hidden behind a pillar, observed the car as it drove out of the garage. He thought to himself, just as I expected. Is he heading to see Magi-lok? 10 minutes earlier, when the system prompted him to think of a target and say their name, Diêu Min had immediately thought of An Sang-chun. The system announced a facial match. Target and Sang-chun's location found, 9 meters. Diêu Min nodded. He's pretty close. Is he still on the upper floor of the penthouse? But the number quickly changed from 9 meters to 23, then to 56 meters. Diêu Min wondered, his position is changing that fast? He must be in the elevator. A thought flashed through his mind. Could he be going to see Magi-lok? Without hesitation, Diêu Min grabbed his jacket and ran out of the room. He told himself, good thing I investigated right away. This was definitely the right call. Under the dim moonlight, Magi-lok was lost in thought. Darkness shrouded the light, and he knew a night like this was perfect for tailing someone. Holding a glass of wine, he sat down on the sofa and muttered, Black Dog. What player doesn't know his name? You ranked first in both round 1 and round 2? He frowned, tapping his fingers on the armrest. There's something about that first place rank. This doesn't give me a good feeling. The thought of Black Dog causing trouble for one of his subordinates made Magi-lok pause. A wave of irritation washed over him. Crossing his legs, he rested his chin on one hand while swirling the wine with the other, exuding an aura of unpredictable danger. He made a silent vow, telling himself, I won't let anyone who gets in my way off the hook. I don't care who it is, not even if they're ranked number 1. In the dimly lit room, Magi-lok sipped his wine, its sharp flavor seeming to stir his deepest thoughts. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Sang-chun's familiar voice. Sir, are you in there? Chairman, it's Sang-chun. Magi-lok smiled, setting his glass down. His voice was deep and warm. Right on time. Come in. He stood up and walked over, adding, Unit Leader Ann, it's good to see you again. Sang-chun entered and bowed respectfully. It's good to see you too, Chairman. With a voice full of enthusiasm, he said, This is all thanks to you, sir. Magi-lok waved a dismissive, humble hand. I didn't do anything. We weren't even in the same zone. But Sang-chun remained bowed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Just having you here fills me with motivation, sir. Thank you. Magi-lok gestured for Sang-chun to sit, a knowing smile on his face. You're quite good with the flattery. Sang-chun didn't sit down immediately, instead offering a sincere smile. It's not flattery at all, sir. It's the absolute truth. And though it's a bit late, congratulations on your survival. Magi-lok sighed, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Survival, please. Round 2 was like taking candy from a baby. Sang-chun skillfully replied, I also wanted to congratulate you on leveling up, but Magi-lok maintained his nonchalant attitude. It was nothing. I just got lucky. Sang-chun smiled, his voice persuasive. They say luck is a skill in itself. Besides, placing 2nd and 3rd across all zones is no easy feat. It is my greatest honor to be able to serve someone like you, sir. Maji Luck just gave a slight smile, his sharp eyes full of hidden meaning. He placed his wineglass on the table and said, "Listening to you praise me to the high heavens, I'm guessing you want something from me." He asked bluntly, "I hear you have a question for me, is that right?" Caught off guard, Songchun hesitated for a moment, but didn't hide it. "Ah, in that case, could you tell me where to find the level-up item?" Meiji Locke slowly closed his eyes. He didn't answer right away, just smiled faintly. "Oh, that? It was nothing special. It just dropped while I was hunting monsters." But only he knew the truth. It was all thanks to a random piece of the Dark Knight's ancient rune. He still remembered the moment the heavenly demon god appeared, its voice echoing, "One last thing. Look inside your inventories. I have a gift for you." It was in that inventory that Magilok found the ancient rune, which increased all his stats and coated his weapon in a dark aura, dealing terrifying damage. Upon reaching level 10, he became a Dark Knight, a special class. The memory of that feeling made him pensive. Asterisk, I got lucky in round 1. That random rune was practically a cheat item. Asterisk, but Magilok didn't reveal this to Songchun. To him, even a subordinate as trusted as family couldn't be told every secret. Human nature, after all, could change in the blink of an eye. To avoid further questions, he changed the subject. Unit Leader Anne, let's get back to the main topic. Who was it that injured you? Was it Black Dog? His expression turned dangerous, his gaze sharp and cold. Sangchun quickly waved his hands in dismissal, flustered. What? No, not at all, sir. In fact, he's the one who saved me. Majai Lok narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with suspicion. Saved you? Tell me everything. After Sangchun recounted the entire story, starting from when he was targeted by a group of thugs, Magi asked, "So, you almost died because some thugs were targeting the actress Seol Ain?" Sangchun nodded. Yes, if Black Hook hadn't shown up, we both probably would have been killed. As for Ain, she might have survived. But she would have suffered psychological trauma, unable to continue working in the entertainment industry. Boss Magi frowned, deep in thought. Asterisk, I didn't just almost lose a valuable subordinate, I almost lost my entire business. Asterisk, he felt a bit more relieved and asked, so what happened to those guys? Are they dead? Sangchun replied. Although Black Hook made them taste a pain worse than death, he didn't kill them. He said there was no point in killing them. If the total number of people decreases, the number of survivors per round also decreases. Boss Magi nodded. He's not wrong, but who knows what kind of trouble they'll stir up in the future. Taking a sip of his drink, feeling the spicy tingle on his tongue, he thought to himself that, thanks to Black Hook, his subordinate and his property were still intact. Asterisk, looks like I owe him one. Asterisk, Boss Magi said, I should compensate him. Sangchun added, I mentioned that too, but he said it wasn't necessary, and left immediately. Boss Magi mused. Refused compensation? Is he afraid of revealing his identity? He's a cautious one. He stood up, his voice resolute. If you see him in the next round, thank him for me. I am truly grateful to him for saving you two. Sangchun stood up as well, respectfully. I will definitely let him know. Boss Magi added a careful reminder. Keep an eye on him. See if there's anything we can help him with. You know I don't like being indebted to others. Sangchun nodded. Of course, sir. I'll do as you wish. Suddenly, Boss Magi stopped, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his glass, his voice turning cold. I forgot to ask one important thing. What were the nicknames of those thugs? At that same moment, in front of Boss Magi's hotel, Diêu Min hid behind a tree, his sharp eyes observing. Seeing the lights in the room were still on, he thought, asterisk, what a loyal dog. It's so late. Yet he ran straight to Boss Magi right after returning to reality. Asterisk. Having followed him here, Diêu Min was satisfied with what he'd learned. He decided it was time to go, since he had confirmed his destination anyway. Lingering any longer would only arouse suspicion. Taking off his hood, Diêu Min hailed a taxi, his thoughts continuing to flow. Asterisk. The celebrity sponsored by Boss Magi lives in the same apartment complex as me. I should thank my little brother for that. Asterisk. Remembering when his brother dragged him along to give rice cakes to the neighbors, where he ran into Ain and Sangchun, Diêu Min felt lucky. Asterisk, if not for that, I wouldn't have known about their relationship. Asterisk, opening the taxi door, Diêu Min planned to use his neighborly status as leverage. Asterisk, I can easily gain Boss Magi's trust, but should I bring him along in the 20th round? Asterisk, he hesitated. Asterisk, because of Magnin's ancient rune of the Dark Knight. But there's a disadvantage. To use the dark aura, I need to accumulate dark energy. Asterisk. Asterisk, something that can't be gathered through normal means. Asterisk, Diêu Min thought this skill was perfect for a psycho like Boss Ma-gi. Asterisk. But teaming up with a lunatic like that is also dangerous. Asterisk. Getting into the car, he told himself to consider him a candidate for now. Asterisk. Besides him, there are many other talented people, especially that girl. Asterisk. Watching the hotel recede into the distance, Diêu Min resolved to get to work first thing in the morning. Early in the morning at the SS24 convenience store, a weary sigh echoed. The owner rested his head on the counter, lamenting, "At this rate, my sales will be cut in half." The door chimed open, and Julie, his daughter, walked in, calling out cheerfully, "Dad!" Seeing his daughter, the owner quickly hid his sorrow and forced a smile. "Oh, Julie, my sweet girl." Julie beamed. "Hi, Dad. What's with the long sighs? You can't hide it from me," he told her sadly. "They've completely stopped selling lottery tickets." Julie was surprised. "Huh? Why so suddenly?" He explained. "The government gave a plausible excuse, but it seems it's because of the players. They don't know what kind of skills the players might use." Julie said, "Oh," remembering the KMS news report from that morning. A man had won the lottery grand prize 4 times in a row, pocketing $62.7 million. The owner worried. Rent. Labor costs. "Things are so difficult now. What should I do?" Julie said gently. "Don't worry, Dad. I'm about to graduate. I'll help you." She asked seriously, "Would it help if I found a part-time job?" The owner was touched, but didn't want to affect her studies. "Julie, let me worry about the money. You just focus on your studies. Your grades are good. Aren't you planning to go to university? Your dream was to become a doctor." To his surprise, Julie replied, "Dad, I've given up on that dream. In this situation, what's the point of school?" The owner was stunned, feeling like a failed father. Bowing his head, he said, "You're right. Money isn't important right now. If something bad happens, you could lose your life in the next round." Unable to bear it, he covered his face and cried, "I've been having all sorts of thoughts lately. I'm so sorry, honey." Julie's heart ached. "Dad, what are you sorry for? This isn't your fault." He was still hesitant, but Julie smiled. "I'll be fine. I promise I'll survive the second round, and I even got a class." Seeing her father's confusion, she pointed her palm towards his forehead. "Hold on a second." A faint green light emanated, enveloping him. Feeling the change, he touched his head in a daze. "What was that just now?" Julie said excitedly. "It's a blessing skill I got from my support class. It gives normal people a little boost in vitality." The owner, full of energy, shot to his feet, rubbing his biceps and praising, "This skill is amazing. I feel so full of life." "Full of life," Julie said happily. "I'll use this skill on you often. Dad, please cheer up." As a father, he was deeply moved. Just then, the door opened and a customer walked in. Seeing Min, the owner froze, stunned by this special guest. Realizing her father seemed to know Min, Julie asked in a low voice, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, "Dad, do you know him?" The convenience store owner whispered back, his voice full of amazement. "He's the winner." He elaborated, as if to emphasize the point, "The winner who guessed the same number correctly for 100 tickets. Min offered a friendly smile. "Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I'm the one who bought 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets." The owner nodded, his eyes warm. "Yes, I still remember." But he asked curiously, "But what are you doing here?" Min suddenly bowed, his voice sincere. "First of all, I want to apologize." His sincerity caught the owner off guard. "Huh? Why are you suddenly apologizing?" Min explained, his voice low and somber. "I saw the news. Because I kept winning first prize, the store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets." He bowed his head again. "I'm sorry for unintentionally causing damage to the store." Standing beside them, Julie had never seen Min act this way before, and she felt so awkward she didn't know how to intervene. The owner waved his hand and laughed it off. "Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not selling lottery tickets isn't going to make me starve." But Min still felt guilty. He rummaged through his bag, pulled out an envelope of cash, and handed it to the owner. "Even so, I still feel bad that you were affected because of me." The owner was taken aback. "What's this?" Min replied, "I want to compensate you, even though this amount isn't that large." When he mentioned the figure of 10 million won, both Julie and her father were stunned. The owner waved his hands, refusing. "You don't have to do this. Take it back." But Min insisted, "Please, take it. It's true that I caused you trouble." Fearing he would refuse again, he turned to leave. "I'll be going now." The owner called out in confusion. "Huh? Hey, wait a minute." Looking at the envelope containing the large sum of money, he still couldn't believe it. "My goodness. How can I accept this much money?" After a few seconds of shock, Julie said, "Dad, just give me the okay, and I'll run after him to return it." The owner handed her the envelope. Yes, go return it to him. Luckily, Yu Min hadn't gone far. Julie quickly chased after him, waving and calling out loudly, "Wait a minute!" Yu Min stopped and turned around, his curious gaze asking what was wrong. Panting, Julie asked, "It's you, right?" Seeing that she knew his name, Yu Min realized she seemed familiar, but he frowned. "And you are?" Though a little sad he didn't recognize her, Julie still smiled. "You don't know me? It's Min Julie. We're in the same class." Yu Min replied indifferently, "Same class?" Julie was stunned and hesitant. "Don't tell me you didn't know we were classmates." Yu Min replied softly, "I'm sorry. I'm not very good at remembering faces." In his mind, he thought, "Of course, I'm lying." He knew perfectly well that Julie was the convenience store owner's daughter and possessed the special buffer class, specializing in supporting teammates. Knowing she was in his class, Yu Min had been surprised and secretly believed it was fate. His goal today was to pull Julie to his side, but she had no idea. Julie suggested, should we go somewhere to talk?" Yu Min smiled. "Sure." Instead of a cafe, the two chose a wooden bench under the bare trees in a nearby park. Julie handed the envelope of money to Yu Min. "Here, take this." Yu Min acted surprised. "Isn't this the money I just gave you?" Julie nodded. "We can't accept this much money, so please take it back." Yu Min thought, accepting 10 million won is indeed a heavy burden. I knew they wouldn't take it. Understanding Julie's strong-willed personality, he remained firm. "No, I already told you, that's compensation money. I have to do at least this much for my conscience to be clear." Julie protested, "But the amount is too large." Yu Min shrugged. "No matter how large it is, I want you to take it. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty forever." Julie tried to persuade him. "Even so, this is too much money. It feels like too much of a burden." Yu Min thought with a smile, "That's exactly why I gave it to you." He then said, "Please tell the owner that to me, that amount isn't much, so he should just take it without any worries." Julie turned away, helpless. "Are you always this stubborn?" Seeing the matter as settled, Yu Min stood up. "We're done talking, right? I'll be going." Julie was startled. Wait. She opened the envelope and awkwardly counted the money. 10 million is really too much. I'll just take 1 million. That should be enough, right? Yu Min chuckled. "Are you the one who gets to decide? You should go ask the store owner." Julie hesitated. "But Dad definitely won't be comfortable with this amount." Yu Min feigned surprise. "The convenience store owner is your father?" Hearing Julie's yes, he acted delighted. "Oh, I go there often." "How interesting." Julie forced a smile. "I find it interesting too. The person who won first prize in the lottery is my classmate." Her use of the word classmate caught Yu Min's attention. She continued, "But you really didn't know we were in the same class? The moment you walked into the store, I recognized you right away." Yu Min stuck to his answer. "Sorry, but I'm really not good at remembering faces." He asked, "Besides, this is the first time we've talked like this, right?" Julie nodded sadly. "That's right." She lowered her head. "So this is the first time you've heard my name, I guess?" Yu Min smiled. "Yeah, sorry about that." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Julie's face turned red, and she turned away to hide her embarrassment. Yu Min smiled silently, thinking he felt a little guilty for pretending not to know her. "But I have to do this to get her interested in me." Unable to stand the ambiguous atmosphere, Julie stood up. "I already told you, my name is Min Julie. I'm in the same class as you." She suddenly pointed to her own blushing face and said loudly, "And this is my face. Do you remember now?" Yu Min almost burst out laughing and replied, "I'll remember." Realizing how forward she'd been, Julie turned away. Ashamed, she scolded herself. "What the hell am I doing? Introducing myself to a classmate when we're about to graduate." With his sharp hearing, Yu Min clearly heard her click her tongue and laugh. "Well, at least I know now. It's not like we can't keep in touch after graduation, right?" Seeing Julie's stunned expression, Yu Min took the initiative. "By the way, can I get your number?" Julie's voice stammered. My number?" Yu Min said casually. "Yeah. What's so weird about asking a classmate for their number?" Julie held out her hand, her face turning redder. Yeah, give it to me." After entering her number, she handed the phone back. "Here." Yu Min smiled. "Meeting like this must be fate. Let's keep in touch from now on." Julie nodded. Okay. Getting Julie's number was beyond his expectations, which made Yu Min even happier. He said his goodbyes. "Well, I have to go. Something urgent came up." Julie replied, "Okay." Although she wanted to talk more, she had to watch him leave. Watching Yu Min wave, Julie foolishly realized she hadn't returned the envelope of money. She was frustrated. I still haven't paid him back. Remembering when he asked for her number, her heart pounded. He just asked for my number out of the blue. It's so strange. My heart is beating so fast. Even though she knew Yumin only saw her as a friend, Julie couldn't help but feel excited and shy. The first time she saw him, she witnessed a thug kicking Yumin aggressively. "You bastard. I told you to bring the money. Did you think we were kidding?" Terrified, Julie covered her mouth to stifle a scream and quickly called the police. "Hello, police?" Following Yumin afterwards, she wondered if it was because she felt sorry for him or because she was the one who called the police and felt a sense of responsibility. Seeing Yumin go to his part-time job as if nothing had happened, Julie realized he was much stronger than he looked. From then on, she became interested in him, but she lacked the courage to talk to him. But her heart couldn't be fooled. Her feelings for Yumin were real. Back in the present, Julie clutched the envelope tightly, closing her eyes in gratitude. "Who would have thought we'd meet here? I'm brave now. This is a God-given opportunity." A bold idea flashed in her mind. She smiled in the direction Yumin had left. "Tiesk, so, should I ask him out to eat?" In a small room, Yumin lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. The screen's light reflected on his face as a message popped up. "Have you eaten yet? There's something I want to talk about. Can we meet in Area 1? I'll treat you to a meal." Yumin smiled and replied, "Sure, but I'll pay." The other side replied, "No. Let me pay." He texted jokingly, I have a lot of money." The other side played along, "But I don't like to just freeload like that." "All right, what do you want to eat?" Yumin thought to himself, his eyes sharp. "Just as I thought, she feels indebted to me. And now she's suddenly asking me out to eat? That's a good sign." He looked at the screen, deep in thought. "If I befriend her naturally, it'll be easy to make her an ally." Leaping out of bed, Yumin resolved to help Julie and get her to round 20. At the same time, Yu was surprised to see Yumin coming out and asked, "Bro, where are you going?" Yumin replied nonchalantly as he walked, "Just going to meet a friend." Yu was curious, his eyes sparkling. "A friend? Not a girlfriend, is it?" Yumin smirked. "What, your big brother can't meet up with a girl?" He added in a cheerful tone, "I'll be eating out, so don't you skip your meal." "Got it?" Yu obediently replied, "Yes, I got it." Watching Yumin leave, Yu mumbled in a daze, "No way. Is he going on a date?" At a steakhouse, the atmosphere was elegant, with soft, melodious music playing in the background. Julie spoke up. "Do you like steak?" Yumin didn't quite hear her and asked, What was that?" Julie repeated in a cheerful voice. "Do you like steak?" Yumin nodded. "Ah yes, I like it a lot," she continued. "Then eat up." Julie gently wiped her mouth, her heart fluttering at the thought that she was actually eating alone with Yumin. What a lucky day. The two continued their meal. The warm lights surrounded them, but the growing silence made Julie think to herself, "This is so awkward. I have to say something." Mustering her courage, she asked, "How did you win the lottery so many times?" "4 times in a row," Yumin said casually. "Oh, that? My ancestors gave me the numbers in a dream. I guess I'm just lucky." Julie imagined a god holding a piece of paper saying, "Remember these numbers." She looked skeptical. "In a dream? So how much have you made from that dream?" Yumin beamed. "It looks like I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, although I still have to worry about staying alive." Julie continued. That reminds me. I'm really curious. What was your first stage like? Killing goblins must have been tough, right?" Yumin replied. "It took quite a lot of time." She asked again, "Which area were you in?" Yumin took a sip of his water. I don't remember. I just know the last digit was 5. Julie smiled faintly. Mine ended in 7. What a shame. That means we didn't meet." In his head, Yumin thought, "No need to be disappointed, my friend. We'll meet eventually, because the areas will merge as the number of survivors decreases." The conversation continued. Julie asked curiously, "What level are you?" Yumin hesitated. "Level 10. Julie was surprised. "Huh? I'm level 10 too. Do you have a class yet?" Yumin replied, "Not yet." "You?" Julie said cheerfully. "Good thing I have a class change item. It's called a buffer," Yumin asked in surprise. "Buffer? You mean you can apply buff effects to your teammates like in a game?" An idea flashed in his mind. It was a good thing she was a buffer this time. Julie was excited. "Wanna see? There's a blessing effect that boosts all stats." Yumin played along. "Oh, really? Show me." Julie used it immediately. The system window appeared. "Blessing has increased all your stats by 50%. Time limit, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Witnessing the effect, Yumin thought to himself, as expected of a special class. "The effect is really good," he continued to ponder. "If she reached the max level, the effect could double to 100%. But I'll have to wait for her to reach that level." Looking at Julie, he gave a thoughtful smile. He was lucky she had buffed him from the start. "This was my goal all along." The image of the pouch with the phoenix wing pattern appeared in Yumin's mind. He recalled the reward from the first side quest, a random gold pouch that yielded an amount of gold dependent on his luck stat. He told himself, the higher the luck stat, the more gold I'll get. Returning to the present, Yumin said, the effect is really good. Thanks, Julie. She beamed. If you ever need a blessing, just ask. Using this skill doesn't take any effort. Yumin suddenly remembered. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Julie E was startled. Ah, right. I was going to talk about that first. She continued. Thank you so much for the 10 million. My dad also asked me to thank you on his behalf. Her voice was firm. And I'll do my best to pay it back soon, no matter what. Yumin said nonchalantly. Is that all you wanted to talk about? I told you not to worry about it. But Julie still felt uneasy. If you don't need the money, maybe you want something else? Ah, I know. She materialized an item and handed it to him. Here, take this. Yumin was surprised. What's this? Julie E replied. I got it while hunting. If you don't need the money, I should at least give you this. It's a token of my appreciation, so please don't refuse. The meal ended, and the two of them walked out of the restaurant. Julie E spoke up. That was a great meal. Well, I'll see you later, Yumin reminded her. All right. Be careful at the next gate. Julie E grinned cheerfully. Haha, okay, we have to stay alive to see each other again. After saying their goodbyes, Yumin headed back. The system displayed his inventory. He looked at the purple stone Julie had given him, and its information appeared. Low-grade purple magic crystal. Classification. Asset. Description. A beautiful purple stone containing refined mana. Used for socketing into items to increase stats. Yumin was stunned. I can't believe I got this from her. Holding the stone up to the sunlight, he told himself, when I reach level 20, I'll see just how rare this is. The item combination feature unlocks at level 20. He imagined his axe combined with the stone. Theoretically, combining a weapon with a magic crystal could upgrade its options. Magic crystals came in 7 colors: red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for agility, blue for intelligence, indigo for damage reduction, and the rarest, purple, which increased all stats. Yumin was thrilled. I'm so lucky to have stumbled upon this. My luck stat in the real world is really high. He decided he would use it when he reached level 20. The system showed a notification. Blessing. Time limit. 30 minutes and 58 seconds. Yumin planned to open the gold pouch before the buff ended. He took out a small bag, thinking, 100 mealworms. The ancient butcher skill increased his stats by 1% for every life taken, including insects. He dropped the bag on the ground and said, sorry about this. The system showed his kill count was 45 out of 100. All stats increased by 45% due to Ancient Butcher. The number jumped to 67 out of 100, then 100 out of 100. His stats increased by 67%. He checked his status window. Name, Yumin. Nickname, Black Dog. Rank, Apprentice. Level 16. Profession, Grim Reaper. Titles, The Last Traveler and the First Hidden Assassin. Stats, Strength +9, Intelligence +9, Agility +63, Luck +45. Yumin was delighted. Luck went from 15 to 45. That's a pretty good result. The system showed his inventory. Rare grade random gold pouch. Provides up to 99,999 gold. Affected by luck. Must be used before the next round. He held up the pouch, wondering, how much will I get with my current luck? Probably around 36,000 gold. Suddenly, Yumin froze. Ah, the system displayed a line of text. You have used the random gold pouch. Yumin was momentarily surprised when the next notification appeared. You have earned 99,999 gold. He mumbled to confirm. 99,999 gold? He smiled to himself. He thought, I got the maximum amount. Getting that blessing was totally worth it. Suppressing a smile, Yumin checked his gold. He had a total of 116,249 gold, enough to buy an epic item. Closing the system screen, he told himself, the item I want won't be available for another 2 weeks. I'll just hold on to this for now. Under the midday sun, at Yumin's apartment, he took off his jacket and called out, I'm home. Yu, who was scrolling on his phone, looked up and ran over excitedly. Yumin, he asked curiously, how was your date? Yumin looked at Yu, confused. Date? Seeing his brother's blank expression, Yu asked again, weren't you on a date with your girlfriend? Yumin sat down on the couch, exasperated. Stop talking nonsense. Have you eaten yet? Yu sat next to him, his face beaming with happiness. I ordered black bean noodles. Yumin rested his chin on his hand, his eyes teasing. You should have ordered something a little nicer. Yu puffed out his cheeks. What's wrong with black bean noodles? Do you have any idea how much I've been wanting to eat this? Hearing that, Yumin recalled their difficult situation from the previous month. He thought to himself, that's right, it was just last month that the two of us were still struggling. Looking at the TV, he was lost in thought. Thanks to my investment, I've made 150 million dong from Bitcoin, but it's probably going to drop significantly in 2 weeks. That'll be the perfect time to sell. Beside him, Yao was engrossed in the TV. Seeing a car on the screen, an idea sparked in Yao Min's mind. The first thing he should do is get his driver's license. Cut to the exam room. In theory, everyone was focused on the test. But as Diêu Min sat in front of the computer, he wondered, just how many times have I taken this? Let's just get this over with and get out of here. A man sitting across from him saw him stand up to leave and thought in confusion, what's wrong with that guy? He walked over to Diêu Min's computer and saw the screen displaying the score. 95. You have passed the written exam to obtain a commercial driver's license. The man was stunned. In just that short amount of time, he scored a 95. Meanwhile, Diêu Min showed his new license to Dai, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. He calculated that it only took him 4 days to get it. I have more driving experience than anyone. Suddenly, he paused, asking himself, wait a minute, how many years has it been? How old am I? Then he smiled. After I get my license, I'm buying a Lamborghini Aventador right away. Diêu Min was with the manager, asking, how long would a direct import take? The manager replied, if you place the order today, the car will arrive within a month. Diêu Min looked at the tablet. All right, let me sign for it right now. The manager rubbed his hands together gleefully. Sir, you have impeccable taste. Diêu Min gave the manager a helpless look and a bright smile. 2 weeks later, Diêu Min stared at his phone, stealing his resolve. It's time to say goodbye to all this Bitcoin. Dai saw him smiling and asked curiously, did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Diêu Min crossed his legs and replied, I just sold all my Bitcoin. Dai, holding a glass of water, sat down on the sofa and asked, really? How high did the price go? Diêu Min said casually, $300 million. Dai almost dropped his glass. $300 million? Your entire lottery winning was only $60 million, and it grew to 300 million? Diêu Min nodded. What else? Dai recalled advising him against investing in Bitcoin a month ago and mumbled, when you wanted to invest, I tried to stop you. But you ended up making this much. Diêu Min thought to himself that last time, the most he made was 280 million. Dai asked, so, are you going to stop now? Diêu Min replied, of course. Dai raised his glass in relief. That's great. But when he heard, it's time to invest in the stock market, he choked on his water in alarm. Bro, what the hell do you know about stocks? What are you planning to do now? Diêu Min said gently. Don't worry, he added confidently. I saw it in a dream. Dai was surprised. You had another one of those precognitive dreams? What stock are you buying this time? Diêu Min replied, yep, in my dream, I saw that if I buy it now, I'll make a huge profit later. Dai sighed. Fine, just do whatever you want. Diêu Min smiled. He thought, I can't blame Dai for being so worried, but I know the future. He scrolled through his phone, thinking, the company I'm going to invest in is Tianma, ranked 85th on the CERDCH, valued at $900 million. Tianma is owned by Magon Lock, though it's not famous yet. After round 4, it will experience explosive growth thanks to a special system. Diêu Min told himself, if I know this company is going to be famous, there's no reason not to invest. I'll put in $280 million, securing a 31% ownership stake and becoming a major shareholder to influence the company. He pressed the buy button. Beside him, Dai whispered a prayer, please, let his dream come true again. The screen displayed, transaction successful. Diêu Min thought, it's done. Now I just need to buy some items. Late that night, a light was on in Diêu Min's room. He opened the shop, and the system screen displayed the word shop with countless items. Diêu Min scrolled through the list, thinking, I've been saving my gold for this day. He clicked on the equipment tab, telling himself, with gold, I can buy common items and skills. So convenient. Even though they're only common grade, I can still buy rare materials, even epic ones. A line of text appeared, today's item. Diêu Min thought, this function lets me buy random items that change daily, so it's usually hard to get what I want. But I already know that today, they're selling the dry bone necklace. He tapped the screen, which displayed an image of the necklace and its information. Diêu Min was excited. This is it. The dry bone necklace increases intelligence and attack speed, and it's cheap. He opened his inventory and saw the 50% discount coupon from a level up quest. He thought, if I use this coupon to buy the necklace, the price will be cut in half. He clicked buy, and his gold count dropped to 13,949. Diêu Min sat up straight, surprised. I still have so much gold left. He calculated that he had originally planned to buy a common equipment set, but if I save up another 6,000 gold, I can buy a common skill. He was thrilled. A common skill is still better than common equipment. He was determined to earn another 6,000 gold. Diêu Min thought, luckily, round 3 has a lot of monsters. Time passed, and the day for the new round to begin finally arrived. In a mystical purple light, people from all over were summoned, gathering around a giant, radiant crystal in the middle of a square. The space was chaotic, filled with murmurs. Damn it, we've been dragged into the other world again. This isn't a forest this time. Where are we? They looked around at the dilapidated, ruined buildings scattered everywhere. One person muttered, "What the hell? This is no different from a pile of rubble." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, there are walls around the village." Everyone immediately turned their attention. Their eyes were fixed on the towering stone walls that surrounded them. They turned back to the purple crystal, whispering, "What's with this crystal? What are we supposed to do here in round 3? Diêu Min stood in a corner, observing, and thought to himself, "This place is strange." Everyone looked so worried. His gaze landed on a person standing motionless in the crowd. Diêu Min recognized him instantly. Dung Zish. Another person spoke up. Isn't that guy our regional representative?" Murmurs broke out. "That's right. Life is a documentary. That's him. I heard he's a gang boss. He even used a sword to threaten us into voting for him. Black Scythe should be the representative, not that murderer," a man whispered anxiously. "Hey, he'll hear you. He has authority, you know." Another person scoffed. "Who cares? He can only use that power 10 times. There's nothing to be afraid of." Dungzik roared in anger. "You bastards, shut your mouths." Hearing his shout, the crowd wasn't scared and even mocked him. What's he cussing about? As if other people don't know how to swear, Dungzik spun around, yelling towards the source of the voice. Who was that mumbling, huh? He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I knew this would happen. He wished that angel bitch had just kept her mouth shut. Suddenly, someone approached him. Dongmin bowed his head and said loudly, "Greetings, sir." Dongchich was startled and turned around. The crowd whispered, "What is Dongmin doing?" Dongmin looked up at Dungchich. "Sir, you are the leader of the Life is a Documentary crew, Dungchich, my senior." Dungzich crossed his arms, confused. "Senior? Are you one of my juniors?" Dongmin replied, "Not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old man who dreams of being a gangster." Dungchich was dumbfounded, thinking the kid wanted to be a gangster. "Is this kid crazy?" Dongmin said excitedly. "You are my role model. I really want to join the Dungshik crew." Dungshich was surprised. "Why would you?" Before he could finish, Dongmin dropped to his knees. He said sincerely, "I will dedicate my life to following you. Please accept me." Dungshich smirked, looking at the boy kneeling on the ground. He thought that in all his life, he'd met plenty of crazy bastards, but this was the first time he'd seen one this nuts. "I like his spirit," he said. "Get up." Dongmin quickly complied. "Yes, sir." Dungzich pointed a finger at the gossiping crowd. "Are you blind? Can't you see my reputation has gone to shit, and you still want to follow me?" Dongmin answered immediately. "I don't care. You are the person I respect." Dungzich fell silent, his eyes scrutinizing him. Dongmin continued, "As long as you accept me, I don't care what anyone else thinks." Dungshich laughed loudly. "I like your answer. All right, I'll take responsibility for teaching you." Dongmin bowed joyfully. "Thank you, sir. It is my honor." The crowd buzzed. Did he just join the Life as a Documentary crew? Is he insane? Someone sneered. Birds of a feather flocked together. From a hidden corner, Dimin thought. Dongmin is teaming up with Dungsish. This is good. Suddenly, an angel appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up in unison. The angel's voice rang out. "Is everyone gathered?" He smiled. "Let's see. We're short 90 people today." The crowd was confused. "What do you mean, short on people?" The system displayed the mission. Protect the holy relic for 3 hours. Everyone checked and saw nothing unusual, asking each other, are we really missing people? How did that happen?" The angel spoke with a conceited tone. "Impossible. For people to die when everything is peaceful. It seems you've been killing each other in the real world. I was worried about how competitive you would get," someone shouted. "Wait. Everyone look at the number of people who passed this round." The crowd looked at the system, puzzled. 1,225 people? What is this? Only a quarter are left. They were bewildered. "You strange angel, is there some kind of error?" The angel burst out laughing. "An error? There's no error. You're worried because the number of survivors has decreased. But did you forget? Only half are supposed to survive each round." He smirked, "But everyone survived the last round." So, this round, only a quarter will survive. Makes sense, right? The crowd was terrified, hesitating. That's... The angel glared. Losing his patience, he snapped. There's nothing unfair about it. You just have to work hard to be in the top 25%. Then, he returned to his normal voice. All right, I'll explain the rules for round 3. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my army will appear before the castle gates. They will target the holy relic in the center of the village. There will be a total of 4 waves of attacks. All of you must cooperate to protect the relic. Everyone looked towards the crystal in the middle of the square. The angel continued, you will receive additional rewards if you protect the holy relic. If you fail within the 3 hours, the penalty will be severe. Rankings will be determined by the number of monsters you kill, he said with amusement. But they only have brute strength, so it should be much easier, right? Of course, the gold and experience will be reduced accordingly. Hearing this, Deng-Shich thought, so I just need to kill a lot of monsters. With my authority, this round will be a piece of cake. The angel clapped his hands. His eyes fell on Deng-Shich. I almost forgot. The representative from the previous round was, the Life is a Documentary crew, wasn't it? Deng-Shich looked up. The angel flew closer, smirking. From this round on, he can use his command authority, but I bet everyone is curious. What happens if the representative dies? Deng-Shich's expression changed. The angel continued. If the representative is killed by a monster or by external factors, the position will become vacant. But if he is killed by another player, Deng-Shich grew uneasy. The angel smiled. The killer will become the new representative and receive a full 10 uses of the command authority. The crowd stared at Deng-Shich, their eyes looking like they wanted to eat him alive. The angel clapped. The monsters will appear in 10 minutes. For the next 3 hours, try to cooperate and survive. He smiled brightly, though I'm not sure you'll be able to. The angel vanished. Deng-Shich trembled with rage, cursing as he glanced at the crowd, who were holding their weapons, ready to attack. He drew his sword and roared, you bastards, come on. I'll take you all on, one by one. Someone mocked. You act tough, but you can only use your authority 10 times. Another person added, the angel said it himself. Whoever kills this bastard becomes the representative. If I do it, all the better. Suddenly, Diêu Min approached, a scythe in his hand. Deng-Shich grew anxious. What are you doing? Black Scythe Diêu Min reassured him. Don't be afraid, I just want to talk. Deng-Shich tried to stay calm. Afraid? What do you want to talk about? Spit it out. He spoke warily. If you're planning to make me bow my head, Diêu Min cut him off. I have a proposal. You're confident, but I'm guessing you're in a tough spot. How about I protect you? Deng-Shich stared blankly, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He blinked and repeated, what? The light from the scythe reflected off Diêu Min's face, giving him an irresistibly mysterious aura. I will protect you from the other players, which means I'll be your personal bodyguard. Diêu Min's declaration stunned the surrounding crowd, and whispers spread like a chilling wind, blowing through the forest. What? The Black Scythe is going to protect him? Is this some kind of movie? So does that mean we have to face off against the Black Scythe? Someone in the crowd cried out in panic, their voice trembling as worried glances were exchanged. The tension in the air was as taut as a bowstring about to snap. This has gone too far. What should we do now? Deng-Shich silently observed everyone's reactions, inwardly astonished. He never expected the Black Scythe's reputation to have such a massive influence. Just one offer from Diêu Min had made the entire crowd waver, as if he were a storm that could sweep everything away. Deng-Shich frowned, looking at Diêu Min with a wary gaze, thinking to himself that the offer was tempting, but everything has its price. He spoke, his voice cold. So, what do you want in return? Diêu Min replied, his voice even, but full of hidden meaning. Nothing much. You'll just have to obey my every command. That's the condition. What? Deng-Shich nearly shouted, the blood rushing to his head. He thought, is he asking me to become his subordinate? Deng-Shich clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. What's your reason for making this offer? Diêu Min remained perfectly calm, not wavering in the slightest. I can't say. Deng-Shich gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his rage. You say I have to obey, but what kind of orders are we talking about? I can't tell you that either. Diêu Min replied, his voice still ice cold. You just need to obey. Me unconditionally. Deng-Shich cursed inwardly. So you want me to follow you for the rest of my life? Damn it, he must think. I'm easy to fool. He took a step back, thinking quickly. Wait a minute. What happens if I refuse? He wouldn't just attack me in broad daylight for no reason, would he? Deng-Shich pressed his lips together, his eyes wavering between suspicion and worry. Diêu Min spoke, his voice even but full of power. Choose. He looked straight into Deng-Shich's eyes, as if trying to see right through him. The others are waiting for your decision too. Deng Shish gritted his teeth, feeling like he was backed into a corner. Finally, he growled, "I refuse your offer." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Diêu Min's eyes. He thought to himself, just as I predicted, this bastard wouldn't swallow his pride so easily. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, as if a great pressure had been lifted. He refused. If he had agreed, he'd be hunting leisurely by now. His ego must be too big to take orders, right? A few people raised their weapons, their eyes glinting with excitement, ready to charge at Deng Shish. Diêu Min observed it all, thinking to himself, this is playing out, exactly like it did in my past life. He knew it was time to draw the line. He spoke, his voice cold, "Very well. If you've refused, there's nothing more I can do. I won't concern myself with what happens here anymore." With that, Diêu Min turned and walked away, the scythe on his shoulder vibrating slightly in the wind. Before disappearing from sight, he tossed back a final sentence. "Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." The group of players holding weapons immediately advanced on Deng Shish, their eyes brimming with killing intent. "You hear that? The black scythe doesn't care about you anymore. So, I guess it's time we make mincemeat out of this guy, huh?" One of them roared, raising his sword high. Deng Shish gripped his weapon tightly, gritting his teeth in anger. He cursed, silently. Damn it, was I really supposed to accept that offer? Just then, the system screen appeared, announcing, coldly, "Wave 1 will begin. Prepare for the appearance of monsters and protect the fortress." The crowd was bewildered, and before they could react, another screen appeared. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters have been dealt with, Wave 2 will begin. A shout rang out, "Everyone, protect the fortress." The system screen continued to display the remaining time, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The crowd hastily moved, leaving Deng Shish standing all alone. He looked around, thinking he couldn't possibly fight alongside these guys who held a grudge against him. He decided to act alone, a look of grim determination in his eyes. Seeing Diêu Min walking into the distance with his scythe, Deng Shish wondered, where is that guy going? He secretly followed, hiding behind a house to watch. Is he planning to fight alone too? He was heading towards the city gate when suddenly, a piercing sound rang out, and the system screen displayed, "Wave 1. The gate is opening." The gate slowly creaked open, revealing thousands of goblins with bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs, screaming as they charged out. The screen continued to update. Players, 4,900. Weakened goblins, 9,800. A final line of text appeared. Due to the nature of this stage, the goblins possess only 1/3 of their .1 usual strength. Good luck. Deng Shish was horrified, his heart pounding in his chest. 9,800 of them. He quickly ran into a nearby house and climbed to a higher floor, thinking, this is insane, I'll just hide and watch for now. From the window, he looked down and saw. Dai stood facing the goblins, the scythe in his hand glowing with a brilliant red light. With one slash, 3 goblins fell. Deng Shish's eyes widened. Was the black scythe really that strong? Yao Min remained calm, his gaze as sharp as a blade. 5 goblins lunged at him, but he just glided past them effortlessly, his scythe swinging up, tearing their bodies apart. Watching from above, Deng Shish felt a surge of jealousy mixed with admiration. Could I be that strong when I reach level 16? He shook his head, telling himself this was no time for daydreaming. He had to level up faster. Down below, the battle between the players and the goblins grew more and more fierce. Monster corpses littered the ground, but the living ones kept charging forward relentlessly. The players screamed, protecting the purple crystal, the stage's holy relic. Stop them. The west gate is breached. Don't let them get near the relic. Deng Shish ran down, his determination burning. He shouted, "Come here, you walking EXP points." A nearby goblin turned, but before it could even charge, Deng Shish finished it off. He smirked smugly. With the ancient language sword, predicting their movements is a piece of cake. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past, tearing off a piece of Deng Shish's ear. He clutched his ear and gritted his teeth. Son of a bitch, goblins don't shoot arrows, so who the hell was that? He looked around and spotted a player drawing a bow not far away. Deng Shish hurled his spear, hitting the man right in the head. But at that exact moment, a sword plunged straight into his stomach. The attacker roared, "I got him!" Deng Shish gritted his teeth, pulled out the spear, and stabbed it back into the man's chest, screaming, "Die, you bastard." Another arrow flew towards him, but Deng Shish was faster, throwing his spear and finishing off the archer. He clutched his wound, thinking to himself, damn it, I never thought the real danger would come from other players, not the monsters. He ground his teeth. Area representative, my ass. If I had a choice, I would have thrown this title to someone else. He scanned the area, his eyes landing on a nearby player, Black Dragon Master, ranked 3rd in the region. Dungshich smirked as an idea flashed in his mind. That's right, him. He approached, his voice cold. Hey. The other man turned and frowned. What? Who are you? Dungsich pointed his weapon at him and commanded, Black Dragon Master, from now on, you will protect me. Yao Min swung his sword, the sharp scythe slicing through the air, cleaving the monster in front of him. The system's voice rang out, cold and decisive. Effect of the bone armor necklace activated. Attack speed increased by 25%. You have defeated a goblin. Current kill count, 502 out of 1,000. Level 3 experience buff is active. All stats increased by 100%. Due to the Golden Butcher's Blessing effect, plus 333 bonus gold, plus 166. Yao Min stared intently at the system panel, a flash of satisfaction in his sharp eyes. He opened his inventory. He already had nearly 2,000 gold. The corner of his mouth lifted into a slight smirk. He thought to himself, at this rate, I'll easily make 20,000 gold during the second wave. The monsters in the distance growled, preparing to advance, but Yao Min remained unfazed, his mind already calculating. I have to accumulate a lot of gold this round, by 2 common skills. If I can do that, I'll get the heart of the ancient language. His crimson eyes swept over the horde of monsters. He swung his scythe, delivering a fatal blow. The monsters behind shrieked, wary. Yao Min sneered, his voice full of challenge. Aren't you going to charge? He raised his scythe high and dashed straight into the horde. If not, I'll make the first move. A blinding blast of magic descended with a loud explosion, sending everyone into a panic. What was that? What was that sound? The monster that was pinning down a young man disintegrated, and the rest of the horde vanished along with it. The system announced, you have successfully repelled the first wave of attack. The crowd let out a sigh of relief. I'm alive. The system continued. Number of surviving players, 3,933. Number of deceased players, 967. Surviving players receive 500 gold. A young man collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, gotta rest a bit before the second wave. Yao Min looked at the bodies lying in pools of dark red blood, lost in thought. 967 dead. Even though he had weakened the goblins, they couldn't be underestimated. He scanned the area, muttering, where is he? His gaze landed on Sheesh, who was gritting his teeth in tension. Yao Min thought to himself, not surprising. He's still alive, but it'll be hard for him to get through this round. Sheesh panted heavily, clutching his dagger and yelling, damn it. He was unaware of the enemies sneaking up on him, thinking to himself, these bastards aren't killing goblins, they're only targeting me. One of them lunged forward, his dagger aimed straight. Die. But before he could touch Sheesh, he was taken down by 2 others. The commander symbol glowed brightly above Sheesh's head, making him smirk inwardly. Good thing I have them. This commander authority is awesome. Acting as my meat shields to get me through the first wave, Yao Min stepped forward, blocking Dungshich's path. Are you all right? He asked. Dungshich looked at him, confused. This crazy bastard is still following me, even though I'm not using my authority on him. The wound in his stomach was seeping blood, causing Dungshich to let out a pained groan. Blood dripped down his hand, and he grew anxious. I'm losing too much blood. Can I even survive this round? He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Shit. Sweat soaked his forehead, but Dungshich was determined. I will survive. Getting through this round will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, they both snapped their heads to look behind them. He struck them down decisively. The monsters lay piled on the ground. Diêu Min swung his scythe, cutting a path through the air. Lifting his head, he read the system notification. You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from apprentice to regular. You can now use the combine function. Diêu Min wiped his sweat, satisfied. Finally, level 20. Now I can create unique items that can't be bought in the shop. The system continued. Death's radiance has been enhanced. Additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. You have learned the unique skill, Midnight. Midnight. Within a 500-meter radius, use dark energy to create an artificial night. The caster can dismiss the skill at will. The next skill unlocks at level 40. Diêu Min pondered. Death's radiance's damage is up by 120%, and I have a new skill. Midnight works perfectly with the Death God's ancient language. The stronger it gets, the later into the night it is. The system displayed the attributes of the Death God's ancient language. During the day, weapon attack power is doubled. At night, attack speed increases by 50%, and the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. A horde of monsters swarmed in. Diêu Min smirked in amusement. Welcome. I just happened to learn a new skill. His voice was grim. Midnight. The panicked monsters froze in their tracks. A sharp slash descended, taking them down one by one. Diêu Min's feet landed softly on the ground. A high pile of monster corpses behind him. The system announced, "You have stopped the second wave of attacks. Surviving players, 3,343. Fatalities, 590. Surviving players receive 500 gold." Diêu Min put his hands on his hips and exhaled. The second wave is over. Should I buy some common skills during the break? He touched the system shop, deep in thought. For his first skill, he chose one that could sense the flow of magic around him. With this skill, I can identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It's just goblin corpses around here. Should I save another 20,000 gold? The system displayed. Wave 3. Players. 3,343. Defeat 6,686 weakened goblins. Everyone rushed in, throwing punches at the monsters. The system announced the third wave was a success. Dongmin gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful blow. The system continued. Wave 4. Players. 3,001. Defeat 6,002 weakened goblins. Everyone was exhausted after defeating the monsters. The system confirmed the fourth wave was a success. Sheesh's face was pale, drenched in sweat. He struggled to think. Just one more hour. If I can hold out, I'll survive. He glanced at the crowd before him, scheming. Even if I've used up all my authority, as long as these guys protect me, I'll be safe. The system displayed. Wave 5. Players. 2,700. Weakened goblins. 10,800. Sheesh was stunned. 10,000 of them? The system explained. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins only have normal strength. Good luck. The goblins charged forward. Everyone roared and fought back. Die, Sheesh calculated. This is my chance to set a record. I'll become stronger and tear apart those who look down on me. A sudden shout startled him. A group of players teamed up to attack. One of them pointed straight at him. There he is, that bastard gangster. The representative title is mine. Sheesh grabbed two people near him to use as shields, shouting, "You savages, getting in my way at the end of the match. Bodyguards, stop them." The two bodyguards were quickly taken down. Sheesh panicked and backed away. Damn it, I'm screwed. He turned and ran, thinking he just needed to survive this wave. The crowd chased after him. He's running, get him. Sheesh stopped when he saw Diêu Min standing firm against the monsters. He ran over urgently. "Black Ball, I agree to your terms. I'll do whatever you say. Please. Protect me." Diêu Min looked at Sheesh thoughtfully. The man was anxious. "I said I accept your offer. Black Ball, protect me." Diêu Min's eyes flashed with a cold red light, his voice firm. "I refuse." Sheesh was stunned. Diêu Min said indifferently, "I already told you, I don't care if you die or not. Fend for yourself." Sheesh shouted impatiently, "Wait, but you were the one who made the offer. I said I'd become your subordinate. What is there to refuse?" Diêu Min turned and called back, "I have no need for a subordinate who holds no command authority." Sheesh's face went pale as he gritted his teeth. Furious, he thought, that little brat dares to call me useless. I should have agreed sooner. A voice called out from a distance. "See that, everyone?" He refused. The group of players surrounded Sheesh menacingly. What a relief. I was worried Black Ball would help him. Life really is a documentary. The wound on Sheesh's stomach bled, causing him immense pain. One of them laughed. "Now we can kill him whenever we want." Sheesh gripped his knife and roared, "Damn it, even if I die, I'm taking at least one of you with me." Dongmin stepped forward, pushing someone aside. "Senior, you must be tired, right? I'm here to help you." Sheesh was overjoyed. "Yes, I still have you. If I get out of here alive, I'll take good care of you." But before he could finish, Dongmin threw a powerful punch right into Sheesh's face. The blow stunned him. He collapsed to the ground, a bloody mess. Sheesh clutched his face, wincing in pain. He cried out in a trembling voice, "This, senior." Huang Dongmin approached slowly, a smile as cold and sharp as a blade on his face. His eyes glinted dangerously as he spoke in a low, threatening voice. "I'll just kill you myself. Let me put you out of your misery." Dongmin grabbed Sheesh's collar and yanked him up. In a fit of rage and helplessness, he roared, "You bastard!" But in the blink of an eye, a powerful punch from Dongmin landed squarely on Sheesh's face. A series of merciless blows followed, drawing fresh blood. Sheesh's face felt like it was shattering. He lay motionless, eyes wide in terror, his mind reeling, only able to think. He thought, "Damn it. Betrayed by this bastard." Dongmin stood proudly. a smirk playing on his lips as he raised his foot and brought it down with a fatal stomp on Sheesh. The system's cold announcement rang out. Regional Representative Sheesh has been killed. The representative's power has been transferred to the killer, Hwang Dong-min. He is now the new regional representative of S45. He clenched his fists, screaming in joy. Now I'm the regional representative. I'm the king here. The system continued to display its message. You have become the regional representative. You have received the exclusive command authority of a representative. Dong-min frowned, his mind racing. If I focus, I can control Se-ayon however I want. He glanced at Sheesh's motionless body, thinking to himself, I'll make good use of this command authority. Don't be too mad, okay? This is what happens when the gang leader just keeps running away. Dong-min turned his back, walking away with a swagger, his mind filled with sarcastic schemes. He turned back, pointing at the group of collaborators, his voice dripping with arrogance. Hey, you all see that? I beat the hell out of him. Didn't I tell you I had a chance to win? The crowd nodded in unison. Right. Good. But their eyes revealed their panic as they stared at Dong-min's blood-stained hands. Someone muttered, This bastard killed a man with his bare hands. It gives me the creeps. The crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. A barrage of questions erupted, sending the area into chaos. What the hell is going on? Wasn't this dog always kissing that thug's ass? Was he planning to betray him from the very beginning? Another person trembled, terrified. How can someone like that become the regional representative? Amidst the buzzing chatter, Dong-min silently wiped his hands, his mind calculating. Are they planning to target me? Too bad for them. I know something that can get me out of this. He ran over to Diêu Min. Diêu Min wondered, What is it? Dong-min said urgently, You saw the announcement, right? I'm the regional representative now. I have command authority. Diêu Min was confused. So what? Dong-min placed a hand on his chest, offering with a bright smile. You tell me what to do with this representative title, and I'll do it. In other words, I'll listen to you. In exchange, please protect me. Diêu Min smirked, his voice cold. I don't like your attitude. Dong-min was stunned. What? Diêu Min continued, his gaze as sharp as a knife. If you get on your knees and beg me, maybe I'll consider it. Flustered, Dong-min dropped to his knees and pointed at himself. Didn't you hear me? I have the command authority. Diêu Min was indifferent. And? What do you want me to do about it? You seem to have misunderstood something, but the one at a disadvantage here is you, not me. Dong-min fell silent, brooding. Diêu Min smirked. You want me to protect you? Then get on your knees and beg. Dong-min gritted his teeth, glanced at the crowd behind him, then suddenly knelt down, bowing his head respectfully before Diêu Min. I'll do everything you say, so please, let me become your subordinate. His bloodshot eyes trembled. I'm begging you. Diêu Min assessed him with a dark gaze. I've seen this scene so many times, I'm sick of it. However, unlike Sheesh, Hwang Dong-min is still useful. For now. His voice rang out. Fine. I accept your offer. Dong-min bowed his head repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. Diêu Min glared at him. Stop it. I don't want to see that pathetic look on your face. Dong-min was confused. What? Diêu Min casually walked past him without a second glance. The whispers of the crowd started up again. How did things turn out like this? Is Black Dog going to protect Hwang Dong-min? We're screwed. A man holding a sword trembled as he argued back. Have you not seen Black Dog fight? He can take on multiple people at once. We don't stand a chance against a monster like that. Diêu Min's cold voice cut through the air, startling the crowd. Let me help you all decide. His sharp eyes swept over each person. You have two choices. 1. Give up on the regional representative title, go back, and hunt some monsters. He swung his scythe, the steel flashing menacingly. Or, die by my hand. Diêu Min's face became terrifying, his voice low, cold, and dark. If possible, I'd advise you to choose the first option, but the second one is fine too. Because anyone who dares to raise a sword against me is no longer human in my eyes. One terrified man hid his knife behind his back, while others panicked and turned to flee. I give up. Me too. Dong-min, still kneeling on the ground, stared at the terrifying scene, thinking to himself, impressive. With just a few words, Black Dog made them all back down. Diêu Min, his face still calm, glanced at the people struggling against the horde of monsters and thought, so, we've cleared the fifth wave safely. But he smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. But if it just ends like this, wouldn't that be boring? He called out. Hwang Dong-min. Dong-min approached him. Yes, Black Dog. Diêu Min gave a cold command. Do as you promised, and follow my orders. Dong-min asked, What should I do? Just give the order. Diêu Min turned, his blood-red eyes sharp and cold. Use your command authority 10 times and destroy the artifact. Dongmin was bewildered. What? The artifact? He frantically recalled the angel's warning. If you fail to protect it, you will face a severe penalty. He gritted his teeth. But why? If I use the command authority 10 times, I won't be able to turn Seiyun into my slave. No explanations. Just shut up and do as I say. Dongmin offered. Instead of 10, can I use 9? Diêu Min was indifferent. I won't repeat myself. Choose, unless you want to die. Dongmin was torn. I understand. I'll follow your orders. Diêu Min was full of authority. Continue. I will designate the people for you to use your command authority on, he pondered. Sim Sandu, Little Chili, Xuan Ha, Thursday. Order these 10 people to destroy the relic. Dongmin stared in disbelief at the group before him, which included his own friends. Are you doing this on purpose? He was helpless. I'm sorry, guys. It's an order from Black Hook. I hope you understand. He muttered, don't bother me. Sim. Each character appeared above the group's heads, stunning them. Dongmin whispered, Little Chili, Xuan Hathu, destroy the relic. The system announced a warning. The relic is under attack. A loud explosion rang out. The group surrounded it, weapons raised high to destroy the relic. The crowd in the distance shouted, Hey, what are you people doing? Stop it, they screamed. What are they doing? Do they want to be penalized? Someone stop them. One person rushed forward, grabbing someone who was attacking the relic. Stop breaking it. Stop. But another man swung his knife, slashing right at them. The relic began to crack. Fissures ran along its surface. Soon, the relic shattered. The system announced, the relic has been broken. Main quest failed. A new line of text appeared for the punishment. The incarnation of the god of punishment will be summoned in 30 minutes. The crowd went into a frenzy. What? What's the incarnation of the god of punishment? The system continued. Survive against the incarnation of the god of punishment. The round will not end until the time is up. Diêu Min smirked, his eyes flashing with excitement as he read the system panel. Hidden side quest for round 3. Resist the incarnation of the god of punishment and survive. Reward. 3,000 gold. Time remaining. 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The crowd gathered, buzzing with discussion. The system says we get a reward if we survive. 3,000 gold. Another person nodded. I told you. Protecting the relic only gets you 2,000 gold. Hearing this, a few people got excited. So this is much more profitable. Another one added, that's what I think too. Diêu Min stood amidst the crowd, his eyes sharp and cold, thinking to himself, the quest reward is even bigger than the reward for clearing the 5th wave. That's why I ordered Dongmin to break the relic, but I didn't break it myself. Because suddenly, the system's cold voice rang out, confirming the 10 players who attacked the relic will be punished. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. The group that had been gleefully destroying the relic froze in shock. An archer, his face purple with rage, pointed straight at Dongmin. What? Our stats are reduced? We were just following orders. You son of a bitch. Dongmin, being called out, stammered, I'm sorry. How was I supposed to know there'd be a penalty like this? Before he could finish explaining, the system continued. The area representative who failed to protect the relic will receive a one-hit kill penalty. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. Dongmin was stunned, silent. His face darkened, and he furiously kicked the wall. God damn it. Diêu Min stood on the sidelines, a guiltless smile on his face. A permanent stat reduction is a fatal blow, directly tied to survival. Now then, time to prepare, to face the incarnation of the god of punishment. He called up the system shop, thinking, I'll buy some common items with my remaining gold. Even a small stat boost will make it easier to take down the monster. His finger decisively confirmed the purchase. Assassin's Hood. A common grade helmet. Defense. 20. Effect. Agility +3. Durability. 250 out of 250. Usage restriction. Common grade or higher. A hood that faintly smells of blood, as if it's never been washed. Next. Cunning long boots. Common grade shoes. Defense. 15. Effect. Agility +2. Action speed +5%. Durability. 250 out of 250. Usage restriction. Common grade or higher. Tight-fitting black boots that look cramped, but feel light when worn. Surprisingly comfortable. Diêu Min switched to the modification panel and opened the combination function. He placed an item into the empty slot, then dragged and dropped a monostone to combine with the skeleton bone necklace. The system announced, combination successful. Option, +1 to all stats has been added to the skeleton bone necklace. He repeated the process with his other items. Each piece of equipment could be fitted with 1 mana stone. He just had to apply this method to the remaining items. The system continuously announced, combination successful. Option, damage reduction +1 has been added to the skilled hunter's leather armor. Combination successful. Option, strength +2 has been added to the death god's black hook. Finished. Diêu Min closed the screen, thinking, low-grade mana stones don't help much, but it's better than nothing. Suddenly, dust filled the entire hall. The crowd stirred. So, it's starting? A girl asked nervously, looking around. I'm getting a little anxious. A person beside her trembled. We just have to hold out for 30 minutes. Another person shouted, that's right, we just need to run away. Diêu Min thought grimly, running away from the incarnation of the god of punishment is not that easy. He recalled his past life. Out of 2,700 people, only 500 survived. Just staying alive was hard, let alone fighting it. The incarnation of the god of punishment. A terrifying monster that required 5 level 40 players to even stand a chance. But Diêu Min smirked. I'll kill it and get the huge reward. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and a brilliant golden light enveloped the space. Diêu Min calculated to himself, the title First to Kill an Angel will help me. The system displayed the title, The One Who, First to Kill an Angel. Condition, be the first person to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting divine creatures, all stats are doubled. From the rift, the incarnation of the god of punishment descended a colossal creature, standing tall, in the middle of the square, terrifying everyone. Is that the incarnation of the god of punishment? We just have to avoid it to survive, right? That's too easy. Dongmin let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, that scared me for a second. But one of his buddies frowned. I can't see a thing. Amidst the chaos, the god raised its scepter and slammed it down, sending out a wave of purple light that enveloped the square like a cage. A system notification appeared. The incarnation of the god of punishment has established a restricted area. The crowd panicked. What the hell? Is this a restricted area? The system explained. Unless the creator of the area dispels it, you are not allowed to leave. The crowd screamed, we can't leave? We're trapped? The system continued. The stats of all players within the area are reduced by 50%. Those outside cried for help. Get us out of here, Yao Min watched with a sigh. Almost 300 people are trapped. It's a shame, but I can't save them. Someone from afar asked, what is that giant sphere? The god spread its wings, and countless purple projectiles shot out like rain. Yao Min offered a moment of silence for those people. Screams echoed as many were injured, and the crowd scattered in chaos. Damn it, it wants us to dodge these things? They're already hard to see. The god didn't care, swinging its wings to launch another wave of projectiles. Yao Min muttered. Inside the restricted area, dodging those light arrows is nearly impossible, but if you know how, it's not that hard. He moved carefully, staying out of the god's line of sight. Just as expected, when it's hunting humans, it doesn't pay attention to its back. When an opening in the barrier appeared, Yao Min dashed in. This is it. He leaped, his scythe swinging high, 5 meters away from the god. From the seal, the scythe aimed for the symbol and struck hard. Yao Min sneered, a little too late to be on your guard. Now, a clean slice right across the god's face thrilled him. That was a perfect strike. He pulled back his scythe and jumped away as the god clutched its face, screaming. Yao Min saw the health bar above the god's head drop significantly. A single blow took out 40% of its health. Not bad. He read the god like a book and retreated further. As expected, the scepter waved, and the barrier spread out again. The system announced, the incarnation of the god of punishment has established a restricted area. Yao Min stopped. When it realizes the barrier caught nothing, it'll drop it. Here's my second chance. He charged forward, his scythe glowing red. I've already taken one of its eyes. Now for the other one. A single slash turned the one-eyed god, completely blind. The god shrieked in pain as Yao Min retreated. The system announced, restricted area re-established. Stats of players inside are reduced by 50%. He smirked confidently. Without its eyes, it's just a giant punching bag. The scepter rose, and a rain of light arrows poured down. Yao Min mused, it's firing arrows in every direction to kill me. He slowly moved behind the god and commanded, midnight, darkness, fell, and the god looked around in confusion. Yao Min leaped up. Light can never defeat darkness, because the system of this world has already decreed it. The scythe swung down. Let's end this. Yao Min's scythe slashed fiercely, tearing off one of the god's wings. The wing fell, and the god roared in agony, abandoning its magic to switch to physical attacks. The scepter swept horizontally, but Yao Min nimbly dodged, spinning in midair, his scythe swinging in a perfect arc to sever the remaining wing. The sound of its screams echoed as the wing fell. Yao Min landed softly, looking at the crippled god, its health bar down to 10%. He backed away, keeping his distance, thinking, "Don't kill it just yet." The system announced, "Passive skill activated, final radiant. Aura. The incarnation of the god of punishment is now in an invincible state." Yao Min watched the enraged god. When its health drops below 10%, it enters this phase. If I had gone for its head earlier, I wouldn't have been able to kill it. The god raised its scepter, summoning countless black holes. Yao Min dodged the bolts of purple lightning, muttering, "Show me your last-ditch effort." The system began a countdown. Final radiant. Aura has 50 seconds remaining. The scepter swung, and the timer dropped to 30 seconds. A purple beam shot past, and the system announced 10 seconds. The god was exhausted, unable to hold its scepter. 5 seconds. 1 second. Yao Min smirked. Without its scepter, the god is powerless. The system announced, "Invincibility status has been lifted." He gripped his scythe and charged, swinging it high. "This one's for your head." Feathers flew as the head of the god of punishment fell. The system chimed, "You have defeated the incarnation of the god of punishment. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Gold, plus 8,200. Bonus reward, plus 4,100. Confirmed that you are the first person to defeat the incarnation of the god of punishment. Title, unlocked. Challenger of the god of punishment." Yao Min looked at the title screen. Challenger of the god of punishment. Condition: be the first person to defeat the incarnation of the god of punishment. Effect: reduces damage from divine creatures by 80%. A few items appeared in his hands. You have received Essence of Ether and the Ancient Rune of Light for the first kill. An item is automatically fusing. The system announced, "The Ancient Rune of Light has been engraved onto the player's body." He thought, "Just as I predicted. The Essence of Ether is the reason I killed the god of punishment." He checked the information for the Essence of Ether. Item type: gradeless. A 7-colored light, the essence used to create god-tier items. He looked at the other item, the Ancient Rune of Light. Effect: willpower plus 1. Effectiveness of holy type skills plus 1% per level. Yao Min began to calculate. Model: I'm level 30, my intelligence is up by 30, and my skill power has increased by 30%. I don't have to worry about mana anymore. A system notification announces, hidden subquest, complete. Reward, 3,000 gold. The crowd roared. "It's over. I survived." "Oh my god," they exclaimed. "Black Hook alone took down the incarnation of the god of punishment. He's a monster." A delighted voice rang out. My, I can't believe it." The angel looked down at Yao Min, a note of praise in his voice. "To single-handedly defeat the incarnation of the god of punishment. This is the first time I, Oliver, have ever acknowledged the strength of a human." He continued, his tone light. "Perhaps I should interview you, player Black Hook. Why? Did you want to kill the incarnation of the god of punishment?" Yao Min replied with cold disdain, "Because I felt like it." The angel was confused. "You would have gotten a reward just for surviving, but you risked it all just because you felt like it?" Yao Min answered, "I couldn't just stand there and watch all these people die." The crowd was stunned, then deeply moved. He stood up to help. "Us. I thought someone that powerful would be arrogant. But is he, actually, a good person?" The angel stroked his chin, stepping up to save others in the same situation. "I heard you humans were strange creatures, so it's true. You can put aside your conflicts to unite." He laughed, amused. "I'll never understand it." Yao Min smirked to himself. "Yeah, a bunch of selfish angels like you would never get it." The angel looked down on the mortals. "You all fought hard to survive, but it's not time to relax just yet." He gave a sly smile. "Remember, whether you get eliminated or not is based on your overall performance. Let's see the results, shall we?" The system displayed the rankings for round 3. All regions, Black Hook, level 30. Kills, 3,631. Mage, level 13. Kills, 982. Dark Demon Knight, level 13. Kills, 963. Region S45N1, Hu, level 30. Kills, 3,631. And Sang Chun, Knight, level 11. Kills, 687. Ain, Summoner, level 11. Kills. 576. The crowd gasped. Black Hook alone killed over 3,600 monsters. The guy in second place didn't even break 1,000. Is he really level 30? That's insane. One person wondered, did he get an experience boost or something? Diêu Min thought to himself, I did get an experience boost, but you only find that out if you rank first in all regions. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on completing the mission to rank first in all regions. Special reward. Yang. Congratulations on ranking first in region C45N1. Reward. Rare grade intermediate ring selection ticket. Diêu Min was pleased. An intermediate ring selection ticket. This is it. The system displayed a choice of rings. Ring of Swift Wind, Ring of Blue Magic, and Ring of Resistance. He chose instantly. Ring of Resistance. The item information popped up. Ring of Resistance. Type, Ring. Grade, Rare. Effect, Luck, +4. Resistance, +35. Durability, 450 out of 450. Requirement, normal grade or higher. Description, resists adverse status effects. Diêu Min mused, no matter how high your stats are, getting hit with a debilitating status effect is a death sentence. Resistance doesn't increase with your base stats, so this is the best choice. For now, monsters mostly just deal damage and don't have many status effects. The system continued. Select one reward, a 50% stat increase, applicable only in round 4, or 4,000 gold. Diêu Min thought about the next round. Round 4 doesn't have the triple experience buff because the objective isn't killing monsters. He chose the 4,000 gold. The angel's sinister voice spoke up. Well now, mortals, have you all seen your rankings? Those ranked 1,225 and below will be eliminated. The low rankers were stunned. Eliminated? Angel, please wait. The system must have miscalculated. I killed a ton of monsters. Why is my rank so low? He laughed contemptuously. You insects who couldn't make it into the top 1,225 ranks will be eliminated right now. The angel lowered his hand, and those below the cutoff burst into flames, screaming, Somebody save me. The system announced. Round 3 has ended. All regions, 2,140 out of 7,550 survivors. Region S45N1, 125 survivors. Souls will now be returned to their bodies in the current dimension. The next round will begin on November 21st, 2023. Congratulations on your survival. Ain's eyes snapped open in her room. In disbelief, she touched her face. I'm back. I survived round 3. She scrambled out of bed. Not only that, I got the summoner class. She chanted the command, Summon Spirit. A pure white spirit flew out and wrapped around her. Ain said affectionately, I made it through round 3 safely, thanks to you spirits creating shields and the bodyguards distracting the enemies. She opened her system window, amazed. I'm in the top 3. She took out a mana stone, thinking, I wonder if Black Hook would like this magic stone. In another room, Hong Dong-min violently smashed a lamp, roaring, his face ashen. Son of a bitch. If I knew this would happen, I never would have ordered them to destroy the relic. The system flashed a penalty notification. Penalty applied. All stats permanently decreased by 50%. Hoang Dong-min flinched, picking up his phone and staring at the screen in terror. I'm screwed. Hoang Dong-min looked at the caller ID, Kim X-han. He thought to himself, I'm so screwed. He answered the call. His voice trembled. X-han? The person on the other end was boiling with rage. Hey, are you insane? Hoang Dong-min sighed. You guys. After that, X-han roared into the phone. Don't you dare play dumb with me. Don't you realize you've completely ruined us? How could you? Use your command authority to order your own friends around like that. And you still have the nerve to call yourself a human being? Hoang Dong-min shot back. Hey, I didn't have a choice. If I hadn't done it, Black Hook would have killed me. X-han cursed back. You should have just stayed dead back then. Ho Dong-min was speechless. Seng-han continued. Instead of dragging your friends down with you, you should have just died. Ho Dong-min couldn't take it anymore. You bastard. How is that fair? To me? Didn't you see my stats were nerfed because I was the regional representative? Seng-han shot back. As if, you were the only one with a penalty. We were the ones who got used by our own damn friend. If you weren't so greedy for that regional representative spot in the first place, none of this would have happened. That backstabbing dog. Ho Dong-min seethed. Listen, Kim sang. But before he could finish, Seng-han cut him off. We're done. Don't ever call me again. Not in real life. Not in that other world. Just act like you don't know me, because if I see your face again, I'll probably snap and kill you. The call ended. Frustrated and furious, Ho Dongmin tried calling back. I didn't do anything to deserve this. I'm a victim here too. I'll get the others to crush that bastard. But the line was dead. The number you have dialed is not available. Please try again later. He hurled his phone against the wall, grinding his teeth. Those sons of bitches. Veins bulged on his forehead. That's right. Friends? Who needs them? In the end, everyone's on their own. He said he'd kill me if he saw me again. You want to fight? Just you wait. Next time we meet, I'll kill every last one of you. Meanwhile, at a luxurious hotel, a voice called out. Come in, Chief An. Sung Chun bowed. Maji Lok laughed. The third round must have been a bit rough. Are you all right? Sang Chun replied. Yes, sir. It wasn't too difficult, perhaps because the monsters have gotten weaker. Maji Lok asked. What's your level? Did you get a class yet? Sang Chun answered honestly. Sir, I'm level 11. My class is Knight. Oh, and Sayin is the same level as me, but her class is Summoner. Maji Lok's eyes widened. A Summoner? He chuckled. Excellent. That can't be a common class. Sang Chun nodded. I was surprised, too. After her class change, she can summon a spirit fairy that creates shields. Thanks to her, I was able to hunt much more safely. Maji Lok nodded, satisfied. Good. He smiled. Keep up the good relationship with the actress, Sayin. If you like her, you could even start dating. Sung Chun was taken aback. Dating? What do you mean by that, sir? Maji Lok gave a sly laugh. I just mean, it's easier to find someone's weaknesses when you're close. I'm not telling you to get serious with her. Sung Chun hesitated. So, you want me to ask her out? Maji Lok laughed heartily. It's been a while since I've seen you this flustered. He waved a hand dismissively. If it's too much trouble, then don't bother. Sang Chun sighed in relief. I understand. Besides, I don't think Sayin likes me anyway. Maji Lok was intrigued. Why not? You're reliable and manly. Sang Chun replied. She's still very formal with me. She even calls me Mr. Bodyguard. Maji Lok chuckled. Is that so? He dropped the teasing tone. Anyway, what was the urgent matter you needed to report? Sang Chun bowed his head. First, I must apologize, sir. Maji Lok raised an eyebrow. For what? Sang Chun said gravely. I was unable to carry out your order to assist. Black Dog. I also failed to deliver your message to him. Maji Lok nodded slowly. I see. I assume you had a good reason? Sang Chun replied. Yes, this is what happened. He sat and recounted the entire story. Maji Lok listened, lost in thought. The incarnation of the god of punishment sounds like a formidable foe. And Black Dog killed it. Sang Chun nodded. Yes, sir. He used his skills with such overwhelming power. It was as if he already knew the path to victory. He stammered, Black Dog. Seems like the type of person who doesn't need anyone's help. Maji Lok fell silent. So his stats are beyond imagination. So strong that I feel pathetic for thinking my ancient Dark Knight class was anything special. He frowned, thinking, Black Dog. If I ever get the chance, I'd like to meet him myself. He spoke aloud. You had your reasons. I won't hold you responsible. Sang Chun replied, I apologize, sir. Maji Lok took a sip of wine. Enough of that. What are the results of the search for those thugs? Sang Chun reported. The first one uses the nickname Ho Dongmin. Assuming that's his real name, there are dozens of people with that name across the country. But if we narrow it down to men in their 20s living in Seoul, we're left with about 5 people. Maji Lok pressed. And their locations? Sang Chun replied. The detective agency said it would take a month to confirm their home addresses. Maji Lok murmured. A month. So we won't know until after the 4th round is over. Sang Chun poured his boss another drink. Yes, sir. There's no need to rush. We can take our time. Maji Lok asked. How much gold have you saved up? Sang Chun thought for a moment. About 10 gold. Maji Lok nodded. That's halfway. There's a common skill in the shop called tracking. Once you've saved up 20 gold, make sure you learn it. Sang Chun bowed. Yes, sir. Suddenly he remembered something. Sir, I forgot to mention. Last month, a single shareholder bought a massive amount of stock in your company. Maji Lok asked, which one of my companies are we talking about? Sang Chun replied, the Heavenly Demon Consulting Firm, the one you're currently focused on. Maji Lok nodded, setting his wine glass down. What percentage of the shares does this person own? Sang Chun did a quick mental calculation. Please don't be alarmed, sir, but it's 31%. Mr. Lok was stunned. What? Someone bought a whopping 31% of the shares? Sang Trong nodded. Yes, I couldn't believe it myself when I saw the screen. Ma Gai Ong Lok, thought to himself. The Cheonma company has a market value of 900 billion G. 31% means that person invested 280 billion. A person with that kind of money. Is it some rich guy? I don't know. Or is it one of my own associates? He picked up the phone and dialed a few numbers, thinking that no matter what, the person who invested 31% would definitely want a seat on the board. He asked Unit Chief Ann, "What's the contact information for this major shareholder?" Elsewhere, Diêu stared thoughtfully at his phone. It's about time he contacted me. As the major shareholder, I can't be the one to call first. I have to maintain my image. Suddenly, Diêu burst in. Bro, what level are you? He was startled, nearly dropping his phone. Why are you suddenly asking me that? Diêu said excitedly. There's this super arrogant kid who keeps bragging that his brother is level 11 and already has a job class. They're all making fun of me. Diêu scoffed. Level 11? I'm a higher level than that, so don't worry. Diêu was surprised. Really? What level are you? Diêu scratched his head, thinking it would be a hassle to tell the truth. He smiled brightly and lied. Level 12. Diêu was full of admiration. Huh? For real? You must have a job class too, right? Diêu nodded. Of course. Diêu pressed eagerly. What is it? What is it? Diêu turned away mysteriously. Diêu sighed. Aw, come on, we're brothers. What's with all the secrets? Despite his whining, Diêu remained unfazed. There are secrets. Why not? Now get out. I need to get some more sleep. Diêu closed the door, dejected, and the room became quiet again. Diêu phone rang, and he answered. Hello? The voice on the other end asked if this was Mr. Diêu. Diêu replied, yes, it is. Who's this? The person introduced himself. Hello, I'm Ma, Guy Ong-lok, the CEO of Cheonma Consulting. Diêu thought to himself, he called. I'll just play dumb for now. The more gullible I seem, the more he'll let his guard down. Guy Ong-lok waited a moment before Diêu replied. Ah, hello. He chuckled and continued the conversation. Last month, you invested quite a fortune into our company, correct? Diêu pretended to hesitate. Ah, yes. Is something wrong? Guy Ong-lok sounded sincere. You've become the largest shareholder of the Cheonma company, so I'd like to meet you in person. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Diêu sounded stiff. Ah, okay. Guy Ong-lok laughed. That's great. How about this Friday? Diêu checked his calendar, thinking that Friday was a crucial day to acquire the inner thought ancient rune. He refused. I have plans on Friday, so I can't make it. How about Saturday? Guy Ong-lok replied cheerfully. All right, I'll see you then. He hung up. Diêu thought, good. I knew Guy Ong-lok would call. He established the Cheonma company just to get his father's recognition. There's no way he'd treat his biggest shareholder poorly. Hanging up, Diêu thought, I should go get the ancient runes I need. Ancient runes? These gemstone fragments, engraved with mystical characters, can be acquired in several ways. They can be found in special locations during certain rounds, or as rare rewards, like the one Diêu received after defeating the incarnation of the god of punishment. They can also drop from boss monsters, or more rarely, from regular mobs. But there's one method few people know about. Ancient runes can also appear in the real world. Under the cover of darkness, Diêu silently made his way to a warehouse. He panted, climbing the stairs and hiding in a dark corner. It won't be long now. Kang Seok-hyun will appear. He silently recalled. Kang Seok-hyun. That's his real name. He's the criminal who kidnapped my little brother, Diêu. A painful memory from a past regression flooded his mind. Kang Seok-hyun's cold voice, a knife held to Diêu throat. You want to see him? Then you'll have to pay the price. Give me the hidden information that no one else knows. Diêu was bewildered. What is this nonsense? How would I know any information like that? Kang Seok-hyun laughed like a madman, his eyes turning sharp and cold. Don't you lie to me. You're a regressor. Diêu was stunned. How did he know? Kang Seok-hyun said nonchalantly, You're wondering how I know, aren't you? He continued. I have the inner thought ancient rune. I used it to scan your little brother's thoughts. Of course, I also know what you're thinking right now. Diêu gritted his teeth. That memory was seared into his mind. After that incident, he swore revenge on Kang Seok-hyun. But from his 11th regression until now, his purpose was no longer just personal vengeance. Wearing a white mask, Diew's eyes glinted coldly. Today, right here, I will take the inner thought ancient rune before he does. The darkness of the warehouse was shattered. As Kang Seok-hyun entered, dragging a girl with him, he roughly threw her to the ground, ripped the tape from her mouth, and threatened her. I'm taking the tape off, so don't you scream. Got it? The girl trembled. Please, let me go. I'm begging you. Kang So-kyun pointed, a finger at her threateningly. Damn it. I let you open your mouth and that's all you can say? Huh? Try saying something else. The girl sobbed. Help me. I have a young child. I'll give you money. Kang So-kyun growled. I don't want to hear that boring crap. The girl clasped her hands. I'm sorry. He threw the piece of tape aside. Sorry for what? The girl pleaded. You're doing this because of the disrespectful way. I looked at you the other day. Isn't that right? I'm so sorry. Her words struck a nerve with Kang So-kyun. He roared. That's right. So why would you do something you knew you'd feel sorry for? I was in a terrible mood that day. You know that? A memory from 2 days ago surfaced. Kang So-kyun was walking down the street, muttering, which girl should I pick today? All he needed was a woman to vent all his frustrations. A beautiful girl caught his eye. She had a nice body, so he followed her into a small alley. Unaware, the girl kept walking. Seo Ji-hun sped up and blocked her path, his body glowing like a light bulb, blinding her. The girl cried out, Ah, my eyes! I can't see anything! Who are you? Her phone fell from her hand. Seo Ji-hun unleashed his inner beast. The girl screamed, Ah! Seo Ji-hun was satisfied. He left his prey behind, laughing with glee. Ah, that felt really good. This new situation lets me do whatever the hell I want. I love it. He remembered the day he got out of the correctional facility. His old life was boring as hell. He wouldn't have cared if he died. In the game, he'd obtained a luminous rune, which made his body glow and blind his opponents. The perfect item for hunting down some fun. Seo Ji-hun walked into a coffee shop. The female owner smiled. Welcome. Seeing the beautiful woman, he was intrigued. His inner creep stirred. She's pretty cute, he calmly said. I'll have 1 large Americano. The owner replied, Yes, that'll be 5,000. He handed her the money and pried. By the way, are you a part-timer here? I'm a regular, but I haven't seen you working here before. The woman forced a smile. Oh, so you're a regular. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. All the part-timers have quit. You know how it is, right? The world has gotten so strange now. So Ji-hun was silent. That makes sense. They could die at any moment. So who would waste their time working a part-time job? He leaned against the counter. So, you're the owner of this shop? She nodded. Yes, I am. He pressed on. How old are you? You look quite young. She hesitated. I'm 32. Seo Ji-hun gave a wicked smile. Oh, so you're not a player, huh? She replied. Yes, and I'm very glad about that. Confident in his good looks, he made his move. Can I have your number? I'm into you. The owner froze. He asked, What's wrong? The woman didn't know how to respond. Seeing her expression, he flew into a rage. Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? Are you disgusted by the spots on my face? The woman was stunned by his outburst. Seo Ji-hun slammed the table. Damn it, this is so annoying. I don't want this coffee anymore, so give me my money back. Trembling, the woman handed him the cash. Here's your refund, sir. Seo Ji-hun snatched it and stormed out of the shop bitterly. That damn bitch. Just because she's a little pretty, she dares to look down on me. He attacked her from behind when she wasn't looking. I'll make you pay for looking at me like that. The flashback faded, revealing the woman begging for her life. Seo Ji-hun sneered. You shouldn't look down on people just because of their appearance. Got it? The girl trembled. Yes, I won't do it again. Seo Ji-hun sighed. This won't do. You're not being sincere. The woman was stunned. He pushed her down and growled. You think I don't know? You're just pretending to be sorry, so I'll let you go. The girl was terrified. Please, let me go. This only excited him more. Didn't you say you knew you were wrong? If you know, then pay the price for your mistake. The girl tried to fight back. I was wrong. It was my fault. Okay? He held her hands tightly. That's right. So just stay still. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. You're the one who should stay still. Got it? Seo Ji-hun froze, his face turning pale. What the hell? I thought no one was here. He thought. Is he a detective? His voice was tight. Damn it. Who's there? Diêu Min calmly stepped out. Wearing a white mask, his scythe gleamed. Don't swear. You'll be doing plenty of screaming and cursing in a little bit anyway. Seo Ji-hun looked at him and thought, what's with that huge scythe? And the white mask? He must be just some poser. He scoffed. Ha, you psycho. You think this is a playground for your toys? Diêu Min looked at him like he was an insect and raised his scythe. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Tell me, does this look like a toy to you? He spun the scythe, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seo Ji-hun flinched and stammered. Wait, is that thing real? He asked. Are you a player? Diêu Min replied coldly. How stupid. What do you think? He turned to the girl. Miss, you can leave now. This is your only chance. Seo Ji-hun saw him letting his prey go. Furious, he charged forward. Diêu Min raised his scythe and smashed the handle right between Seo Ji-hun's legs. He clutched his crotch and screamed, "Fuck!" Diêu Min laughed. "I told you you'd be doing a lot of cursing," he reminded the girl. "Go on, leave this guy to me." The girl trembled. "Thank you." Diêu Min took another step towards Seo Ji-hun, his eyes sharp and cold. "And now, it's just the two of us, isn't it?" Still in too much pain to stand, Seo Ji-hun looked at him with terror. Diêu Min smirked. "Now, let the real game begin." Seo Ji-hun screamed like a mad dog. "You motherfucker, I'll kill you, you son of a bitch." Diêu Min commented, "That's a pretty good attitude. It wouldn't be any fun if you gave up too early." The taunt drove Seo Ji-hun insane. "You bastard, how dare you laugh at me?" He swung his knife, each slash cutting through the air. But Diêu Min dodged as easily as breathing. Seo Ji-hun stabbed repeatedly, but when none of his attacks landed, he started to panic. What the hell? How is he dodging all of my attacks? Diêu Min glanced at the dagger and remarked, "I didn't expect you to have a goblin's dagger." Tss, no more holding back. He swung his scythe, slicing through the man's arm. Blood sprayed everywhere. Seo Ji-hun screamed in agony. Diêu Min asked casually, "Does it hurt?" Seeing him tremble, he added coldly, "I haven't even started yet." He then rushed forward. So fast it left an afterimage, casually slicing off his remaining arm. Jang Seok-hyun, now in twice the agony, could only scream. He trembled. At this rate, he was going to kill him. If he wanted to live, he had to blind him. He unleashed his light-emitting ancient language, but his body didn't glow. Jang Seok-hyun panicked. "What's happening? Why isn't it working?" Diêu Min chuckled to himself. "Go ahead, try to glow all you want. It's useless. Midnight doesn't allow any source of light to exist. I knew you'd use this trick, so I activated Midnight beforehand." He gave a wicked smile. "We haven't had any fun yet, have we?" Diêu Min thought that even without Midnight, he would have cut off the guy's wrists and ankles first. The scythe lunged forward again, this time aiming for Jang Seok-hyun's legs. He screamed in despair, tears streaming down his face, choking. "Hey, you demon, why are you doing this to me? Why?" Diêu Min swung the scythe, stabbing it into his thigh and brutally ripping it out. Why? Well, why do people exterminate pests? The scythe stabbed down again, because letting them live only causes harm. Jang Seok-hyun was being hacked to pieces. He rasped, "Damn it, you psycho." Diêu Min was cold. "Let's see how long you can keep that attitude up." The warehouse was flooded with blood, filled with nothing but Jang Seok-hyun's screams, like a pig being slaughtered. He was filled with hatred. "Damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge could he possibly have against me? It's not fair. It's so damn unfair." With tears and snot running down his face, he thought that rather than endure this, he'd rather just kill himself. Suddenly, the scythe was pressed against his throat. Jang Seok-hyun looked at Diêu Min in terror as he smiled. "What's wrong? Thinking of biting your tongue off to commit suicide? You think I'd let you off that easy?" The scythe pressed down, and Diêu Min spoke coldly. "You're not allowed to die until you're on your knees, begging me to set you free." Jang Seok-hyun's body was so covered in cuts it was nearly mangled. He was going insane. He had to make this pain stop. He whispered hoarsely, "Kill me, please." Diêu Min asked, "What did you say?" He moaned, "Kill me, please." Diêu Min asked, "Are you serious?" Jang Seok-hyun couldn't take it anymore. He begged, "Please, I'm begging you, kill me." Diêu Min nodded. He said casually, "You don't know why I'm going this far, do you? After all, you and I are complete strangers." He didn't care if the man was listening. "Actually, we're not exactly strangers. Jang Seok-hyun, we've met before." The man trembled in shock. "He knows my name? Don't tell me you're connected to that bitch." Diêu Min shook his head. "No, I have nothing to do with her." Jang Seok-hyun was confused. "Then why?" Diêu Min answered, "You kidnapped my little brother and threatened me to get hidden information." Jang Seok-hyun was bewildered. "I did that, but I didn't," Diêu Min said nonchalantly. "Of course you don't remember. It's something in the future that hasn't happened yet. But to me, it's the past. If I hadn't intervened, you would have obtained the ancient language of inner thought." He was surprised. "The ancient language of inner thought?" Diêu Min explained. "There's an ancient language hidden here. The activation condition is to hear a person's true voice. If I hadn't shown up, you would have raped and threatened that woman. She would have begged you with her true voice, and you would have gotten the ancient language of inner thought to commit even more crimes." Jang Seok-hyun looked in terror at the demon before him. Diêu Min smiled to himself. "This has been confirmed. Through my many regressions, even setting that aside, your 12 prior convictions are enough to prove you're a bastard who deserves to die." Jang Seok-hyun was stunned into silence. "If I deserve to die, please just kill me quickly." Diêu Min was indifferent. "I'm not going to touch you. Jiang So-kyun was stunned as the handle of the scythe slammed down, blocking his mouth. Diêu Min gave a cold laugh. What do you think I've been doing this whole time? I'm waiting for you to stop breathing on your own. Jiang So-kyun writhed and trembled. I begged him to kill me quickly, so why is it still so painful? He thought. Don't you want the ancient language of inner thought? Don't you want to hear a true voice? So why are you stopping me from speaking? Diêu Min replied, why am I not letting you speak? Because I wanted to try out the ancient language of inner thought. Jiang So-kyun's pupils contracted. Diêu Min smiled. Sorry, but I already got the ancient language. Don't you remember? You begged me to kill you, sincerely, from the bottom of your heart. At that moment, the ancient language reacted to your true voice. A system notification appeared. You have caused the target to use their true voice. Activation condition met. You have discovered the hidden ancient language of inner thought. The stone automatically assimilated into Diêu Min. The screen displayed ancient language of inner thought. Effect. Read the thoughts of the target in front of you. With observation, you can get a glimpse of their inner intentions. Can only be read within a 30-meter range. Diêu Min sat down, pressing down hard on the handle. Let me test it out. The man thought. You got what you wanted. Please just kill me. Diêu Min replied, nah, I can't just kill you that easily. It wouldn't be fair to your victims. Jiang So-kyun trembled with rage. You damn demon. Not long after, he breathed his last. Diêu Min looked at the corpse. He's dead. No witnesses, but I have to clean up. He gave the command to erase traces. The system displayed, common skill, erase traces. Effect. Erase all traces at the scene, including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. The skill activated. The warehouse was spotless. Not a drop of blood remained. Diêu Min thought, it's definitely effective. It's best not to leave a mess. He took off his mask and left. Now I have what I wanted. Tomorrow, I should go meet Magianlock. On Saturday, the sun was shining brightly. Diêu Min was neatly tying his tie. Diêu-gun's eyes widened. Bro, today you're going on a date? Yumin forced a smile. Why would you think it's a date? Yugun snapped. You never dress up this formally. Yumin smiled. Well, this is an important occasion. I'm about to meet a business partner. Yugun was surprised. What? Are you planning to get into business? He felt anxious. Just the other day, he took all his money to invest in stocks, and now he's going into business. If he fails, he'll be so sad. Yumin could read his little brother's thoughts and sighed. Instead of worrying about the finances, he's worried about me. How cute. He patted his shoulder encouragingly. If this meeting goes well, I'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry. You trust your big brother, right? Yugun's spirits lifted. Of course I do. Who else would I trust? Yumin nodded. Just wait here for me. It's dangerous outside. All because of the other players. Yugun looked worried. Ah, yes, I saw it on the news. They're using their abilities to commit crimes. I even heard that criminals overseas are using their powers to escape prison. Yumin's voice grew heavy. That's right. If they're the right age, even criminals are given the chance to become players. He thought to himself, the players are getting stronger and stronger, and the population decreases every month. If nothing changes, the world will fall into chaos. Yumin remembered the future he'd seen. A day when ordinary people would be hunted like animals, treated like slaves. When the players reached the peak of their power, his eyes turned cold. Before the world descends into lawlessness, I have to become strong enough to overwhelm them all, and raise the reputation of Black Hook. He instructed his brother, anyway, if you go out, remember to be careful. Yugun nodded. Okay, so when are you going to tell me about the business? Yumin replied curtly. It's a secret. Yugun pouted, and Yumin pinched his cheek. I'll tell you soon, so stop nagging. Just wait here and order yourself some food. But don't buy anything more expensive than black bean noodles. Got it? Yugun grimaced. So stingy. Yumin arrived in front of the hotel and muttered, just as I thought. Ma Wang-rok scheduled the meeting here, just like in soccer. The home team has the advantage. He walked into the lobby. On paper, this is a hotel owned by the On Group, but it actually belongs to Ma Wang-rok. Top secret information that probably only I know, he thought. I have to use this information to raise my value in his eyes. But first, I have to play dumb. He timidly approached the front desk. Hello, I'm here for an appointment. The receptionist said politely. Ah, are you referring to the appointment with the chairman of the Cheonma consulting firm? Yumin nodded. Yes, that's right. The woman invited him. The chairman will be here shortly. You can have a seat over there. Yumin scratched his head. All right, thank you. He sat down, putting on a clueless act. Just sit here stiffly, pretending to be a country bumpkin in the big city. He looked around. Whoa, that chandelier is so cool. A man approached from a distance. Are you Mr. Yumin? Yumin stood up. Ah, yes. The man began. We've met before, haven't we? At the Gallia Forzet Extended Stay Hotel. Yumin nodded. That's right. I think we met when I was giving out rice cakes after moving in. You were with the actor, Shin. Sang-chun bowed. Yes. I apologize for my rude behavior at that time. He was terrified internally. He's not even 20 years old, yet he's a major shareholder who invested 280 billion. Yumin thought, he's definitely suspicious of how someone my age could have so much money. It is hard to believe. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yumin broke the ice. It's no big deal. We didn't know each other. I didn't expect the chairman of the Cheonma firm to be living right above me. Sang-chun waved his hands. Oh, please don't misunderstand. I'm not the chairman. Yumin pretended to be confused. Sang-chun said seriously, the chairman will be a little late, so I came ahead. He gestured. Shall we go inside and wait? Yumin replied, all right. Sang-chun led him to a private room and then left. Please wait here. He quickly messaged his boss. Chairman, I've met him. There's no way he could have invested that amount of money himself. Someone must have sent him as a proxy. Please be careful. Yumin sat in the private room, smiling to himself. Exactly as I predicted. Ma Wongrok sent Sang-chun to scout me out first. A meticulous man like him would never be late by coincidence. A few minutes later, Ma Wongrok walked in. Hello, I am Ma Wongrok, the chairman of the Cheonma firm. He extended his hand. Yumin waited a few seconds before shaking it. I'm Yumin. Ma Wongrok invited. Please, have a seat. Yumin didn't hesitate. Yes, Ma Wongrok ordered. Unit Chief on, you sit next to me. Sang-chun obeyed. Yes, sir. A server brought out beautifully arranged, hot Korean dishes. Ma Wongrok smiled. I've prepared some Korean food. I hope it suits your palate. Yumin looked at the food. Haha. In a luxurious hotel like this, any dish would be amazing. He picked up a piece of meat. The food is delicious. Ma Wongrok nodded with a smile. I'm relieved to see you like it. He assessed him. Unit Chief On was right. He's too young to have invested 280 billion on his own. There must be someone behind him. One of my brothers, or maybe my uncle. He started the conversation. I was very surprised when I first saw you. I never expected our major shareholder to be so young. How old are you? Yumin looked up. I'm 20. Ma Wongrok froze for a moment, then feigned composure. 20. I'm 29, so it's nice to meet someone around the same age. Yumin played along. Yes, I'm happy to meet you too. Ma Wongrok got straight to the point. How did you earn such a large sum of money at your age? Are you the son of a Chaebol family? Yumin's eyes flashed with surprise. He's blunt. He waved his hands. Haha, not at all. I was just an ordinary student. Until a few months ago? Ma Wongrok asked. Until a few months ago? Yumin nodded. That's right. Do you watch the news? He hesitated. Diêu Min got straight to the point. Have you seen the news about the guy who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire? Maji Ong Lok nodded. Yes, I have. Diêu Min smiled. That was me. I'm the one who won the lottery consecutively. Maji Ong Lok was stunned. What kind of plot twist was this? He asked. According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 billion. How did you make 280 billion? Diêu Min calmly replied, I invested a little in Bitcoin. Maji Ong Lok started questioning his own existence. Bitcoin. It was all it took? Diêu Min nodded. Yes. Maji Ong Lok pressed him. What made you invest 60 billion into Bitcoin? I don't think I could have done that. Sang-chun chimed in. I have to hand it to you. You seem incredibly lucky. Diêu Min said. It wasn't luck. Sang-chun nodded thoughtfully. That's right. I remember the article said you dreamed of the lottery numbers. If that's not luck, then what is? Diêu Min corrected him. I didn't dream of them. The two were puzzled. Then how? Diêu Min looked at Maji with determination. This was the only way to get him to accept and pull him to his side. He said seriously, this is the first time I'm revealing this to anyone. I possess an ancient script that lets me see the future. Both of them were stunned. Diêu Min gave a mysterious smile. This ancient script allows me to see several years ahead. In other words, I'm a prophet. I can see the future. Maji Ong Lok and Sang-chun fell silent, lost in thought. A prophet? What nonsense is this kid spouting? Maji Ong Lok spoke up. Are you being serious right now? Diêu Min smiled. Why would I lie to you? Maji Ong Lok rephrased it. So, you won the lottery because you used an ancient script to see the future. Diêu Min said, that's also why I invested in Bitcoin to get rich, because I could see the future. I could confidently invest all my money into it. Maji Ong Lok was still skeptical. If you don't mind, could you prove it to me? Predict what I'm going to do next. Diêu Min thought, asterisk. Predicting what he'll do is easy since I can read his mind. Asterisk. Asterisk. But to avoid trouble, I should put some restrictions on my ability. Asterisk. He feigned awkwardness. I'm sorry, but I can't use this power freely. It activates automatically and unexpectedly. It's not under my control. Magi Onglok nodded, thinking that an ancient script that sees the future having such a restriction made sense. Suddenly, he sat up straight, startled. Mr. Diêu Min, about the 280 billion you invested in our company? Diêu Min nodded. Yes. I invested because I know the Heavenly Demon Company will grow immensely in the future. Magi Onglok asked, how immense a growth are we talking about? Diêu Min stated firmly, within half a year, you'll be able to get listed on the CBY without any problems. Magi Onglok was shocked. The CBY was the Korea Composite Stock Price Index. His skepticism began to turn into anticipation. If this comes true, I'll finally get my father's recognition. I could even become the chairman of the board. He told himself he was getting too excited. All this over unverified information. Diêu Min knew the fish was on the hook and added, but if you want to succeed, you'll have to completely change your business model. Sang Chun slammed the table. What? The business model? That's outrageous. Why don't you just tell us to change the company name while you're at it? Magi Onglok interrupted. Since the type of business will change, of course the name will have to change too. Sang Chun's face darkened. Huh? Are you serious? Diêu Min glanced at him. At this point, you still think I'm joking? You're both players. You should understand that revealing an ancient script is extremely disadvantageous and dangerous. The atmosphere in the private room grew tense as a drawn bowstring. Diêu Min continued, I considered this carefully, but I still chose to reveal my ancient script to you as a major shareholder and future partner. Because I want to help this company grow. He delivered the final blow. Otherwise, why would I invest 280 billion into it? If you want the company to succeed, you have to cooperate with me. Sang Chun looked worriedly at his boss. Mr. Chairman, you're not actually believing him, are you? Magi Onglok was silent. Diêu Min sighed. It seems you don't believe in my ability, Sang Chun said bluntly. To be honest, no, I don't. Diêu Min looked at him. Unit Chief, have you ever wondered why I moved into the apartment directly below the penthouse? Don't tell me you thought that was just a coincidence. Sang Chun was taken aback. Magi Onglok turned to him. Wait, below the penthouse? Unit Chief on. What does he mean? Sang Chun nodded. Ah, sir, about 2 months ago, Mr. Diêu Min moved into the floor below actress Sane's penthouse. Diêu Min added, that's right. And that was just a few days after I acquired my future-seeing ancient script. Magi Onglok was surprised. Unit Chief on. Why am I only hearing about this now? Sang Chun stammered. Until today. I didn't think it was important. Magi Onglok calculated. Asterisk. If that was in January, that means before he even invested in Bitcoin, he moved near someone connected to my company. Asterisk. Asterisk. That's impossible unless he can see the future. Asterisk. He remained skeptical. Asterisk. But it's also possible he just knew I was sponsoring Sane. Asterisk. Diêu Min said, it seems you're still not convinced. Then how about this? He began revealing secrets one by one. This hotel. It's your property, isn't it? Chairman Ma, your true identity is the eldest son of the On Group. The Heavenly Demon Company was established in secret to earn your father's recognition. Am I wrong? Sang Chun lost his composure. Hey, you. How do you know things that only his relatives would know? Magi Onglok warned him. Calm down, Unit Chief on. Sang Chun sat back down. I'm sorry. Magi Onglok fiddled with his fingers. Yes, everything you've said is correct, he said bluntly. However, if you're saying you know all this just from seeing the future, that's still not enough to convince me. As Unit Chief On said, relatives. I'm aware of all this. Magi Onglok looked at Yumin with suspicion. Frankly, I suspect you were sent by a third party to lure me into a trap. And in this situation, you're still asking me to trust you and change our business model. He gave a placating smile. I want to believe your future site ancient text exists to help the company grow. Who wouldn't want that? But what you're saying is hard for me to believe. He concluded. Thank you for your investment, but I need to call a shareholders meeting. To review this proposal, you'll have to convince them. Magi Onglok stood up. I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. I'll be taking my leave. Yumin was silent for a long moment, then spoke up. Please wait a moment. Chairman Magi Onglok looked back. Is there something else you want to say? Yumin looked down, thinking, this really is the only way. He began, all right. How about this? I'll tell you information about the 4th round. Magi Onglok froze. The 4th round? Yumin said, the future site ancient text allows me to see everything. I know what kind of tragedy is about to happen. Is this information enough to prove my abilities? After Yumin left, Kang Chung bowed his head. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I was too agitated and yelled in front of you just now. Ma Jianlok waved his hand. It's fine. You were just worried about me. Kang Chung hesitated. I just remembered something. May I speak? Ma Jianlok turned back. Say whatever you want to say, Kang Chung reasoned. To be honest, I'm very suspicious of this Yumin fellow. If he can really see the future, why not just keep quiet and enjoy a comfortable life? Why would he want to help us? Ma Jianlok countered. Didn't he say he wants to grow with the company? It seems he wants to make more money. Kang Chung was skeptical. What's his reason for doing this? 280 billion is already a colossal sum, enough to relax for a lifetime. Ma Jianlok replied, perhaps it's still not enough. Human greed is bottomless. Kang Chung disagreed. Even so, an ancient text, that unbelievable, whether it's real or not, is still highly questionable. Ma Jianlok nodded. I agree, but if he really is a prophet, we need to make him our ally. He stood up and smiled. Just think about it. If we always had information about the next round, imagine how useful it would be to be prepared. And if it also helps the company grow, that's a huge benefit. Kang Chung worried, but is he really a prophet? Ma Jianlok smiled. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Elsewhere, Yumin left the private room, calculating as he walked. After the 4th round ends, he'll know I'm a prophet. He looked up at the skyscraper. But I didn't reveal important information like side quests or how to climb the rankings. He recalled the memory. Yumin had mentioned some upcoming issues, that the 4th round's mission wasn't to kill monsters, but would instead involve a massacre among the players themselves. You can't let your guard down for even a second. Yumin thought that was enough to prove he was a prophet. He smirked to himself. After this, their attitude will change. They'll treat me well, try to protect me because I'm a prophet. He opened his contacts. I've already started playing the prophet, so should I just go all in on this act? First, I should contact Julie. On the street, Julie was running in a hurry. She groaned internally. At this rate, I'm going to be late. A red light blocked her way, and she grew impatient. Come on, turn green already. Suddenly, a car parked inconsiderately in front of the store. Julie muttered, what kind of car just blocks the storefront like that? So thoughtless. The car window slid down, and Yumin waved. Julie was surprised. Oh, Yumin? The light turned green. She quickly crossed. She stammered, Is this your car? Yumin said, Yeah, sorry for stopping in front of the store. Get in. We can talk while we go for a drive. Still stunned, Julie agreed. Okay, the car sped off. Julie exclaimed, Wow, this is my first time riding in a car like this. Yumin smiled. Is that so? Me too. I just bought it. Julie nodded curiously. How much does a car like this cost? Yumin estimated. Not that much. About 900 million. Julie said, 900 million? Isn't much? Do you know how many convenience stores I could open with 900 million? Yumin said coolly. Compared to the lottery winnings, it's really not that much. Julie leaned back in her seat and sighed. You're right, I guess. You're rich now, with 60 billion. It's like we live in 2 different worlds. Her face flushed. This feels like a date. How embarrassing. Yumin started. To be honest, there's something I want to confess. Julie got flustered, her mind racing. A confession? She waved her hands frantically. A misunderstanding? No way. So, what did you want to confess? Inside, she was in turmoil, wishing she could just dig a hole and hide. Yumin said casually, I told you before that the lottery numbers appeared in my dream, right? Julie nodded. Yeah, that's right. He confessed, actually, that's not it. I knew because of a future sight ancient text, not a dream. Thanks to it, I know future events, so I have the prophet class. Julie stared blankly for a moment, then her face lit up. Wow, that's so cool. Isn't that a special class? Yumin scratched his head. I guess so. Julie was genuinely happy for him. That's great. A future sight ancient text sounds amazing. Thanks for telling me. Even between friends, that must have been hard to talk about. Yumin gave a fake smile. It's nothing. You told me your class was support, so it's only fair. Julie recalled and smiled. Fair. She hesitated. How is that fair? I didn't tell you about my ancient text. Then she said excitedly, speaking of which, let me tell you, in the first round, I got a protection ancient text with a 10-meter radius. For every person inside it, I get 1 thin layer of protection. For example, 5 people means 5 layers of protection. She let out a sigh of relief. It feels good to get that off my chest. Yumin smiled. Ha, right? Julie asked. But why are you suddenly? Tell you about the ancient language? Yumin replied. Keeping it a secret was bothering me. Besides, if I don't come clean, You won't believe what I'm about to tell you. Julie was curious. Huh? What is it? The striking red car sped along. Yumin's story startled Julie. What? That's the mission for the 4th round? Yumin nodded. Yeah, so be careful. He warned her to always be on guard, because you never know what the players around you will do. Julie nodded. Okay, I'll remember. Her heart fluttered. He's telling me this because he cares about me, and he even called me first. She glanced at Yumin, wondering if maybe he had some feelings for her. She hoped so. The evening glow painted the buildings pink. Yumin sat in his room, restless, unable to believe Julie had liked him all this time without him knowing. Having read her secret thoughts through the inner thought ancient language, he was flustered. No wonder she was always so nice to me. Yumin pondered. Although it's a bit awkward, this will make it easier to turn her into an ally. Julie will be more likely to believe my prophecies. He put his phone away and fell asleep. One problem solved. Time to rest a bit. There wasn't much to do this month. On the night of November 31st, at 11:55 p.m., the city was bathed in the light of its buildings. Yumin sat on his bed and opened the system inventory. Before entering the other world, I bought some epic equipment. The screen displayed the dark gloves, an epic grade pair of gloves. Effect: Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10. The weapon becomes semi-transparent, and it's only effective at night. Restriction: Can only be used by those of normal grade or higher. Description: A pair of gloves shrouded by the night, capable of turning a weapon semi-transparent. Yumin noted the high stats. The semi-transparent feature would be useful, and its effectiveness would be even greater when combined with midnight. A knock echoed on the door. Diao-gun walked in. You're here just in time, he asked worriedly. Are you confident you can conquer this round? Yumin gave him a look that said, there's only one way to find out. Diao-gun stammered, you're a prophet, right? You said you had information about the 4th round. Yumin replied, having information is one thing. How you act on it is another. Seeing his brother's indifference, Diao-gun shouted, you have to survive and come back. You hear me? You're unbelievable. Yumin tapped his brother's head. Don't be a jinx. That's terrible luck. He then lay down and drifted off to sleep. He thought to himself that the 4th round might be the round of death. Elsewhere, Hwang Dong-min was tearing his hair out and grinding his teeth. Damn it, not again. The system announced, penalty has been applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. He screamed internally, Hon Kiet, this is what you get for betraying a friend. I don't even have my 10 command authorities anymore. How am I supposed to get through the 4th round? He glanced around nervously, worried about those who wanted to steal his position as the regional representative, or old friends seeking revenge. He was wound as tight as a violin string. Hwang Dong-min looked up at the sky, only to see a vast expanse of white, not stars. Where is this? To be stuck in this damn situation, he muttered. What kind of mission starts in a godforsaken place like this? The white mass around him looked like a lab rat's cage. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure, Black Dog. That evil bastard definitely knew things would turn out this way. Hwang Dong-min remembered how Yumin had ordered him to waste all 10 of his command authorities, destroying a relic, charging into a fight with a god, even killing the incarnation of the god of punishment. It was all too suspicious. His eyes were as sharp as knives. If I were strong enough, I would have smashed that bastard's face in, but he didn't stand a chance, so he had to swallow his unbearable frustration. But to save his own life, he had to join hands with that devil. He approached him. Hey, Black Dog, Yumin asked, what is it? Hwang Dong-min forced a smile. Is the deal from the last round still valid? Didn't you say that if I became your subordinate, you would protect me? Yumin said, I don't need a subordinate like you anymore. Hwang Dong-min froze. What? Yumin replied, you don't have any command authorities left. What's the point of keeping a regional representative who has no authority? Not to mention, most players have classes now, so the command authority isn't that effective anyway. Hwang Dong-min stammered, but Yumin just smiled. You have absolutely no value left. You're just a moving target. Hwang Dong-min's face went pale. A moving target? After hearing that, Hwang Dong-min looked around in a panic. Yumin knew what he was worried about. He reassured him, don't worry too much. You're just a moving target in name only. Not many people will actually want to kill you. Hwang Dong-min was confused. Huh? They won't target me? Yumin nodded. You know the fate of the regional representatives. Everyone understands that being one is no walk in the park. The higher your level, the fewer people you can use your command authority on, and the risk just isn't worth it. Hwang Dong-min nodded along. He thought to himself that Black Dog was right. If he could, he'd want to give up the command authority too. From a distance, Se-ein and Sang-chun approached, looking for someone they knew. Hwang Dong-min's face darkened. Why are those guys here? But the two of them paid him no mind. Se-ein stepped forward. Hello, Black Dog. Sang-chun chimed in. Hello, do you remember us? Yumin replied. Of course. What's up? Sang-chun said bluntly with a sneer. Well, you saved us from the thugs standing right here. We wanted to thank you again. Hoang Dong-min was furious. Thug. But before he could say anything, Yumin cut him off coldly. Thanking me once was enough. There's no need to seek me out again. Sang-chun smiled. We're still grateful to you. The company president also wanted to express his gratitude for saving us. He remembered his boss's instructions. Oh, right, about the president. Yumin cut him off. Stop right there. I don't care. Se-ein respectfully offered a stone. Sir Black Dog, this is a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it. Min stared at the item, stunned. A low-grade purple magic stone. What an unexpected jackpot. Seeing his silence, Se-ein explained. I thought, just saying thank you wasn't enough, so I wanted to give you this. It'd be a waste not to take it. Min accepted it immediately. It's good that you thought of it. Thanks. He chuckled to himself. She was giving him such an amazing item. There was no way he'd refuse. He'd have to try making a low-grade magic stone when he got back. Se-ein was anxious. Did he like it? She was overthinking. What if he thought she gave him a useless stone and got angry? Min read her thoughts, using the ancient language of inner thought. He was speechless. Asterisk. Just as I thought. She has no idea what this magic stone is worth. If she knew. Asterisk. Asterisk. She never would have given it to me. Asterisk. Hoang Dong-min watched them, thinking to himself that he had something similar. Min was surprised. He had a magic stone too? Hoang Dong-min scratched his head. I think it's called a black gold power stone. Min's eyes widened. A black gold power stone. An item that drops from monsters at an extremely low rate, even rarer than a magic stone. At this point in time, it was impossible to obtain one on purpose. He smirked. Asterisk, I can't believe this guy has such a rare item. Is this good luck or bad luck? Asterisk. Se-ein spoke up again. Min, do you need a protective shield? Min was curious. A shield? Se-ein nodded. A bit embarrassed. I leveled up and became a summoner. I can summon a spirit to create a shield for you. Min refused. Thank you, but I don't need one. Se-ein was disappointed. I see. She bowed her head. Well, we'll be going then. Good luck in this round, Min replied politely. Good luck to you too. Watching the two of them leave, Hoang Dong-min felt it was useless for him to stay, but suddenly Min called out, Wait. Hoang Dong-min was confused. Min said, If you keep this up, you're going to regret it. Hoang Dong-min was bewildered. What do you mean? Min replied, I told you, you're a walking target. Hoang Dong-min asked, But you said no one would target me. Min smirked. I said times not many times people would, not that times no one times would. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared, he analyzed. Even though most people have reached the required level and have a class, there are still a few who haven't. That means there are still targets for them to use their commander's authority on. Hoang Dong-min wavered. Min continued, Just think about it. Out of thousands of players, you think not a single one will come after you? Min, I'll help you so you don't become an inler. Easy target. Hoang Dong-min's eyes lit up. Really? But, Min cut him off. I never said I'd do it for free. You need to pay me. You saw the stone Se-ein gave me, right? If you have something like that, give it to me. Hoang Dong-min understood. He opened his system and took out the black gold power stone, handing it to Min. The information window popped up. Black gold power stone. Item type. Material. Description. A hard black stone with a glossy surface. Min nodded. All right. Do you have any other items? Hoang Dong-min was terrified. No. That's all I can give you. I already gave it to you. Don't take my equipment. Min glanced at the useless fool. Don't worry. I wouldn't take it even if you offered. Hoang Dong-min asked, I gave you the item. Can you help me now? Min replied coldly, Yeah, I keep my promises. Suddenly, an angel appeared in the middle of the sky. Oh, mortals, you have all gathered here today, but your numbers have decreased. The crowd murmured. The numbers have dropped? Did people fight in the real world? Min smirked coldly. It would be a surprise if everyone made it through without any trouble. The angel waved her hand. Now that everyone is here, I declare the 4th round mission. The system displayed 4th round, main mission, massacre. Slaughter each other for 3 hours. Total participants, 1,819,648. Number of completions, blank. Area Dumas, 451042 participants. 521 completions required. Everyone was stunned. Kill each other? The angel looked bored. Humans really are slow on the uptake. Like I said, you just need to stab, slash, and kill the player next to you. It's simple. The crowd was in turmoil. Kill them? The angel giggled. Let me explain further. The goal is to reduce the number of players by killing each other. Unlike the previous rounds, there are no monsters this time. Everyone had an existential crisis. No monsters to level up on? A young man asked. Excuse me, miss, if half of us survive, does that mean each person only needs to kill one other person? The angel wagged her finger. That's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be? Min thought. Asterisk. Fun? She's just relaying orders from above. Asterisk. These angels are just messengers in this damn survival game. The fact that she's hiding the specific rules means she's getting orders from the game master. The angel said excitedly. And it's not just about killing. Only the top 521 will survive. The ranking criteria is a secret. Her golden pupils, visible under her hood, revealed a hint of madness. Even if you're the first to kill, you won't necessarily get first place. The angel spread her wings. That's all the explanation you get. Now, begin the slaughter. A countdown timer appeared. 2 hours, 59 minutes. The crowd panicked. What do we do now? Kill other people even though we have no grudges against them? Hwang Dong-min stood in a corner, smiling. Kill. Other players? Perfect. I've been wanting to kill a few bastards myself, Min thought. Asterisk. Just as I expected. He's planning to kill his friends. Asterisk. Hwang Dong-min hid his twisted smile. Asterisk. If everyone else is hesitating, won't it be easy for me to win? Asterisk. He gritted his teeth. Asterisk. I'll kill all you sons of bitches. Asterisk. Min suddenly walked over, startling Hwang Dong-min. Whoa, you scared me, he stammered. What is it? Min replied, I said I'd help you not become a target, right? I'm here to keep that promise. He summoned his scythe. Hwang Dong-min was bewildered. Before he could understand what was happening, Min's scythe swept across his neck. In one clean swipe, he fell to the ground. A system notification appeared. 4th round, submission. Eliminate a regional representative within the time limit. Model. Reward. Lowest grade monostone draw ticket. Next, you have completed the subquest and are rewarded with a lowest grade monostone draw ticket. The item information appeared. Lowest grade monostone draw ticket. Item type. Consumable. Rarity. Rare. Effect. Randomly provides 1 lowest grade monostone in the next round. Restriction. Usable by novice level and above. Description. A limited time item that will automatically disappear after the next round. Affected by the luck stat. Diêu Min retracted his scythe and thought to himself, good, I got the reward I wanted. Killing Hwang Dong-min to get the subquest. Though that wasn't the only reason. The witnessing crowd panicked. Someone's dead. He killed him. Curses erupted, but Diêu Min didn't react. He thought, not long ago, weren't they all targeting the former regional representative, wanting to kill him? What a bunch of hypocrites. Now they were pretending to be decent, with a few even rushing out to criticize him. Hey, Black Scythe, you can't just kill people like that. Do you have no humanity? Another one chimed in. Murderer, you're a murderer, he thought to himself. A murderer. They're not wrong. I killed Kang So-kyun, and I will kill countless more people until the 20th round. His face was cold as ice, but I never kill without reason. In this round, if you don't kill, you can't pass, whether you want to or not. He recalled the rules of the 4th round. Main quest, mutual slaughter, time limit, 3 hours. Total participants, 181,964. Number of completers, 90,953. 9 production zones. Zone 45. 1,042 participants, no more than 521 completers. Diêu Min smirked coldly. Even though they knew this was coming, they still criticize me. The crowd was full of schemers. If things go well, I can incite everyone to kill Black Scythe, ruin his reputation, and if we attack as a group, Black Scythe won't be able to do anything. We can't let him become the regional representative. Diêu Min could read their minds through the ancient language. He thought, scoffing, they think they've found a golden opportunity. Seeing his smile, a few of them got agitated. You think this is funny? You psycho. Just then, the system announced, player Black Scythe has become the new regional representative of Production Zone 45. The crowd's jaws dropped. Black Scythe became the representative. This just made a monster even stronger. Diêu Min provoked them further. What's the matter? Why aren't you screaming anymore? Now that I'm the regional representative, are you all scared? He burst out laughing. Aha, if you're afraid of my command authority, I bet you guys haven't changed your class yet, right? One of them denied it. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a fat guy pointed in terror. Look over there. The crowd looked at Diêu Min's nameplate. Black Scythe's name changed color. Why did only his color change? Diêu Min thought. It must have gone from bright yellow to red. He remembered the rules for killing. The nickname of a killer turns red. The more you kill, the darker the color becomes. A red name is the mark of a murderer, making them a target. He chuckled to himself. A bass player's name is yellow. Kill someone, and it turns red, making you prey for thousands of others. By killing a murderer, they too become murderers and, in turn, become targets. The crowd was having an internal struggle, still hesitating. But this will be the reason many people die. Diêu Min lit the fuse. What are you all doing? I'm sure you don't have time to waste. The crowd went wild. You! Stop right there, you murderer, Diêu Min said nonchalantly. You act as if I was the only one who wanted to kill the regional representative. What about all of you who rushed towards Hwang Dong-min in the previous round? Were you planning to give him a kiss? With just a few words, he shut them all up and walked away. Kill or be killed. Don't tell me you've survived this long without knowing that principle. He mocked them. Stop being hypocrites and face reality. If your life is in danger, there's no way you wouldn't point your knife at the one threatening you. Diêu Min said coldly. This isn't the time to sit around doing nothing. If you're so worried, go ahead and argue just like you did during the last vote. He left in silence, thinking that even if he said nothing, they would fight among themselves anyway. But if they wasted too much time, the number of survivors wouldn't reach 521. A woman spoke up. Like Black Scythe said, we shouldn't just stand here. We have to do something. A scar-faced man sneered. And what do you suggest? We have a nice chat? The woman got angry. Why are you being sarcastic? I'm just trying to discuss what we should do. The scar-faced man said arrogantly. Let's just have fair one-on-one duels. A friend next to him sighed. How is fighting to the death fair? This isn't a game, and we don't have enough time. The scar-faced man gritted his teeth. What did you just say? Sane watched from the side, worried. Mr. Bodyguard, what should we do? Do we really have to kill people like Black Scythe said? Song Chun nodded. Of course. If we don't, we'll be the ones who get killed. Why should we care about the lives of strangers? He reminded her. I agree with Black Scythe. You should make up your mind. Killing is no fun. Saein mumbled. You say that as if you've killed someone before. Song Chun refused to comment. Of course not. I'm just guessing. She asked. So, who should we kill? Sang Chun replied. It depends on the situation. Small groups were arguing loudly. Let's decide who to kill. Those who have already killed are the perfect targets. Someone objected. Who gave you the right to decide? A guy with his hair tied back said bluntly, Are you suggesting we kill Black Scythe? Another man laughed coldly. Black Scythe is insane. How could we possibly kill a level 3 player? Another agreed. Even if we all rushed him at once, we couldn't take him down. Heo Hee-han, afraid Black Scythe might hear, told everyone to keep it down. What if he hears you? Diêu Min thought. I can hear everything. A young man rushed forward. What the hell are you all talking about? Life is precious. Even if they're murderers, we shouldn't kill them. A mage agreed. If we kill, we become murderers ourselves. The guy with the mushroom cut shot back. Then what do you want me to do? Someone has to die for us to pass. I'm alive, right? Someone cut in. Stop arguing. Let's just agree to kill all the criminals. The blue-haired girl asked back. And how are we supposed to know who the criminals are? Ask anyone with a criminal record to raise their hand. The other guy lunged at her. Who the hell are you to look down on me, you bitch? Why don't you come up with an idea yourself? The blue-haired girl screamed. Why are you yelling in my face, you son of a bitch? You want me to kill you right now? The guy sneered. Go on, I dare you. Some dude, watching from the sidelines, egged them on. Enough talk, just fight, the two of them yelled back in unison. Who the hell are you to stir things up? You scumbag. The guy who was provoked got pissed. Damn it, I'll kill all of you. The blue-haired girl summoned her weapon. Bring it on, you idiot. Yumin sighed in frustration. This is complete chaos. It's all just talk and no action. Suddenly, Hwang Dong-min, who had just died, woke up, stunning everyone. Wasn't he just dead? Yumin smirked to himself. This was the hidden rule of this round. After 10 minutes, players are resurrected. Hwang Dong-min looked bewildered. Why is everyone staring at me like they've seen a ghost? He looked at Minang and spoke to Huku. What's going on? One guy turned, pale. He came back to life. Like a god being reborn, his friend replied wearily. What god? It's just the system's resurrection feature. The crowd wavered. If the dead can be revived, then killing them is no big deal. A few of them raised their weapons. If they just come back to life, then it doesn't matter. The woman with the ponytail advised, "Calm down. We don't know for sure if we can all be resurrected." But before she could finish, someone stabbed her from behind. From that moment, the massacre began. Ain was slashed across the back by some guy and immediately collapsed. He yelled out, "Why? Don't you take a nap first, you damn bitch." He looked down at his blood-soaked claw weapon, panting heavily. Without even taking a break, he roared, "Come on, get back up. You and I still have a fight to finish." Seeing Ain's body, covered in blood on the ground, terrified the onlookers. A guy stepped forward and asked nervously, But she's not coming back to life, is she?" Someone next to him replied, "We should wait a bit. Maybe she won't resurrect." Hearing that, the first guy said, "Now that I think about it, that other guy came back after 10 minutes. The blue-haired guy shouted, "Hey everyone, how about we wait for her to resurrect?" Everyone there agreed in unison. "I agree. Me too." 10 minutes later, Ain's body began to glow, and the wounds on her back slowly healed. She struggled to her feet. As Ain sat up, she stretched, looking incredibly relaxed. When she suddenly realized something, Ain stood up. "Which one of you, bastards, was it? Who sneak attacked me?" From behind, a guy charged, aiming to slash her back again. "It was me. You, bitch." Before he could even touch her, he was sent flying by a single blow from Black Dragon Fire. He said arrogantly, "So, after 10 minutes, they come back to life, huh?" The people who witnessed that scene couldn't believe their eyes. At that moment, Hyuku was standing behind the crowd, watching everything. He thought to himself, even though the ability to resurrect has been proven, they'll still feel uneasy about killing. But people are often influenced by their circumstances and let their own madness show. Suddenly, another person charged forward, running someone through with a sword. "Ah, screw it. It's all the same." Another person swung their sword, leaving a clean gash on someone's back. "Whatever, I don't care anymore." Another pair started fighting. "Die, you're all insane." A silver-haired young man was stabbed in the stomach and started cursing. The one who stabbed him was a brown-haired guy. The brown-haired guy said, "Sorry, I have no grudge against you." Without a second thought, the silver-haired man charged. "Why don't you get a taste of your own medicine?" The brown-haired guy screamed. "Please just die, stop resisting, you'll resurrect anyway." The silver-haired man delivered a clean slash, sending the brown-haired guy's blood flying everywhere. "If it's so great, why don't you go and die yourself?" The scene was chaotic, with everyone attacking and killing each other. Around 1,000 players were savagely slaughtering one another. Basically, this was a battlefield. Hyuku began to make his move. From his hand, he materialized a scythe. Hyuku thought to himself, "Well then, I guess I should join in." As Hyuku moved forward, the people there were all surprised. Humph. A sharp swoosh sound rang out. Hyuku swung his scythe, cutting down several of them. From behind, a group of people witnessed Hyuku's power. They nodded to each other, as if signaling something. They charged forward. "This is our chance." But before they could finish, Hyuku had already sent them to their graves. He thought, "I have detection, so you can't possibly sneak up on me." Over on the other side, there was still one guy viciously attacking someone on the ground. "Die." Hyuku glanced down at him. "Oh right, there's still that guy." He watched the guy beating the other person and mused, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call round 4 a stage made just for Black Dragon Fire. With Ancient Language Devourer in his hands, this situation is nothing short of a feast for him. Hyuku looked at the battlefield, continuing his train of thought. Judging by how dark his name's color is, he must have killed about 10 people already. That guy needs to be put through a few resurrections. That Black Dragon Fire guy laughed maniacally. He thought to himself, I can't believe that every time I kill a player, my stats increase. What a bargain. I knew stats increased from killing monsters, but he never expected that it would have the same effect on players. A system window appeared before him. The devouring rune is in effect. The progress bar will increase each time you kill an enemy. Once the progress bar is full, you will receive a random stat. Your enemy's level will correspond to the amount the progress bar increases. Hak Long Hoa continued his work, sending people to the afterlife. He was like a madman, constantly chanting, die, die, die. The devouring rune's progress bar steadily increased. He thought, the progress bar is going up by a lot. Is it because of their level? Hak Long Hoa looked at the devouring rune and smiled. He's the same level as me, yet the progress bar increased so much. Hak Long Hoa thought about the moment he would eliminate Hak Cow. If I kill Hak Cow, how much will the progress bar increase? It'll probably fill up instantly, and then I'll get a stat. He turned his head, angrily searching for something. Forget it. If I mess with a big shot like him, who knows what kind of disaster I'll face. Hak Long Hoa looked at the ordinary people, fighting. I should just take care of these trash mobs and level up more. Hak Long Hoa moved in and cut one person down. Sorry man, I've got nothing against you. He repeatedly swung his scythe at the person on the ground, smiling to himself. This is a great way to relieve stress. Wherever Hak Long Hoa struck, blood splattered everywhere. Because of that thug, I couldn't even hunt properly. As he was chuckling, thinking, this round was made for me, someone was silently approaching from behind with a sword. Unfortunately for him, Hak Long Hoa was no easy target, and the guy was immediately discovered. The others don't gain anything from killing players. He took the guy down in an instant. But my stats increase, and I can gradually get stronger. Hak Long Hoa's devouring rune progress bar went up. He looked around. People were slowly respawning. Best of all, his prey kept reviving and offering up their lives. Hak Long Hoa quickly appeared before a target and raised his scythe. What better opportunity could there be? A sickening thud echoed. Hak Long Hoa looked over at the others, still killing each other. He thought, how many have I killed? I need to kill as many as possible so I can climb to the top of the rankings. Or maybe I should head that way? Suddenly, a foot stepped in front of him, startling him completely. It was Hak Cow, approaching him with a scythe. Hak Cow said, "Midnight." The sky instantly turned pitch black. The people there looked up, confused. What's this? What's happening? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Hak Long Hoa watched Hak Cow approach, breaking out in a cold sweat. His scythe has turned translucent. Whatever it is, I have to be extremely careful. A sharp slicing sound rang out, and suddenly, Hak Long Hoa's point of view was from above. It was because Hak Cow had sliced his head clean off. He thought to himself, ah, so I'm dead. As expected of Hak Cow, I should have avoided him. The deafening sound of sword against sword rang out across the brutal battlefield. Cries echoed continuously. Just die, die, die for me. The person lying next to Dong Min slowly sat up. She yawned as if waking from a deep sleep. Dong Min looked at her and thought, she revived? Is it true that everyone comes back to life after 10 minutes? He smirked. Excellent. Dong Min clenched his fist, a rather terrifying smile on his face. He mused, they set up this round to make us kill each other. This is my chance to get revenge on the bastards who backstabbed me. I'll kill every last one of you. Dong Min started walking around, searching. Kim Si-han, where are you? Where is he? Suddenly, he spotted something. There he is. The guy, Si-han, was fearfully holding a bow and arrow, aiming it at the people in front of him. Dong Min thought, that idiot, look at him, scared shitless just because of the stat reduction penalty. There he is. Dong Min walked over and said cheerfully, hey, Kim Si-han. The terrified Si-han turned around, stammering. Dong Min suddenly punched him square in the face. So good to see you, you son of a bitch. Just that one punch sent Si-han flying 100 meters. He groaned in pain, clutching his face. Dong Min approached him. Kim Si-han, you damn bastard. Dong Min grabbed Si-han by the collar and lifted him up. You said you'd kill me if we met again, didn't you? Dong Min raised his fist, preparing to strike Si-han's face. So why don't you try and kill me now? What followed were Si-han's agonizing screams. After the beating, Dong Min dropped Si-han to the ground. Finally done. That was so refreshing. He looked back with a savage smile. Now, where are the others? On a battlefield where people were slaughtering each other. If hell exists, would it look like this? The people there killed one another without a shred of mercy. Shouts of die echoed everywhere, but Ain sat off to the side, clutching her sword in fear. A place filled with violence, where people only knew how to hate each other. Sang Chun spoke up to check on her. Miss Ain, are you all right? She replied, I'm fine. I'm not tired, but my spirit is still a bit shaken. Sang Chun worried, thinking, I can handle this. For a bit. But this must be difficult for Miss Ain. If this affects her psychologically and hinders our work, I won't be able to face the chairman. Suddenly, he saw something. A hand. About to grab Ain's hair. The hand began to grip her hair tightly. Its owner held a knife and screamed, just die. Jiang Chu quickly rushed to save her. In your dreams. He started fighting the man. Jiang Chu raised his sword high and stabbed it straight through the guy. Jiang Chu turned to call out to Ain, ignoring the man groaning as he collapsed to the ground. Ain trembled as she looked at the blood-streaked sword. Though still shaking, she tried to bite her lip hard. Ain grabbed the sword, rushed at the man, and stabbed the one who had just grabbed her hair. A moment later, the sky remained the same, still carrying a gloomy, sorrowful look. Jiang Chu looked at Ain and thought to himself, if I tell her to do something, she'll just obey. Ain stood up and asked, Mr. Bodyguard, how long do we have to fight like this? Jiang Chu replied, there's at least another hour to go. Ain's face was clearly filled with sorrow as she said, I can't even bear to watch them die. I don't understand how everyone can just kill each other like this. Seeing her fragile state, Jiang Chu thought, so weak. She's just too weak. It seems she's been overly sheltered. He advised her, if you're tired, please get some rest. Haven't you already killed about 50 people? Ain replied, I think so. Jiang Chu turned away. That should be enough to get on the rankings. Please leave the rest to me, Ain stammered. Thank you so much. Jiang Chu gave a slight smile, thinking, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Now I don't have to serve them up on a platter for you to kill anymore. He started to fight. Again. Now, I can finally focus on my own score. The system panel displayed a notification. Time remaining until the end of the round, 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Black Scythe was still fighting furiously. Seeing the notification, he thought, about 10 minutes left. Huh? Round 4 is always exhausting. Behind him, the shadow of someone was running towards him. Unfortunately, for that person, Black Scythe had already detected him. He immediately spun around, raising his scythe. Black Scythe took the guy down in an instant, sending him flying 100 meters. I can't miss out on the reward for being number 1 in all sectors. I have to use every method I can to get stronger and reach round 20. He ran like the wind, sweeping through everyone in his path. Anyone who saw him ran away in fear. I have no way of knowing how strong the final boss will be. That's why. No one can escape Black Scythe, so I have to become as strong as possible. Black Scythe was charging at a man, who looked at him in terror. Black Scythe thought the guy was about to meet his maker, but he just passed him by. The man collapsed to the ground, saying in fear, I'm alive. Black Scythe thought to himself, there's no need to kill someone I've already killed. On the battlefield, people were still assassinating each other. The ranking for round 4 isn't just based on killing as many people as possible. You need to kill as many different people as you can. Even if you kill the same person twice, it still only counts as 1 kill. Black Scythe glanced over at 2 guys fighting. He thought, that means I can't kill that guy over there. Where? He had just looked. Dong Min was punching someone on the ground. Die, die. He raised his bloody hands and laughed with satisfaction. Seeing this from a distance, Black Scythe thought, he's just been killing his 3 friends over and over again. Those guys are going to have a hard time surviving this round. Dong Min turned his head and saw his friend had revived, so he charged in to punch him again. Hello? Respawn a little faster, will ya? Black Scythe figured that if they kept dying the moment they respawned, they'd have no chance to earn points for themselves. The system displayed a notification. Time remaining until the end of the round. 1 minute. Black Scythe was still scanning for prey. He thought, only 1 minute left. Not much time. I have to get the highest score possible. He was taking out targets one by one. He saw a guy with silver hair. I've already killed him. He saw a guy hugging his girlfriend. Him too. He saw a guy with a knife. I don't remember his name. This will be the first time. Black Scythe quickly closed in on him. There's no time left, so I'll finish this in 1 blow. In a fleeting moment, the man was sent to meet his maker by Black Scythe. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped the survivors. An angel appeared, and she spoke. Wasn't that fun, killing each other? Everyone looked up at her. Black Scythe muttered, having to kill other people. How could that possibly be fun? The angel said, oh, look at this filthy mess of blood. This clean space has gotten all messy. The angel played with her hair and said, anyway, you all did a great job with the task of killing each other. Before we see the results, let's revive the dead in front of you. Black Scythe looked at her and thought, she talks as if she's the one reviving them. In reality, this is a system ability. A man who had lost an arm was instantly made whole again. The golden light healed everyone's wounds and also revived the dead. Yao Gun was shocked to see he had been revived. He immediately screamed, Huang Dong Min. There were others behind him also cursing, I'm gonna kill you. Dong Min just smirked, listening to Yao Gun yell, you're still second best to Dong. That's enough. Dong Min looked furious. What the hell are you all talking about? Kill those bastards. Seeing them cursing at each other so fiercely, the angel spoke up. Silence. He revealed his terrifying gaze. From now on, if any human dares to speak, I'll make your head explode. With that, everyone fell silent. Not a single word was uttered. The angel's demeanor became gentle again. Now that it's a little quieter, since everyone has been revived, let's take a look at the results, shall we? The angel continued. But before that, we have to see what this round's side quest was, right? Everyone below was wondering, there was a side quest this time too. The angel snapped his fingers. Of course there was. Did you think there wouldn't be a side quest? Are you stupid or something? The system window appeared. Round 4 side quest. Eliminate the regional representative within a certain period. Quest completion reward. 1 lowest grade mana stone draw ticket. After reading it, one guy asked in confusion, eliminating the regional representative. And that was the quest. The angel replied, that's right, you foolish human. Only one person in this region completed the side quest. And that was Black Hook. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to him, and they began to whisper, Black Hook. Now that I think about it, wasn't he the one who killed Hwang Dong-min at the beginning? Black Dragonfire glared at him angrily, while Black Hook thought to himself, so that means becoming the regional representative in this round was a good thing. Dong-min stood there silently, staring at the system window. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed Hwang Dong-min myself. Dong-min thought in fear, did I die? At Black Hook's hands. The notification window even showed the temporary skill. He thought, it's all gone. My temporary command authority is gone. Dong-min recalled what Black Hook had told him. I will help you, so you don't become an easy target. He thought to himself. He said he would help me not become a target, but then he stole the representative position from me? The angel began to speak. Now then, let's see the results. Ah, that's right. You're all curious about how the results were calculated, aren't you? He gave a sinister, bewitching smirk. The angel continued. The rankings are based on the number of different times people you've killed. Even if you kill the same person multiple times, it only counts as 1 kill. The people below were quite surprised to hear that. Different people. So it wasn't just about getting as many kills as possible? The angel chuckled lightly. You simple-minded fools. Did you really think it would be that easy? He pointed a finger downwards. There you go. Here are the results. The round 4 results appeared. Overall rankings. First, Black Hook. Second, The Fool. Third, Tornado Mage. Current region rankings. First, Black Hook. Second, Cute Little Bird. Third, Unsung Chun. The angel flashed a terrifying smile. Oh my. Black Hook is first place again this time? Black Hook looked up at him, his eyes filled with a hint of anger. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. I can't believe he killed over 700 people. Is that even possible for a human? Aren't there only about 1,000 of us in total? That means he single-handedly killed 70% of the people here. That's insane, the angel clapped enthusiastically. Wow, you killed 722 people all by yourself? Excellent. This certainly deserves a reward, don't you think? Congratulations. You have ranked first in this mission for your region. Congratulations. You have ranked first in this mission across all regions. The reward for ranking first in your region is a mid-grade rare armor selection ticket. The reward for ranking first in all regions is a mid-grade special reward selection chest. Min thought. A mid-grade armor selection ticket? Perfect. It's about time I changed my armor. The system announced. You may select one of the rare armors below. Select the reward you want. Bronze plate armor, blood-soaked assassin's tunic, cloak of darkness. Min clicked on the blood-soaked assassin's tunic. He thought, I'll choose the second one, the blood-soaked assassin's tunic. The system updated, blood-soaked assassin's tunic. Type armor, grade, rare, defense, 60. Effects, agility +4, attack speed +8%, speed +5%, durability 600 out of 600. Usage restriction, normal grade or higher. Description. A blood-colored tunic worn by a certain assassin. It sometimes reeks of blood. He continued to think seriously. Next is the special reward. You may select one of the special rewards below. Select the reward you want. 1. A 50% stat increase charm. Stats are limited for round 5. 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about round 5. Min thought. The side quest reward for round 5 is very valuable, but the difficulty is a bit high. He clicked on the 50% stat increase charm. He thought, considering the difficulty, the stat increase will be more helpful to me. The angel pointed a finger and said casually, You've all seen your rankings, haven't you? Let me tell you. In our region, there are 30 people tied for rank 521. Everyone ranked lower than that will be eliminated. He laughed. A sinister laugh as he spoke those savage words. Now then, let's begin the elimination process, shall we? A light appeared on some people's bodies. A yellow light. Parts of their bodies began to slowly disintegrate. Many screamed in fear. Someone begged, Wait, Angel, are we really going to die this time? Someone else wailed. I don't want to die. Please, Angel, help us. Please, give me a chance. Help me. Dongmin let out a sigh of relief. Having just escaped death, he thought he'd made it, but that was a close one. Among the survivors, some just stood there watching coldly, while others shut their eyes and covered their ears as desperate screams echoed all around them. Please help me. I don't want to die. Jaemin also closed his eyes as it all unfolded. Then, he snapped them open with determination as the system announced the end of round 4. Total survivors in all areas, 90,953. Survivors in your area, S45, 521. In a moment, your soul will be transferred to your body in the current dimension. Round 5 will begin at midnight on a future date in 2024. We'll see you in the next round. Congratulations on your survival. The sky began to grow brighter. In a certain hotel, someone was running in a hurry. Sang Chun burst through the door in a panic, blurting out, Sir, Ma Gi-ong-luk, who was lying face down on the bed, is showing signs of waking up. He pushed himself up with a pillow, running a hand through his hair. Ma Gi-ong-luk woke up and said, What are you doing here? I don't remember calling for you, Sang Chun replied. I couldn't get in touch with you, sir, so I took the liberty of barging in. I thought something terrible might have happened to you. Sitting on the bed, Ma Gi-ong-luk gave a rare, cheerful smile and said, What are you talking about? Did you really think I'd die in round 4? Didn't you see the results? Sang Chun scratched his neck and said awkwardly, I did see your name on the rankings, sir, but I was still worried. Anyway, that last round was completely insane, wasn't it? Ma Gi-ong-luk covered his face and said, That's why I collapsed on the bed the moment I got back. I'm mentally drained. Sang Chun added, Indeed, 433 people died. Ma Gi-ong-luk's expression hardened. If you count the repeated deaths, the number is probably even higher. I'm already this strong, so what kind of monster is that Black Hook? Is he even belated? Human? Sang Chun brought a fist to his lips, probing. Do you think he might be an active-duty special forces soldier? Someone with skills and courage like that in Korea? I've been thinking about it constantly. Ma Gi-ong-luk didn't answer, lost in thought. Black Hook. The more I think about him, the more I admire him. Whatever his true identity is, if I could just cooperate with him, it would be incredibly reassuring. I'll have to ask the Prophet about Black Hook later. Sang Chun looked worried and said, But sir, the fact that round 4 happened exactly as that Prophet said, it's truly astonishing. To be honest, until I saw it with my own eyes, I was very skeptical of him. Ma Gi-ong-luk replied, So was I. When the two of them had sat down with Jaemin, he had stated with certainty, the mission for round 4 isn't hunting monsters, it's a massacre among the players. Ma Gi-ong-luk had been stunned and asked, A massacre? Jaemin confirmed, That's right, it's a disaster, where players have to kill each other. You need to be on high alert. Back in the present, Sang Chun sought Ma Gi-ong-luk's opinion. What should we do, sir? Ma Gi-ong-luk asked. What do you mean? Sang Chun clarified. About the Prophet. Jaemin, do you really intend to make him a business partner? Ma Gi-ong-luk picked up a towel and said, Of course. He's a major shareholder with 31% of the shares. What right do I have to object? In fact, the company is pretty much in Jaemin's hands now. Sang Chun asked, So you'll do as he says and switch to a different industry? Ma Gi-ong-luk affirmed, What's the point in arguing? This way, the company can grow even further. He walked to the window, saying, Besides that, we need to pull him over to our side. Don't look down on him or get arrogant just because he's young. Ma Gi-ong-luk stood before the glass, his robe half open, revealing his six-pack abs. He said, Even if you don't like his attitude, you will flatter him and do everything, he says. Only then. Ma Gi-ong-luk turned around and continued, Can we suck all? The sweet nectar from this honeypot, called the Prophet. Got it? Sang Chun bowed and replied, Yes, sir. From now on, I will be more careful when dealing with Jaemin. As the sky brightened, Ma Gi-ong-luk said, Good. Call him right away. Sang Chun asked, What should I tell him, sir? Ma Gi-ong-luk instructed, Tell him that to celebrate our survival, we should have a party tonight. Tell him to bring his family if he has any. Should I also invite Miss Seo to the party? Sang Chun asked. You mean Yun? Ma Gi-ong-luk smiled, putting his hands in his pockets. At times like these, we should have a celebrity celebrating with us. Don't you think? The sky was now fully bright. Jaemin was scrolling through his phone next to a coffee shop. He waved at someone, saying, Over here. Julie E walked over. Jae-min, you're looking well. Jae-min replied cheerfully. You too. Julie E asked. Are you okay? Asking me to lunch all of a sudden like this? He just shrugged and said, I just figured we should have a meal to celebrate making it through the round. Don't worry, it's my treat. Julie E replied comfortably. In that case, I'll take full advantage of having a rich friend. Of course, if you don't mind. A red car sped down the road. Jae-min was giving Julie E a ride. She said gratefully, Thanks, Mr. Prophet. Because of you, I was able to prepare for round 4. Ji-yoon asked, Hey, you don't think I'm lying, do you? Julie answered confidently, Of course not. You would never do that. What would you possibly gain from tricking me? Ji-yoon said, Thanks for trusting me. Suddenly, Julie said, a bit awkwardly, Thank you. No, stop. I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me that I needed to kill at least 30 people, I would have been dead by now. Thank you. In his mind, Ji-yoon thought, Honestly, she has no reason to thank me. Even if I hadn't told her anything, she would have survived thanks to her ancient language protection. She's pretty talented too. More importantly, compared to Sarah, who's like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, this girl is more like a tough weed growing in the wild. The car stopped at a restaurant. Ji-yoon and Julie sat across from each other. He gestured with his hand. Let's eat. Julie replied, Thank you. Enjoy your meal. Ji-yoon smiled helplessly, picking up a piece of food, thinking, just how many times? Has she thanked me now? Julie hesitantly picked up her chopsticks, her thoughts racing with anxiety. Does a murderer like me even deserve to be doing this? I only came because Ji-yoon called me. But to sit here and have a peaceful meal like this, it feels so wrong. Ji-yoon noticed and asked, Julie, why aren't you eating? He thought to himself. Looks like the guilt is still eating at her. Julie snapped out of it and replied, I'm just not feeling very well. Ji-yoon asked, Is it because you killed someone? He comforted her. Don't overthink it. And don't blame yourself. You did what you had to do to survive. Julie was still concerned. That's true, but Ji-yoon continued to console her. And it's not just you. Me and every other player had to do the same. Julie lowered her head in regret, saying, Even so, Ji-yoon cut her off. Enough. So what? Are we supposed to just give up on our future? Because of what we did? If I don't wake up, what's going to happen to my family back home? We have families waiting for us, don't we? My family, Julie repeated, as if waking from a dream. She imagined her father hugging her lifeless body, crying, thinking, If I don't wake up, Dad will be devastated. Julie clenched her fists with determination. You're right. I completely forgot that my family is the reason I've been holding on this whole time. Thank you for reminding me. Ji-yoon replied, Don't mention it. Now eat. Some delicious food will cheer you up. Julie replied, Okay. She picked up a piece of food from the hot pot and said, Wow, this is really good. It feels like all the exhaustion from round 4 is just melting away. Ji-yoon replied, I'm glad to hear that. Julie said, Thank you again. Thanks for bringing me here. Ji-yoon made some small talk. That's the first time you've called me by my first name. Julie replied, Oh, is it? If you don't mind, can I call you that from now on? He said, Of course you can. Ji-yoon thought, Looks like her mood has improved. I guess it's time to get to the main point. Just as he had that thought, he spoke. Julie, the reason I called you here today is to share some information about round 5. Julie was startled and asked, Round 5? You've seen the future again? Ji-yoon said, Yeah, and round 5 is going to be the hardest one yet. On top of that, all the zones are going to merge. Julie asked, Merge zones? Ji-yoon said, Basically, the separated zones will all combine into one. Julie asked, So, does that mean you and I can meet? Ji-yoon brought the tea to his lips and said, That's right, but not in round 5. He thought, Actually, we will meet in round 5. But if I tell her we're both in the central zone, she'll try to find me. He put his cup down. I have to meet her while I'm anonymous for this plan to work. Ji-yoon said, Listen carefully. Like I said, round 5 will be incredibly difficult. You might not be able to clear it on your own, but there is a way. Julie asked, What is it? Ji-yoon revealed, Black Scythe. Go find him and ask him for help. Julie was shocked. Huh? Black Scythe? She could hardly believe it. She continued, The Black Scythe you're talking about. Is it Times That Times guy? The one who's ranked number 1 across all zones? Ji-yoon nodded firmly. Yes, that's him. Julie pointed to herself and said, And you want me to ask Black Scythe for help in round 5? Ji-yoon held out his hand confidently. It's less about asking for help and more about cooperating with him. Julie asked doubtfully, but Black Scythe is level 30. Will he really agree to cooperate? With someone like me? Ji-yoon persuaded her. You have your buff. I'm sure Black Scythe will need you too. It'll be a symbiotic relationship. Julie played with her hair, thinking, if I can safely get through this round with his help, that would be amazing. Julie expressed her concern. To be honest, I'm still worried. I don't know if a guy like Black Scythe would be willing to carry me, just for some minor buff. Ji-yoon just smiled helplessly, thinking, a minor buff? That skill of yours is incredible. Ji-yoon comforted her. Julie, don't worry. Black Scythe will definitely want to work with you, not just for this round, but for the next one too. I've already seen it in the future, so you have nothing to worry about. Julie, still worried, asked, really? She smiled and said, thank you for telling me such important information. Ji-yoon replied casually, we're friends. This is what friends do. Suddenly, Julie remembered something. She said cheerfully, oh, can you hold out your hand for a second? Julie released a stream of blue light into Ji-yoon's hand. She said, I should give you something in return, right? The light. A gentle blue light enveloped Diêu Min. He smiled brightly and said, thank you, Julie. He thought happily, I knew. She'd give me a buff. She's the type who hates being indebted to anyone. Diêu Min's radiant smile made Julie blush. She had no idea he was thinking. All right, now I can go home and use times that asterisk. The system announced. All stats have increased by 50% due to the effect of the blessing skill. Current kill count, 100 out of 100. All stats have increased by 50% due to the effect of the Butcher's Ancient Rune. Diêu Min sat down, thinking, this is thanks to the effect from Julie's blessing, and the extra stats from the Butcher's Ancient Rune after killing 100 worms. The status window appeared. Diêu Min looked at it, and thought, my stats must have gotten pretty high by now. Status window. Nickname, Hak Ko. Rank, Normal, level 30. Class, Death God. Titles, The Last Time Traveler. Hidden, The First Angel Slayer. Hidden, Challenger of the God of Defaxt. Punishment, Hidden. Stats, Strength 93, Intelligence 111, Agility 105, Luck 84. Stat points, 0. He noticed his luck stat, 84 luck. Diêu Min pulled a card from thin air, thinking, with luck this high, I can probably expect to draw something good. The system displayed a notification. Lowest grade magic stone lottery ticket. Type, consumable item. Rarity, rare. Effect, randomly provides from 1 to 5 lowest grade magic stones. Restriction, must be used before the next round by those of apprentice rank or higher. Description, a limited time item that randomly grants you magic stones. If you do not use it by the next round, the item will automatically disappear. It is affected by the luck stat. Diêu Min looked at the card. If I were a normal person, I'd probably be praying to the gods for a good item, he smirked, continuing his train of thought, but to hell with praying to that damn god. A goddess, dressed all in white with a winged helmet, covering her eyes, reached out her hand and said, we will play 20 rounds on the first day of every month. Your souls will be brought to another dimension to play a game. Diêu Min continued to speculate. I don't know who that was, but this is definitely the work of a god. Who else could snatch 8 billion people and throw them into a death game? The one behind all this must be a god who's toying with humanity. At this thought, Diêu Min's expression turned serious as he let his mind wander. If I can clear the final round and get one wish granted, I'll wish for the bastard god who created this disgusting game to be torn to pieces. Diêu Min raised his hand, and a golden light appeared around it. The system announced, lowest grade magic stone lottery ticket has been used. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 lowest grade front magic stones. Items obtained. 2 lowest grade red magic stones. 1 lowest grade yellow magic stone. 1 lowest grade green magic stone. And 1 lowest grade purple magic stone. Diêu Min was stunned. 5 stones? That's the maximum amount. He smiled mockingly, thinking, so I get the best result by cursing the god, not praying to him? Huh, I guess I really am lucky. Diêu Min tapped the system window, thinking, all right, let's start combining. First, I'll put the 2 lowest grade red magic stones together and hit combine. The system displayed the information. Combination successful. You have created 1 low grade red magic stone. Diêu Min held the pink stone in his hand, thinking with satisfaction, when you combine magic stones of the same color and grade like this, you can get a higher grade stone. Along with the magic stone I got from MB, Saleh and the one I drew from the ticket. The system announced, combination successful. You have created one low grade, purple magic stone. Diêu Min focused on the system window. Next, if I combine a magic stone with an item, combination successful. The assassin's headbug helm has gained damage plus 2%. He thought, great, now for the next. Few stones. Gloves of shadow, all stats plus 2%. Ring of resistance has gained luck plus 2. Boots of cunning has gained agility plus 2. He continued. I'll detach the blue magic stone from the hunter's stone. Armor, blood-soaked assassin's tunic, has gained damage reduction plus 1%. After he was done, Diêu Min thought, that's all the magic stones I have. Trading that information for the buff was totally worth it. The sky was now growing dark. The sunset light cast a gentle, quiet beauty on the tall buildings. Diêu Min thought, now, time to get ready to meet Magion Lok, Diêu Gun asked with a stiff expression. He was sitting on the sofa, talking to Diêu Min. The chairman of the company you invested in. He's the heir to the Sungjin Group? Diêu Min replied, yeah, I was invited to a party, as their business partner, and we'll be collaborating in the future. Poor Diêu Gun trembled, and said, is it okay for me to go to a place like that? Diêu Min casually tied his tie for him, and replied gently, he said I could bring family, so you don't need to worry. Your tie is crooked. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Diêu Min. He jumped up and said, they're here. Diêu Min stood up straight and urged, let's go. He opened the door to find Yugun standing beside him, hands clasped nervously. Yugun stared blankly at the person outside. Sangchun bowed at a 45-degree angle and said, hello, I'm here to escort you. Yugun grabbed Yumin's shoulder and asked warily, huh? He's the guy we met before, Sangchun asked. And this is? Yumin replied, my younger brother. Sangchun offered his business card to Yugun. He introduced himself. Pardon me for not introducing myself to you sooner. I am Unit Chief On Sangchun. We've met before, haven't we? This is my card. Although I've already apologized to your brother. Yugun took it and replied, yes. Sangchun continued, but I am very sorry for how I previously treated you so rudely. Hearing this, Yugun was stunned. Sangchun naturally extended a hand in invitation, saying, please consider this party as an apology, so I hope you won't mind. Shall we get going then? Chairman Magi Lok is waiting for you two. That evening at Magi Lok's hotel, the three of them entered the main hall, one after another, when suddenly a voice called out, oh, hello, Yumin. Mr. Lok shook Yumin's hand, who politely said, you as well. Chairman Magi Lok turned to look at Yugun and asked, and this is a member of your family? Yumin replied, that's right, this is my younger brother. Chairman Magi Lok smiled warmly and shook Yugun's hand. He said, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chairman Magi Lok of the Chonma consulting firm. Yugun stiffly replied, hello. Yumin had to turn and remind him, hey, you're supposed to use your right hand for a handshake, right? Chairman Magi Lok asked Yumin, is your brother a player too? Yugun shook his head and said, ah, sir, I'm not a player. Yumin patted his shoulder. He reassured the worried Yugun, saying fondly, he's only 14 years old right now. Chairman Magi Lok said, how fortunate. If you were just 1 year older, you wouldn't have been able to escape this death game. I'm quite envious of you. Yumin smiled on the outside but sneered internally. Envious. Huh. Chairman Magi Lok led the way. Yumin and his brother. Please, this way. It may be a bit simple, but we've prepared this party with great care. In a beautifully decorated room, a waiter and a chef stood at one end of a formal dining table. The food on the table was exquisitely arranged. The two servers and the chef stood at attention. Yugun was delighted, his eyes lighting up. Chairman Magi Lok gestured and said, you must be hungry. We couldn't prepare much, but it should certainly be enough to fill you up. Yugun looked around in bewilderment, thinking, is he joking? This is not much? Yumin calmly called to him, come on over. Yugun and Chairman Magi Lok sat at the table, who then said with a fake smile, well then, please enjoy your meal. Suddenly, a sound came from the door. Yumin immediately turned to look, surprised to see a familiar face. Sei-Ain walked in. He was astonished, wondering to himself, Sei-Ain? Yumin still couldn't believe it, thinking, Sei-Ain was invited here too? The beautiful Sei-Ain also saw him. She gracefully approached the table, while Yugun was still frozen in shock. Chairman Magi Lok immediately stood up to greet her. "Ah, you've finally arrived, Miss Sayin." Sayin put on an apologetic expression and said, "My apologies, sir. I had to attend the funeral of a fellow actor, so I arrived late." Chairman Maji Lok was quick with the pleasantries. "Don't you worry about it, we understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company that I told you about." Sayin gently brushed her hair back. She slowly looked up and said, "Hello, I am the actress Sayin." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Sayin looked at Yumin in surprise. "And at Yugun?" she wondered. "Aren't you the two who brought over rice cakes when you first moved in?" Yumin gently pulled. At Yugun, whose face was still a mask of pure shock, he replied, "Yes, that's us." Sayin beamed with a radiant smile and exclaimed, "So, I'm neighbors with the major shareholder, how wonderful." But inside, she was inexplicably anxious. He looks even younger than me. And he's already a major shareholder of the company. Is the chairman joking with me? Yugun finally managed to stammer out a few words. He blushed, his heart pounding with excitement, and asked Yumin, Hey bro, is that really Sayin?" Yumin suddenly realized, thinking, Yugun doesn't know about the relationship between Magi and Sayin yet. Seeing her show up like this must have really surprised him. He silently observed Yugun and mused, more importantly, for anyone who sees her, this is the natural reaction, isn't it? Still looking at Sayin, flustered. "Yugun, you're trembling." To avoid standing out or seeming strange, Yumin decided he should probably feign some interest as well. At that moment, Mr. Locke had noticed the reactions and attitudes of both Yugun and Yumin. He smiled, inwardly pleased. He really is just a kid. So it turns out the prophet is just like anyone else. Calling Sayin here was the right decision. Then he put on a fake, polite smile and said, "Well, everyone must be hungry. Please, enjoy the meal without any worries." At the lavish dining table, only 5 people were enjoying the delicacies. Yumin and Yugun sat opposite the other 3. Yugun, having regained his usual liveliness, ate heartily and praised, "Bro, the meat is so tender, it's melting in my mouth." Yumin was pleased. "Is it that good? Then eat up." The atmosphere was very warm. Suddenly, Majan Locke began. "So, our esteemed shareholder, is the food to your liking? I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes." Yumin simply replied, "It's delicious." He then asked, "And what about you, Yujun? Are you enjoying the food?" Yujian said shyly, "Yes, this is my first time eating anything like this." Majian Locke inwardly smiled, feeling lucky. He thought, good thing I'm so demanding with the chef. He had actually made the chef prepare the dishes over and over again. "All to serve you and your brother, Yumin," Majian Locke said cheerfully. "I'm so glad to hear you say that." As they ate, he continued to ask, "I noticed you didn't bring any other family members. Why is it just you and your younger brother?" For a moment, a sorrowful expression crossed Yumin's face. "My brother is my only family. My parents have passed away." Majian Locke feigned sympathy. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry." Inwardly, however, he was furious with himself for carelessly choosing the wrong topic. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it. Why did I have to ask that? The good atmosphere we had is completely ruined now." Seeing this, Eugene looked visibly sad, no longer in the mood to eat. Majian Locke grew frustrated, screaming in his mind, "Damn it. I should just shut my mouth until the mood improves." An awkward silence followed. By the time everyone had finished eating, the servers had already cleared the table and brought out dessert. Majian Locke took a sip of tea, calculating his next move. Someone needs to fix this atmosphere. He glanced over at Ayn, who was awkwardly sipping her tea, and prayed, "Miss Ayn, look over here for a second." Ayn felt his gaze, but didn't intend to respond. He gently set his cup down on the table. He stood up and said, "Oh, Ayn, could we talk for a moment?" Surprised, Ayn quickly agreed. "Huh? Of course." The two left the room. Standing in the awkwardly silent hallway, Majian Locke began, "Listen here, Miss Ayn." She quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Chairman." He suddenly stopped walking and calmly asked a question. "Was the food good?" Ayn, not understanding his intention, answered casually, "It was delicious." Majian Locke let out a sigh, heavy with his building frustration. He turned to face Ayn, his eyes filled with anger. "Did you think I called you here just so you could eat and drink to your heart's content?" He stared directly at Ayn and continued to reprimand her. "I brought you here to help liven up the atmosphere. Why are you so slow on the uptake?" She looked worried and apologetic, replying, "I'm sorry. I thought you just invited me to a party." Majian Locke sighed in exasperation again. "Why on earth would I invite you to a dinner like this for no reason?" He rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "Didn't Unit Chief Ann tell you who that person is?" Ayn asked hesitantly, confused. "Isn't he the major shareholder?" Majin Lok dropped a bombshell that left Ain completely shocked. He's both the major shareholder and a prophet. Ain was stunned. A prophet? He explained, that's right, a prophet. Just as the name implies, his class is very special. He can see the future. She began to understand. Majin Lok wagged his finger. Do you get it now? We have to make him happy. Imagine how huge of an advantage it would be if we knew information about the next round in advance. He continued, his expression sinister. So, you need to use that pretty face of yours to agree with everything he says. Smile at him. Ain was now genuinely scared and anxious. Majin Lok clenched his fist, smiling smugly, determined to use any means necessary to capture the prophet's heart. Ain felt something was wrong and quickly said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but I don't think doing that is a good idea." Before she could finish, Majin Lok cut her off, using manipulative words to strike at her weak point. As the chairman, I gave you the opportunity to succeed in your acting career. Isn't it about time you repaid that debt? He went on, ignoring her sorrowful expression. You don't need to hesitate. It doesn't matter what tricks you have to pull. Just make shareholder Yumin happy. Ain fell silent. Seeing her silence, he asked a simple but heavy question. Why aren't you answering me? She stammered in a panic. I understand. Majin Lok calmly walked away. He said, I'll be watching to see if you're making a serious effort. Now, let's go. She mumbled dejectedly. Yes. Back in the dining room, the atmosphere was even more awkward than before. It was just the two brothers sitting across from Sang Chun. None of the three said a word. Just then, the door opened, and Ain and Majin Lok walked in. He spoke up. Have you all been waiting long? We had some business to discuss, so we're a little late. Majin Lok said cheerfully while subtly turning to nod at Ain. It looks like everyone's finished eating. Shall we move to another location? At that, Yumin and Yugion headed for the door. They walked right between Ain and Majin Lok. This made Majin Lok frustrated and disappointed. I told her everything she needed to do. Why is she still hesitating like that? Suddenly, Yujin spoke up politely. Excuse me, miss. Ain replied, surprised. Yes? He shyly gathered his courage and said, I'm a big fan of yours. You're even more beautiful in person. If it's okay, I was hoping we could take a picture together later. One with me, Ain replied warmly. Ah, thank you. She then happily agreed. Of course, that's fine. Yujin's face lit up as he thanked her. This made Yumin silently give himself a mental high five. Seeing this, Chairman Ma looked flustered, pulling out his phone to text something as he schemed. So, the little brother is more interested than he is, huh? We need to change the plan. Just then, Ain's phone lit up. Surprised, she picked it up to see 2 lines in a text message. Change the target. Get close to the younger brother first. Ain looked reluctant and sad, thinking, he's just an innocent fan, but I have to deceive him. They all walked to another location. Yumin had already noticed the sorrowful look on Ain's face. He also noticed Chairman Ma walking ahead with a smug look. He was thinking, if we can pull the younger brother to our side, the older brother will have no other choice but to automatically join us. That way, we can easily get information about the next round. Chairman Ma stopped in front of a door, gesturing towards it as he introduced, this is a private room prepared for our VIP guests. Of course, you can order as many drinks and snacks as you like in here. With music playing in the background, he led everyone inside. Inside was a lavish, red-toned room decorated with expensive-looking paintings. Eugene couldn't help but be amazed, but he asked awkwardly, drinks? If it's alcohol, I'm still just a high school student. Chairman Ma laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, you can have other kinds of drinks. He then turned and requested Sang Chun, the head of Unit An, bring a special VIP set here, and a non-alcoholic drink for the student. He nodded. Yes, Chairman. Sang Chun left, closing the door behind him. Yumin then spoke up. Chairman Ma, hey, I can't drink alcohol either. Chairman Ma quickly replied, oh, is that so? Since you're of age, you should take this opportunity to try some. That's that. Yumin then turned to Ain and said, hey, Miss Ain, could you go outside and take a picture with my brother? Ain gave a slight nod. Ah, of course. The two of them left together. Yujian looked a bit thoughtful, glancing towards his brother, while Ain gave a polite little bow. Then they closed the door and went outside, making sure the two had left. The room now held only him and Chairman Ma. Yumin spoke, Mr. Chairman. His calm demeanor from before was gone, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze. He asked one question. Do you take me for a fool? Chairman Ma looked uncomfortable, forcing a confused laugh as he asked, what do you mean? Before he could finish, Yumin crossed his arms and asked challengingly, did you forget that my class is prophet? I can see the future. Did you really think I wouldn't know about the conversation between you and actress Se Ain? Chairman Ma fidgeted, silent as if the words had struck a nerve. Yumin asked again in disappointment. How are we supposed to do business together like this? He emphasized each word with a terrifying slowness, his face filled with displeasure, as if giving an order. He said, Mr. Chairman, you shouldn't hide anything from me. Chairman Ma's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't believe his ears, thinking, he knows about my conversation with Se-Ain? How is that possible? Can he really see the future? Yumin's sharp eyes continued to question him, his voice filled with pressure. You told Miss Ain to win me over. Chairman Ma grew anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly tried to justify himself. If that made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. I just wanted her to become your friend, nothing more. Ignoring the explanation, Yumin's voice grew harsh, his gaze seeming to pierce right through him. But you even wanted to use my little brother. That's crossing the line. Chairman Ma was startled, his heart sinking as he thought in terror. He knows about that too? Is this situation unsalvageable? He bowed his head, his voice trembling with remorse. I am truly sorry, Yumin. I made a foolish decision. Prophet Nim, I swear I will fix every mistake that has upset you. Yumin wasn't overly harsh, his tone softening slightly. Since you've sincerely apologized, I'll let it go this time. As for what you said to actress Se-Ain, I'll pretend I never heard it. Chairman Ma let out a sigh of relief, looking up with gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you for giving me another chance. Just then, the door to the room creaked open. Manager Song Hun peeked in and announced, Chairman, I've returned. He froze, stunned to see the sight of Chairman Ma, who had just been bowing in apology. The chairman quickly straightened his suit and cleared his throat. Trying to regain his composure, he said, Get out. Seong Hun was bewildered. Excuse me, sir? Chairman Ma gestured with his eyes, his voice firm. I have something to discuss with this VIP guest. Then he turned to the unit head. Take the other two to the room next door. Seong Hun quickly understood and replied, Ah, I understand. He left, closing the door gently, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere. Yumin frowned towards the door, his mood no better. Chairman Ma thought in frustration, Damn it. I was planning to use Se-Ain to lighten the mood, but I just made things worse. Suddenly, Yumin spoke up. His voice was calm but full of meaning. Do you want information about the next round? Chairman Ma was startled, replying hesitantly, Yes. What? You even know about this? Yeomin looked at him, his gaze stern and threatening. The reason I accepted your invitation to this party was to give you information about round 5. But if you keep treating me like this, sharing information or cooperating with you will be very difficult. Ma Gyeongrok hurriedly said in an urgent tone, I sincerely apologize. Yeomin, please overlook this mistake of mine. Yeomin looked him straight in the eye, his voice firm. I demand that you, Chairman, do not hide anything from me. In the future, trust me unconditionally. His expression softened slightly. Furthermore, I also hope you won't question how the company is run anymore, and that you'll persuade the other shareholders during the meeting. Ma Gyeongrok nodded profusely. All right, I'll do everything I can to control the shareholders. Yeomin finally broke into his first satisfied smile. Good, then I will do my best to help you grow the company. Then, he said the words Ma Gyeongrok had been waiting for from the start. Now, I will give you the information about round 5. Ma Gyeongrok couldn't hide his joy, his eyes lighting up. Yeomin declared in a cold voice, the difficulty of round 5 is the highest of all the rounds we've ever experienced. Ma Gyeongrok's expression instantly changed, filled with extreme anxiety. Seeing this, Yeomin reassured him, no need to worry. For you, it won't be a major problem. Still uneasy, Ma Gyeongrok asked, what is the mission for round 5? Yeomin held up 3 fingers. The mission is to kill 500 orcs. But it's not that simple, he continued seriously. The zones will be combined. Ma Gyeongrok was stunned. The zones? Yeomin explained. Since the number of players has decreased significantly, the separated zones will merge into one. Seeing an opportunity, Ma Gyeongrok quickly asked, so does that mean we can meet players from other zones, like Hyuk-gu? Yeomin shook his head. You won't be in the same zone as the player named Hyuk-gu. Ma Gyeongrok, slightly disappointed, asked, do you know Hyuk-gu's identity? Yeomin teased, I don't know who he is, but you'll meet that person soon enough. He chuckled to himself, thinking, asterisk, aren't we meeting right now? Asterisk. Then he spoke seriously, there's one more thing. You're chasing someone, aren't you? A man named Hwang Dongmin. Ma Gyeongrok was astonished. You know about that too? Yeomin replied, his voice full of confidence. I told you, it's useless to try and hide anything from me. Ma Gyeongrok was impressed. Just as, I thought, your future seeing ancient language is beyond imagination. Before he could finish, Yeomin cut him off. Stop the investigation. Ma Gyeongrok was confused. Is there a reason? Yeomin closed his eyes and turned away, warning, "If you mess with that person, you will suffer a great loss." Ma Gyeongrok asked, "Can I know the specific reason why?" Yeomin refused. "This is all I can say." Ma Gyeongrok thoughtfully placed a hand on his mouth, then nodded. "I understand. We will stop the investigation into Hwang Dong-min." Ma Gyeongrok smiled and walked towards the door, suggesting, "Shall we restart the party? Then, no alcohol this time to keep the atmosphere pleasant. Let me call the others back." Yeomin nodded. "All right." As he left the room and closed the door, Ma Gyeongrok's smile vanished, his face revealing a weary expression. He thought to himself, asterisk. "Phew, I need to go blow off some steam tonight." Asterisk. Under the pouring rain, in a small, dark alley, a man was panting, running for his life, clutching his severed right shoulder, which was bleeding profusely. He ran towards the light coming from a house, his face filled with urgency and despair. Suddenly, he stopped in front of an iron gate. A bright light illuminated his horrified face as a scream escaped his lips, mingling with the sound of the rain. Another figure approached, a sharp sword raised high. Asterisk. Swoosh. Asterisk. The blade swung sideways, severing one of his legs. Blood splattered everywhere as the man collapsed, trembling and screaming in agony. A cold voice came from the sword wielder, who was drenched in rain. "Ma Gyeongrok, if you don't want your tongue cut out, shut your mouth." The man looked up, aggrieved. "Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" Ma Gyeongrok sheathed his sword, his voice dripping with contempt. "A child molester like you is still trying to make excuses? You really don't know?" The man cried, holding up his bloody hand, and begged, "Wait, that was a long time ago. I went to prison. I'm a free man. Now I'm just an old man." Ignoring his pleas, Ma Gyeongrok violently stabbed the sword into his back, causing blood to spurt out. The man screamed in pain. Ma Gyeongrok was cold. "If you don't want to die a slow and painful death, stop talking. If you attract any witnesses, the body count will just go up." The man bit his lip, groaning with hatred. Ma Gyeongrok praised him with a sarcastic tone. "That's more like it. You're a good actor, but your ears aren't deaf yet, are they? It's not good for scum like you to stay alive." Suddenly, a stream of black mana, coiling, like snake scales, enveloped him, transforming into a magical black serpent that wrapped around his sword. Beautiful, yet demonic. The man was terrified. What is this? The stream of magical energy wrapped tightly around his head, preventing him from even screaming. The black serpent constricted his body, leaving only a trembling, bloody hand visible. Ma Gyeongrok clicked his tongue, thinking, asterisk. If my dark mana didn't need replenishing, asterisk, asterisk, I would have killed trash like you instantly. Asterisk. Then he corrected himself. Asterisk. But to use my dark aura, I need dark mana. Asterisk. He raised his sword. Dark mana flowed along the blade as he mused. Asterisk. To replenish my dark mana, I have to take the lives of others. Asterisk. A single horizontal slash. The fat man's body was sliced in two. Ma Gyeongrok thought to himself, killing people yields far more dark mana than killing monsters. He swept his hair back, revealing a pair of satisfied eyes. Isn't being a dark knight the perfect job? Looking at the corpse, he happily thought that cleaning up this trash was a great way to relieve stress. He chanted the incantation for Devour, and his sword flared with dark mana. But then, it vanished. Ma Gyeongrok was disappointed. Just as I thought, the dark aura only devours the life force of the living. Suddenly, a noise came from a trash can. Ma Gyeongrok spun around, his eyes filled with killing intent. But it was just a stray cat scurrying away. He let out a sigh of relief. There couldn't be any witnesses. Reconsidering, he muttered to himself, I lured him into a dead-end alley. No one would see a thing at the crack of dawn. Suddenly, an image of Diêu Min flashed through his mind. He grew pensive. If he saw this scene through the ancient language of prophecy, then he must know I'm a serial killer. And yet, he still approached me. Ma Gyeongrok smirked. How interesting. He then made a call to have the body disposed of. 2 weeks later, in Diêu Min's luxury apartment, he sat on his bed, scrolling through his phone, thinking he had nothing specific to do. Staying home all the time just makes me think about the future. I need a break. He scrolled to a headline, Players will change the world order. Diêu Min decided, the break ends today. He clicked the join group button, reflecting, it's time to make a move. Thinking of the deep blue stone that radiated a noble aura, Diêu Min felt confident. Now, it's time to get one of the 5 ancient languages. In the real world, the ancient language of duplication. Top news stories flooded the internet, screaming a horrifying truth. 1.8 billion people were dragged into another world, and now, only 90 million remain after 3 months. The economy teetered on the brink from the loss of the younger generation. In the society section, schools nationwide closed. A tragic headline appeared: endless pain, parents and siblings. The entire world was drowning in sorrow, accompanied by images of silent, white chrysanthemums. The person reading these news articles was Hyun-tae, character name Black Flame Dragon. He sat casually on a chair in a classroom, his hands covered in blood, holding his phone amidst splatters of gore. A massive, double-bladed battle axe, also stained with blood, was slung at his side. He scowled, his voice dripping with contempt. We've only just finished the 4th round, and a whole bunch of people are already dead. What a bunch of useless weaklings. He continued scrolling through the news, reading the headlines. Number of deaths caused by players skyrockets. After the 4th round, thousands of surveillance cameras destroyed. The city becomes lawless at night. Anti-government players have formed an online community. Public anxiety continues to rise. Urgent solutions. Criminal psychologists suggest people have lost the will to work. The more he read, the more Black Flame Dragon smirked in amusement. What a mess. If they were players, they'd be doing the exact same thing. Hyun-tae limped to his feet, his chubby body surrounded by the corpses of students. He shouldered his axe and grumbled. What's so wrong with wanting to do whatever you want before you die? Damn hypocrites in power. That's why they shouldn't have always forced us into a box, telling us, don't do this, don't do that. It's all because of their restrictions and rules. He swung his axe violently, smashing it into the ground. The floor cracked, sending debris flying everywhere. Black Flame Dragon screamed, his voice filled with resentment. And that's why all of us are exploding now, he sighed. He reassured himself. Whatever, it doesn't matter anymore. No one can stop me now. His face twisted into a savage, delighted grin. He thought, after all, I'm a player. I'm superior to all of them. The scene of the classroom came into view. The axe was embedded deep in the floor, surrounded by a dozen bloody corpses, all bearing clear marks from his weapon. Black Flame Dragon laughed triumphantly. Now, who should I kill next? He looked at his own hands, pondering, I just killed people in real life, but I don't feel a thing. Is it because I went through hell in the 4th round? He grumbled, scratching his head. But only 1 point per person? So stingy. Is it because they're just civilians? He recalled the joy he felt in that other world. He thought, the 4th round was truly amazing. Black Flame Dragon remembered the notification he got when he obtained the rare item, Ancient Language of Devouring Effect. Accumulated stats increase upon killing enemies. When the gauge is full, you receive a random stat. The amount of damage is proportional to the enemy's level. He mused, this is even better than killing monsters. Opening the classroom door, he left with a sense of regret. I want to kill players instead of civilians, since I'd get more points. Continuing to scroll on his phone, a news story caught his eye. Anti-government players have formed an online community. Black Flame Dragon was surprised. Oh? So there's a forum? An online player community, huh? He grinned sinisterly. I wonder if I can join that forum and meet other players. To kill. Pleased with himself, he thought. This way, I'll get way more points. He clicked on the Join Forum link. A description popped up. This is the nation's first online forum to help players. Below were instructions and questions. Regarding personal information. Hyun-tae was annoyed. What? They want all my information, and there's an interview too? What a pain in the ass, he thought, but then motivated himself. But I have to get in there to meet other players. He began entering his information. He smirked. The other players would never have guessed that someone out there was killing off other players. The next morning, at a small, simple house surrounded by dense trees, Black Dragon Fire stood at the door in his casual clothes, looking at his phone. Is this the right place? The message from the interviewer appeared on his screen. Please come to Velcom Cafe in the Gangnam district before noon. You can order anything you like. He looked at the address sign, thinking this had to be it. Remembering the hellish journey to get here, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. They called me out to the middle of nowhere. The bus doesn't even run out this far. Annoyed, he opened the door, deciding he would kill the damn interviewer if the guy pissed him off. Inside, the house was clean and more modern than it looked from the outside. He was surprised, looking around for someone, thinking the interior was much nicer than he'd expected. Near the window, 2 guests sat facing each other. He thought, is it just these 2? A man in a white shirt with weary eyes looked up, saw him, and quickly stood up. Are you the one we scheduled for an interview? Black Dragon Fire nodded. That's right. The man smiled warmly. What's your username? He replied, Black Dragon Fire. The man shook his hand and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is Age 30. Black Dragonfire was taken aback. Huh? You're a player? Age 30 gave a wry smile. Yeah, I might not look like it, but I'm already 30 this year. This way, please. He led him to a table at the back of the room and introduced him to a person in a pink jacket. This is Little Cuckoo. He's also here for an interview. This is Black Dragonfire. You two might become teammates, so you should say hello. Black Dragonfire walked over and sat down next to him, his eyes filled with suspicion as he silently scoffed. This anchovy-looking bastard is a player, too? He looks so damn weak. Outwardly, he just bowed perfunctorily. Hello, Little Cuckoo bowed back. Oh, hello. He observed the place, making a judgment. I guess this business isn't doing too well. There are no customers, and I don't see any part-time staff. Age 30 laughed. Well, it's pretty far from the city, so that's understandable. That's why we rented this place for the interviews. Black Dragonfire remarked. Oh, so you guys rented this place, but shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone. Age 30 explained. The owner is in the kitchen preparing some food. This is a cafe, but they also serve meals. He nodded. I see. Scanning the place more carefully, he thought, there aren't even any cameras. If I killed these two and ran, no one would ever know. But he immediately dismissed the thought. Just killing two of them isn't worth it. I can't miss this opportunity, he asked. Aren't we going to start the interview? Age 30 replied. Oh, we're waiting for one more person. We'll start when he arrives. Black Dragonfire was surprised. There's another one? He asked again. So there are 3 of us? Age 30 nodded. Yes. He's running a little late, so let's just wait a bit longer. Age 30 looked out at the garden and saw a man in a black suit and a striped shirt approaching, and his face lit up. Oh, he's here. The door creaked open, and Age 30 stepped out to greet him, his expression slightly surprised. Are you here for the interview? The other man replied. Yes. Age 30 asked, what's your username? The man uttered, Black Dog. After hearing that, Age 30 was both delighted and astonished, his eyes sparkling. He covered his mouth, laughing speechlessly. A few days earlier, on a computer screen, an online meeting was taking place with some very influential people. The largest screen showed a man with glasses, the chairman. He greeted each person. Welcome, Yami. Welcome, Bobo Din. A girl in a pink dress, Yami, smiled and greeted him back. It's a pleasure to see you. Age 30 was also in the meeting, but he seemed distracted. The chairman announced, everyone is here except for Ram, so let's begin the meeting. For the 3rd week of April, he called on Lot Y. You go first. Lot Y replied, yes, Chairman. The chairman asked, this week, how many people joined the forum? Lot answered, around 2,000. The chairman exclaimed, that's more than last week. Lot agreed, yes, the number of players has been decreasing monthly, but the number of forum participants is increasing every week. He continued, I think that article about us got their attention. The chairman asked, who hired the journalist? Yami, the girl in the pink suit, smiled and raised her hand. It was me, Chairman. The chairman replied, I see. I didn't expect you to have connections in this field. Yami smiled. It's a new one. The chairman raised his hand in praise. That's wonderful. I'd expect nothing less from a longtime member. He then asked, so, Lot, out of those 2,000 people, how many are actually skilled? Lot replied, if we exclude players who don't have a class and are below level 10, we have about 1,200 people. The chairman pondered. How many are actually useful? Bobo Din, a man in a blue suit, adjusted his glasses. I'll speak on that matter, Bobo Din explained. One noteworthy player is Black Dragonfire, from the SX455S region. He's a normal class warrior, but he took 3rd place in his region. The chairman was surprised. 3rd place? He must either have excellent skills for his level, or he's lying. Bobo Din continued. But I believe he's good enough to be a candidate for an executive position. The chairman agreed. Indeed. Anyone else? Bobo Din said. Another one is Little Cuckoo from the SC27 region, who consistently ranks between 4th and 10th. He added, besides those two, there are 50 players in the top 100 of their respective regions. The chairman was intrigued. That's quite a few. It seems I will. Busy with the interviews. He turned, his voice critical. Isn't that right? My 30-year-old. My 30-year-old is dozing off. Startled, he apologized, but the chairman glared at him angrily. Were you sleeping? What were you doing last night that you're already tired? The 30-year-old stammered. Well, the chairman cut him off. I don't want to hear excuses. Handle 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you can't make it, another senior candidate will replace you. The 30-year-old panicked. I understand. Please, leave it to me. The chairman turned back. Anyway, Lot, has Black Hook contacted us yet? Lot replied. If he had, I would have reported it immediately, the chairman said regretfully. What a shame. I'd give him an executive position on the spot if he joined. He then said to Jamie, can you get the journalists to write a few more articles? We need a promotional strategy to attract Black Hook. Jamie rubbed her hands together, smiling mischievously. Of course, as long as there's money. The chairman laughed. Don't worry, I'll reward you for your dedication. Jamie made a heart gesture, full of appreciation. Thank you, chairman. The meeting continued, when suddenly, Lot looked at his phone in alarm and spoke up. Wait, chairman, a big name just requested to join the forum. The chairman was surprised. Who is it? Lot trembled. Black Hook. The 6 people in the meeting were stunned, utterly shocked, and turned their attention back to the interview area. The 30-year-old warmly shook the hand of the man, calling himself Black Hook. It's a pleasure to meet you. It wasn't too hard to get here, was it? Black Hook replied curtly. Actually, it was. The 30-year-old was flustered, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. Sorry about that. This is the best place to ensure privacy. He complimented him. Anyway, you're really handsome. The girls must love you. Leading Black Hook to his seat, he pulled out a chair for him and then made the introductions. These two are also here for an interview, just like you. Black Dragonfire, who had been staring the whole time, gritted his teeth, his annoyance obvious. Little Cuckoo observed him carefully, only giving a slight bow. Oh, hello. The fake Black Hook crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and gave an arrogant nod. I'm Black Hook. Little Cuckoo looked up and smiled, revealing the face of Yao Min, the real Black Hook. He introduced himself. I'm Little Cuckoo, while thinking to himself, hilarious. That bastard is pretty funny. Black Dragonfire's hands clenched into fists, sweat pouring down as his eyes filled with panic. Is that Black Hook? The one who killed me 5 times? I really want to ask if we've ever met in real life. Why does he enjoy killing me so much? The 30-year-old spoke up, his voice breaking the tense atmosphere. Black Dragonfire, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? The chubby guy was tense, stammering with his head down. Hello, I'm Black Dragonfire. The young man in the suit, the self-proclaimed Black Hook, crossed his arms and nodded with a satisfied look.